Okay, congratulations. Yeah, congratulations for getting here this far. Welcome to everybody today. This is Wednesday, July 12th. It's the Board of Commissioners regular meeting. As you all know, we've got a busy day today. We're going to launch right into it. I did want to say a couple things before we do. I know we have an addition to the agenda with a Board of Equalization resolution that needs to be passed and signed first off after commissioner comments and public comment. If you make a public comment today, we're going to limit it to 3 minutes, as we always do. And it shouldn't be about anything that's on today's agenda. So if you've come to speak about something on today's agenda, please wait until that item comes up. The gorilla in the room is item number 9 now, which is the fleet mix forecast submission. And then we have some land use following that. So this is going to be a big, busy day, and I'm going to try to keep us moving. So forgive me if I'm brusque, but I want to make sure everybody's heard and that we're respectful going forward and that we take up the time we're given and then move on and let somebody else speak. With that, additions, deletions to the agenda, is there anything else I need to add? So we'll get to that in just a moment. I'm going to open it up for public comment unrelated to the airport or the other land use issues right now or any of the other issues on the agenda. Does anybody have something they'd like to speak on that is not on today's agenda? I have a hand up. Please come on up. And you'll have to identify yourself for us, please.
Yes, sir. My name is James Weber. Last October, I became an owner and resident in Phillips Hillside Trailer Park. I thought what I thought was a dream come true, owning a stable housing in the county I was born in, however, has quickly become a living nightmare. On October 3rd, 2022, I purchased the mobile home under a spoken agreement with my landlord, Miss Jody Smith, that any out-of-permit structures would need to be permitted and legalized. Before I was given permission to buy and occupy the mobile home, Miss Smith did a walkthrough on September 27th. I found out 2 out-of-permit structures. However, I was given a lease and told the house met health and safety requirements. I never received the report, and email communication with Miss Smith fell off December 19th. After many attempts throughout the winter, the only report I was able to get was from Alex Sanchez this June. It consisted only of photographs with no written explanation of her findings. I've gone in circles with no information on the scope of work required or how the county wants this handled. I've applied for permits, applied to the planner, the builder, and my applications get rejected because nobody knows what I'm trying to apply to do. Building code sends me to ComDev and they send me to zoning and back around again. I cannot get a building permit without proper zoning and a lot line or parcel. The zoning department has told me there are too many issues with setbacks, easements, and terrain hazards. As of July 10th, I was told the county will not be issuing permits for Phillips Hillside at this time. On May 25th, I asked permission to simply replace my mobile home with a similar size modern model as I couldn't get anywhere legally updating the current mobile home. On June 22nd, I was granted permission to install a new trailer and proceed. I soon discovered that the investment required would not be worth the risk if I could not in the future sell the trailer for a return. The total cost to purchase, move, permit, and install the new home was far over what I can do financially, so I went back to attempting to permit and update the home on site. On June 28th, I asked Mrs. Smith permission to sell my mobile home. She responded by saying no, the county will not let you sell it with the following reasons. The out-of-permit structures need to be legalized, and my trailer could be condemned because it's in the debris flow. On June 30th, the Park Rules newsletter had been updated to state that all unpermitted structures must be corrected before any sale. Tom McNay and Devin Mills were both able to sell their out-of-permit homes in October of 2023. Nothing has changed in 9 months. My trailer wasn't in the debris flow last October when I was granted occupancy. It hasn't moved since then. I've done no work or made any changes to the structure. It is as I bought it. I was granted permission to install a new trailer. However, now I'm being told the existing unit cannot be sold because it's in a debris field. The circumstances raise 2 questions. What has changed since I was allowed to buy and live in Phillips Hillside last October, and under whose authority am I being denied permission to sell my home to another APSHA qualified buyer? According to the county's 2018 Health Impact Assessment Scoping Report, housing is a critical determination of health. Housing instability can impact physical and mental health in a myriad of ways. My experience owning 30 Phillipside and living under the landlord's ever-changing park policy for 9 months has been nothing short of a contradiction to this statement. I am currently worried that I have lost my life savings by buying a house I cannot sell. I'm trying to leave the valley for health reasons, both physical and mental. However, I'm now stuck. I have a month-to-month lease. I live in fear of my landlord. What I thought was going to be affordable, stable housing has become a nearly impossible situation.
Right. James, thank you. That's running out of time here. If you've got a conclusion.
The conclusion is I've done everything I can do to correct the out-of-permit structures I inherited when I bought 30 Phillips Hillside. If the county will not issue me a permit to make corrections, how can they hold the issues against me and prevent me from selling what they allowed me to buy?
Right. Thank you for your comment.
Thank
I
you.
know this has come to our attention very recently to the boards, and we're directing staff to look into it and respond. I don't know if I'm responding to you now. Typically, we just take comment, but I know how important this is. And John, I don't know if there's anything else that you want to add to what I've just said.
No, Greg, at this point, the board has requested that we bring back some alternatives to try and address situations like this in a more consistent manner in the park. I do know that there have been policy decisions I think we had acknowledged have changed over time, and that's created some confusion both for the residents and for staff managing, and so we will work to correct those.
Right.
Can I
Thank
just-
you.
Thank you
So
very
we
much for
will
your time.
we will be in contact
Can I
with
just
you.
add something real quick? I just want you to know, we kind of asked staff to see if we can expedite this process because we are very sensitive to the fact we're putting people's lives on hold. And I want you to know that.
Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Thank you
very,
for
very
coming.
much
Thanks
your
for
time.
coming in.
Have a
Appreciate
great
it.
day.
Yeah. Okay, public comment for items not on the agenda. Is anybody else here to speak about anything at all, other than what's on the agenda? Okay, going twice. That's it. We're going to move on. I'm going to go to commissioner comments. Patty?
Just real quick, it's my understanding that construction, repaving, chip and seal at Independence Pass is due to start momentarily? Monday, and the hours are going to be very early to very late. We're thinking maybe a 12-hour, 7 to 7. They will have some cases of one down to one lane, some cases of holding people. They're saying for 10 minutes, but please be prepared. It could be longer, so just there'll be more information, we hope, coming out in the local newspapers, but I want people to just be prepared. It's a long-awaited improvement project for Independence Pass, so bear with us and be safe out there. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Comment? Steve, Kelly? Nothing today. I am going to save my comments for open discussion. I'm not sure if Francie's joined us yet, so I'm going to assume not, since we don't see her there yet.
And Greg, I just comment that Francie has asked that we text her ahead of the fleet mix discussion, so I have that on my radar screen.
Got it. Okay. We're going to move right along to consent items, single reading consent items. This is regarding the minutes of June 28th.
And we've got an item before that, actually.
Oh, God, I had a meeting yesterday. Thank you. Thank you for that. Glad you're here. Okay, we've actually got our first item, which came on the agenda yesterday. This is a resolution. Sorry?
It got posted correctly.
Yeah, we're good. Resolution approving a request from the Pitkin County Assessor to extend the time for appeals to the Board of Equalization from property owners of the assessor's valuation. Laura, I guess you're taking that away, or maybe Jeanette is.
I'll take it if you want. Hi, Jeanette Jones, County Manager's Office. As you've probably heard or you've seen us scrambling up on the third floor around your offices, appeals to the Board of Equalization have surpassed all expectations and, more importantly, hearing times that we have allotted for them. We have a cutoff date that all appeals and renderings have to be determined by August 7th. We already have hearings scheduled through August 7th. We're totally booked. What we're here today for, and Deb Vansberger, the county assessor, is with me to request consideration and approval of a resolution that will extend those hearing times until we have to be concluded, no matter what, by September 15th. But we need more time for hearings in order to give taxpayers and property owners their due process. And we would appreciate any consideration. We are doing a few things at the staff level. We're thinking about reducing hearing times from 20 minutes to 15, maybe even to 10 minutes, in order to accommodate everybody. So far, we have 450 appeals that we've processed. That's just what we've processed and scheduled hearings. We still have a week left, and history tells me that, because I've been here for a while, that this week is going to be our biggest week of all. I'm expecting even more than 100 or 450 appeals. So you can see we need some more time. We may go right up to September 15th, to be honest with you, from what we're seeing.
Okay.
So I think Deb will jump in there too a little bit. And yeah, we don't want to take a whole lot of your time, but
I
that's
just wanted to ask,
basically.
so the deadline is could possibly be pushed all the way to September 15th, and legally, by statute, we can still do
That's what I
that.
was.
As long as the board authorizes an alternative period, which is what the request is today, it can go through September 15th.
Now, do you want us to approve through September 15th?
I think that makes sense.
So you're not coming back to us? Thank you. Okay. Okay, Patty?
No, I was just
No.
going to say, I think we've done this in the past. So by history, since I've been here so long, and we did it because we had really no choice. So
Right.
it's only so
We're
many
there
hours in
again.
a day.
Sure, okay, Deb,
Wait,
anything
Kelly
you want
had
to
her
add?
hand up too.
Oh, sorry.
Um,
Kelly, then
just,
Deb.
I'll recommend some amended language to acknowledge the September 15th end date. Is this a public hearing?
It is not, it's just simply a resolution.
I'd like to hear Deb, if you don't mind, then
Well,
we'll get.
she might be able to answer my question.
Okay, go
I
ahead
was
then, all
just
right.
wondering if we need to appoint another hearing officer to the Board of Equalization. That would be one way to deal with it, to get more people hearing the appeals. So you might think about that, or you might address this right now.
Well, I don't do any of that. This is all these guys. But I do
Yeah,
agree,
we're-
another hearing officer would be a good idea.
Statutorily, the rules are not written as you might expect to be the clearest. The assessor does have to make the request to the Board of County Commissioners, despite the fact that the assessor has completed her work in this sort of program. So you've got both entities here coming to you today so that you can meet the statutory requirements. But I do think that the Board of Equalization's office and hearing officers are trying to do with what they have. My understanding was there was some difficulty finding additional qualified hearing officers. I think it's still on the table. I don't think it's here for you today.
Got it, great, thank you. Okay, take it away, Deb,
Okay,
what you want
so
to tell us.
I'm just going to say pursuant to Colorado Revised Statute 39-5-122.7, the Pickens County Assessor, myself, Deb Amesberger, is requesting that the board authorize an extension on the time period until all petitioners that filed an appeal of the assessor's determination by the July 17, 2023 deadline have been scheduled for a hearing to provide them their due process. Now, I know that in 2009, I was not here, but I have lots of information. We actually have more protests this year than we did in 2009. So the number of protests that are going to be going to CBOE are probably going to at least triple from that number Jeanette just said. That's based on history.
And so if I understand your dates, you're saying all petitioners that have filed an appeal of the assessor's determination by July 17th have been scheduled. So you can't walk in onto September 14th with an
No.
appeal. You've got to have, the hard deadline we're looking at is July 17th for Are there two different dates, July 17th?
July
and-
17th remains the deadline for any appeal. We are extending the time frame in which the Board of Equalization can
Can hear.
hear
Thank you.
appeals through September 15th, so that everyone who meets their obligation to appeal by a particular deadline is guaranteed the due process that this board would like to show them.
Great, thank you for the clarity on that. All right. And,
Greg?
Kelly?
Can I please offer amended language in that paragraph you were just reading,
Yeah,
which is the 6th whereas? I would add, authorize an extension of the time period until all petitioners that filed an appeal of the assessor's determination by the July 17th, 2023 deadline have been scheduled for a hearing to provide them their due process, however, no later than September 15, 2023, and semicolon. So
Thank you,
I'll
Kelly.
move
Thank you.
to approve with that
As amended.
amendment.
And I'll second.
okay. Further discussion? All in favor?
Aye, thank you for
Aye.
bringing it to
Aye.
us.
Thank you.
Best of luck.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Now, do you want a
Thank you.
signature? I've got a draft, I was practicing here.
Thank you,
Will
guys.
this one do?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
Except it doesn't,
send it down.
Are
Yeah,
you a
because
medical
it's-
doctor? I can't read that signature.
Pictures on the back.
Thank you.
Illegibility is
Well,
a.
you have to
is a-
think
is a-
electronically
is an
mail
asset.
one.
Okay, thank you all for that. Okay, now, we're getting back to what I had from yesterday. I need a motion to approve the minutes of June 28th unless there's discussion about it.
I'll make a motion with a comment after a second.
I'll second it.
I'll make a motion to approve. I did make a correction under public comment to it being Jeff, the new CEO for the ski company, and not Jeff Hanley who spoke.
Oh, right, yes.
So I already corrected that with
Thank you.
Julia. Thank you.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right. Well done. We're moving on to individual consideration items. First readings, these are set for public hearing on July 26th. The first is an ordinance amending the Pitkin County Short-Term Rental Code, Section 6-50 of the Pitkin County Code to establish restrictions specific to the Village Commercial Zone District in Redstone. And Jeanette is on deck. Welcome.
Hello.
And Suzanne, thanks for coming.
So the background of short-term rentals that was adopted September in 2020. We heard from the public that the village of Redstone has unique characteristics and the zoning should be considered differently. The board directed staff to do an outreach in April, and the results were presented in Redstone May the 18th. At the last work session in June 13th, BOCC staff directed us to move forward with the amendments to loosen restrictions to the STR license in village commercial zone as follows. The duration of each rental period would be reduced to a minimum from 4 nights to 2 nights. And the total of nights in a calendar year will be increased from 120 nights to 180 nights. Recommendation, approve the ordinance from the board to loosen these restrictions.
Thank you for that. That was very brief. Wow. Questions from the commissioners? Patty?
Yeah, after our great meetings that we had in Redstone, and I appreciate all the comments we received from the residents of Redstone and a few from beyond, more than a few from beyond. I'm comfortable in reducing the nights from 4 to 2. As far as the 120 to 180 increase, that was a number that I think came from discussion, but I just want people to be aware that, for me anyway, if we find after a year that's too many, we can always bring it back and amend it to, 140, 160. So, but I'm willing to, depending upon what I hear from the rest of my board, maybe go to the 180.
Okay.
Comments, questions? Steve?
So I'm fine with the 180. We're picking a number that was suggested by some of the residents there and something that they thought would work for them. Obviously, any of our regulations, we can review them in the future and change them in any number of ways. So I look forward to getting input from the residents of Redstone as to how this is working for them after, we really need to give it a year's time and see how it works, and then we could tweak the regulations at that point if necessary.
Thanks, Steve.
Kelly?
Yeah, a point of question of clarification. So in village residential, they're retaining the same short-term rental regulations that apply to the rest of the county,
Correct.
which include the 4 days and the limited nights and the requirement to have already been renting, et cetera. Okay. Was this ordinance sent back out to folks who had participated in public comment over the last year for their comment on this specific change at all?
That was from the outreach, the conclusion from the outreach. The second hearing, will then be able to address that.
I would request that the ordinance be referred to the caucus and to the members that participated in the outreach over the last year between now and second reading to bring that opportunity to their attention. And I'll support moving this at this time for that
Great,
public hearing
thank you.
process.
Thank you, Kelly. Just for the brief recap, how okay, this is
fired
gonna be a good
today.
day. We're distracted. Just the history of short-term rentals in this community. This has been one of the fastest moving, phenomenon, and that how we deal with it is a work in progress. And so I completely expect that we're going to see changes going forward, and we're not sure what they are. So we're doing our best to tweak it and take public comment and tweak it some more. And this is the latest one, and I support it as well. And is that a question? Another comment?
I have
or
another comment when you're
motion?
done. Sorry.
Okay.
And
Go
I'll
ahead.
just comment for folks here and listening that are interested in this broader topic. It's been less than a year that we've had our full county ordinance in effect, and so our board has requested review of the ordinance and the program and the activity happening in the county after that has gone on for a year, which will be after September of this fall. So if you're interested in this topic, look for that agenda item in fall of this year.
That's
Thank
right.
you.
It's going
Thanks,
to come back
Kelly.
again. Anything else you want to add, or should I ask for a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve and set for second reading, public hearing on the 26th of July, and I have a quick comment. After a second.
I'll second the motion.
I just received information yesterday, actually this morning, from a previous resident from here who's now the town clerk in Folly Island, North Carolina. And I'm going to be sending them information on short-term rentals because they're having a very heated community discussion about short-term rentals on their small island and want to see what we've been doing here. So I will be sending information on to them.
Thank you.
Thank you guys for all your hard work.
So either we get to do the research and development, or be the probe, or just be the
Yeah,
first
and
one.
I'm going to do a business trip to this little island off the shore.
Yeah, you better go check it out. Okay, I'm going to call the question. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. It's
you.
unanimous. Moving right along. Thanks, Jeanette. Thanks,
thank you.
Suzanne. Okay, we're going to move on to individual consideration items, and this is public hearings, second readings. The first one up is a resolution accepting an FAA grant 65 maybe it's just grant 65. Diane's here. And Dan, welcome.
Good afternoon. Thank you. Diane Jackson, Airport Deputy Director. Requesting authorization for the chair to sign the AIP 65 grant agreement in the amount of $5,078,674. And that's for our ongoing maintenance.
Okay, great. Before you continue, I just want to ask the question: does this have anything to do with anything else regarding the airport fleet mix or ALP or
No,
any of
it
those?
does not.
It has nothing to do with that, and there's no contingencies.
Ongoing pavement
Ongoing
rehabilitation.
repair.
Yeah.
John, you want to weigh in? I saw
Well,
that.
and, Greg, I just want to be clear that the standard grant assurances that we've spent quite a bit of time talking about are also attached to these dollars.
Okay. Thank you. Do I have any more from you, or was that it?
That is it.
It's just we want to decide if we want to accept $5 million.
Correct.
Any board comment?
Well, it sort of relates to the two following items that also have to do with pavement stuff, which are for a much lesser amount. So what's the difference between this bigger grant for 5 million plus versus the two smaller grants following?
I'll probably refer to Dan on this one, but I believe they're amendments to previous grants, correct?
Yep, for the most part. Dan Bartholomew, Airport Director. The lesser amounts are for when we've done work in the past, including this one. We've noticed additional distresses while we're out there taking care of the original maintenance and noticed additional issues. So the smaller amounts that'll come to you in the subsequent items are for amendments to other grants for the additional repairs that were found, discovered while we were out there. So,
Thank you. Okay. If there are no other questions, I'm going to open up the public hearing. If there's anybody who wants to speak on this particular item, please identify yourself and we'll get you up here. I don't see any hands up, so I'm going to bring it back to the board, and I'm looking for a motion.
I'll make a motion to approve acceptance of a grant from the Federal Aviation Administration in the amount of $5,078,674 for the pavement rehabilitation of taxiway A and the D ice pad with associated facilities at the Aspen Pickens County Airport / Sardi Field.
I'll second
You
the
got
motion.
it. Okay, Steve's got it. I was about to jump in there. Okay, we have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, passes.
Thank you.
Okay, next one up, number 5, a resolution accepting Aviation Administration Grant 66.
So Dan Bartholomew, Airport Director. We're kind of tag teaming this today a little bit. So this is requesting your adoption of the attached resolution to allow the acceptance of the electronic FAA grant number 66. It's for the Aspen Pickens County Airport in the amount of $156,139. And Steve, to your comment previously, this is an additional work and materials that were required last year during our pavement project that we noticed when we were out there. So that's what this funding is applied to.
And this was the amount, the entire amount was $4,162,000. Is that correct?
Correct.
Right.
And rather than issuing an amendment for this, the FAA decided just to show a subsequent grant.
Got it. Thank you. All right, I'm gonna, unless they have a question from the board, yes.
I just, I guess I was wondering, Dan, can you give just a bit of a more comprehensive picture of what the pavement projects that are happened recently or are planned for at the airport right now?
Are you?
All these are done.
Mhm.
They've already happened. So
Yes.
I'm just curious, like what else is on the horizon? You know, I know we have some testing going on and
Sure.
assessments going on, and I just think it would be helpful to have a fuller view.
Sure. All of these grants are really just to keep us going right now. These are clear and simple Band-Aids to keep our pavement going right now. It's just, annual maintenance. Every airport has annual pavement maintenance. Our pavement is rather aged. We also have relatively harsh conditions climate-wise up here. So we're just seeing more and more distresses in our pavement as the pavement ages. We also have some soils underneath in this area that are not necessarily conducive to pavement. They tend to be clay-based pavements, and or clay-based soils, and they tend to absorb a lot of moisture and act like sponges, and that accelerates some of our destruction of our pavement up here. So, but this does not have any connection with future, other than, as John mentioned, just grant assurances that are tied to this. But this is purely maintenance.
Mm-hmm. And will we expect to see more of these this year?
Yes. Next year you definitely will, and every year they're progressively getting more expensive and taking more time. Originally, when I started here, just under 3 years ago, we spent about $3 million in pavement, and it took a week. Last year we spent about $4 and change in pavement, and it took 2 weeks. This year it took 2 weeks, and we spent almost $6 million. So you can see the incremental changes that are taking place over time. And it's not only inflation; it is purely the amount of work that is required.
And then can you just explain again what the grant assurances are that we agreed to with these acceptance of these dollars?
Sure. So there's 32 grant assurances with the FAA. Anything from access restrictions, those types of things. and the maintenance of the pavement. So we're required, when the airfield was originally built, we signed a grant agreement, the county did, that says we will maintain that pavement. The FAA will provide funding for us to maintain that pavement, but we are required to maintain that pavement. If not, in theory, we need to pay that money back for the original infrastructure of that pavement. So this allows us to adhere to those grant assurances as we move forward. And then each year that we receive a grant, we have to sign those grant assurance agreements as well. The one grant assurance that never goes away is for property. So the airport property runs for life. So anything we do on the airport, other than the lifespan of that particular capital investment, runs for life.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I'm going to open this to public hearing, as we're obligated to do. Is there anyone who'd like to speak on this particular grant assurance topic? Grant increase. I don't see any hands. I haven't looked online, and I apologize if somebody's.
I'm watching,
okay,
there's
thank
nobody.
you.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to bring it back to the board, and I'm looking for a motion.
I'll make a motion to approve this resolution of the Board of County Commissioners to sign grant agreement 3-08-003-066-2023 with the FAA in the amount of $156,139 for airfield pavement maintenance.
Any other comment? I'm going to call the question. All in favor?
I'll second it.
Oh, was there not a second yet? Jump in, come on. We're in a hurry.
Sorry, I was so slow.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye?
Aye. Thank you. Okay, now we're moving on to approving amendment to Federal Aviation Grant number 57. Dan, welcome.
Hello. Me again. So this one is actually an amendment to FAA Grant 57, which was in 2001 for the maintenance project we did during that year. While we were doing that project, again, we noticed some additional things that took place between our inspection of the pavement in the fall, the design we do in the winter, the work we do in the spring. During that time frame, that window, we noticed some additional distresses in the pavement. Nobody's going to blame the FAA for being an expeditious organization, so we're now getting an amendment for a grant from 2001, and that's in the amount of $180,000 for that additional work that took place in the spring of 2001.
Okay.
I have one quick comment. I just want to make note that, Diane, we really thank you for bringing forward the 5 million, and Dan, we really thank you for bringing forward the
Jump change.
100,000 here and 100,000 there.
You're welcome.
Thanks, Patty. Okay, this is a public hearing. Is there anybody who'd like to speak on this? And
We gotta support our
we
fellow
can't help but
ladies
notice
over
the paltry of sums you're bringing to us, Dan.
And then portion to the.
I don't see anybody who wants to
He's
speak.
blushing.
I'm bringing it back to the board for a motion.
Wait,
I'll
did you
make the
already open
motion.
it? Did you already open and close the
I
public
did.
hearing?
I opened and
Well,
closed
I
it.
missed that. You were moving too
Yeah, you were
fast.
too busy side conversations there. Shame. I'll make a motion that we approve an amendment to Federation Grant number 57. And I'm looking for a second.
I'll second.
Thank you. Okay,
got it.
further conversation. None. Thank you. Some more. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Okay, moving right along. Thanks for
Thank
that.
you.
See you again sometime.
Yeah.
All right, we're on item number 7, which is an ordinance of the Board of County Commissioners adopting the Title VI Health and Safety, Section 6.42 of the Pitkin County Code requiring retailers who sell tobacco products to obtain a tobacco product retail license.
I was going, where
And
is she? There she is.
Raleigh's here, and she's online. Hi, Raleigh.
Hi, good afternoon. Can you all hear me?
Yes, we can, thanks.
Okay, wonderful. Well, greetings from Denver. I'm currently at a public health conference, so apologies for not being in person. But Raleigh Backrack with Pitkin County Public Health, and we're here for a second reading of the ordinance adopting Title VI, Health and Safety, Section 6.42 of the Pitkin County Code requiring retailers who sell tobacco products to obtain a tobacco product retail license. Before I dive in, I would like to answer a question that was brought up the other week during the first reading of the ordinance around adult smoking use. So adult smoking data it's not as strong as youth data as we've seen, but in 2020, 10.3% of adults in Pickens County reported smoking regularly versus 13.5% of adults statewide, so in Colorado, and 14.3% nationwide. Just kind of wanted to put that into perspective. The comparison really supports the need to pass a local tobacco retail license to help reduce, looking at that youth, reduce youth from accessing tobacco and nicotine products. So specifically, if we recall from the last session, we're seeing local youth here within Pickens County using tobacco and nicotine products at a higher rate when we're comparing it to youth data from the region, the state, and nationwide, versus in comparison, a local adult tobacco use here in Pickens is lower when we're looking at and comparing it to the state and nation. I just wanted to answer that question, and I can open it up for questions.
Great, thanks, Raleigh. Questions from the board?
No, okay.
I think I may have been the one who asked that question because it's concerning, and it's fascinating also that while adult tobacco use is down significantly from state and national, our youth tobacco rate is significantly higher than state and national rates, and that just kind of it's hard to understand that one, and I think I questioned the data because it just didn't make sense to me. And I appreciate you coming back to us with that, and I'm hoping that this measure will have some impact on that. Steve has a...
Well, I think one reason there are fewer adults using tobacco products is that a lot of adults have died from lung cancer and from cardiovascular things brought on by their smoking. And a lot of other adults who watch their loved ones die from cancer never took up smoking in the first place or quit smoking because they realized it's really bad for your health. So adults, I think, have gotten the message. The younger people haven't had those experiences of loved ones dying so much and maybe don't realize what can happen to a person from smoking. And that might explain some of those differences in the statistics.
Thank you. Good point.
Yeah, correct. And I would just add, when we look at targeting and marketing from the tobacco industry, we're seeing those flavors pop up in the vaping. And so that just is really marketing to that younger age group as well.
Right, yeah. Well, this is a public hearing. I have to reopen this up. If there's anybody who'd like to comment on this particular topic, I see a hand up. Come on up.
Amory Lovins. I understand from the last hearing that the county cannot prohibit the kinds of sales we're discussing, but can it tax them? Thank you.
That's a Raleigh question, I'm going to assume.
We already do tax them extremely high.
Yeah.
Correct.
Yeah, we already have an extremely high tax rate in Pickens County for tobacco, and it has an exponential growth factor.
Can we raise it?
Well, we've raised it pretty high by resolution some years ago, right, Raleigh? Sorry, Greg, I didn't mean to.
No, that's fine. I guess the question is how high can you raise it and make a difference? And maybe perhaps it's made a difference. I'm not sure if it has. Interesting question. How much higher can we raise it? Thank you for asking, and I'm sure we'll be thinking about that as we still look at this issue.
And one of the problems we're seeing is shopping. Then they go to the next county or the next community, or
Right.
or go
You don't
to
have to go too far to
Grand
find.
Junction and stock up when they don't have to pay the tax. So we're trying to do the best we can in our community to lower that rate, and it's extremely high tax.
Laura, did you have a comment?
No, I think Raleigh was just looking to speak to what our current tax rate was.
Oh, okay, thank you. Go ahead, Raleigh.
Thank you. Our voters did pass the tobacco tax for unincorporated Pickens County back in 2020. So that's when it was implemented. I believe it's 40%. I'm not I can look that up, but not too sure how much we could also, keep building that. But I could also look into that a little more.
Great, thank you. Thanks for that. Okay, closing the public comment on that, bringing it back to the board, anticipating a motion.
I'd be glad to make a motion approving an ordinance of the board adopting Title VI Health and Safety, Section 6.42 of the Pickens County Code, requiring retailers who sell tobacco products to obtain a tobacco product retail license.
I'll second.
We have a second from Kelly.
Can I make a quick comment?
Comment?
The one thing that we were not able to do was to do anything about banning flavored tobacco products, because that's a state issue, is my understanding. Is that correct, Raleigh?
That is correct. Under state statute, we do not have that county power. Maybe in the future, that would be a possibility. And of course, I'd come back, but a tobacco retail license would be required to have in place and implemented for that to happen as well.
Great, thank you.
Thanks, Raleigh. Okay, I'm going to call the question. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, motion passes. Unanimous from who's here. We're going to keep moving. Thank you all for
Thank you so much.
keeping us.
Thanks,
Thanks,
Raleigh.
Raleigh.
Thanks,
Good to
Raleigh.
see you. Have a nice conference down there. Sorry you're not here. Okay, number 8. This is a resolution authorizing the Memorandum of Understanding Amendment between Pitkin County, Colorado Public Radio, Carbondale Community Access Radio, and Roaring Fork Public Radio. Drew Peterson is here.
Hi, everybody. Hopefully this time I'll be more concise because I've got a little script here. Not a script, but notes. So I'm Drew Peterson with Pitkin County Telecommunications, and as said, here to hopefully get an amendment passed on a 2001 MOU between the county, Colorado Public Radio, Aspen Public Radio, and Carbondale Community Access Radio, also known as KVOV, KAJX, and KDNK. I'm also joined by Breeze Richardson. She's in her seat back there, but if there are any questions, she's the executive director of KAJX. So if there's any specific KAJX questions.
If I could, can I invite Breeze to come up and sit with you, since she's the other radio VIP
Party to
in
the agreement.
room?
Thank you.
Yeah, party to the agreement. Thanks, Breeze. Welcome.
And possibly online, but I'm not sure. There might be a Megan Passmore, the interim director of KDNK, and Jenny Gentry, the chief operating officer of Colorado Public Radio. I'm not sure if they're able to make it. Everyone's schedules are pretty tight.
Okay, we're going to keep moving. If they turn up, we'll just alert me and we'll let them in.
Sounds good.
Okay, so
Quickly to answer some questions from last time. Greg, I think you asked when translators become available, how are stations notified? Per the TAB rules, they're given a 45-day mailed notice to all stations currently on the translator network, as well as any local stations that have expressed interest. So it is a mailed notice, and I believe there's a 2-week posted notice prior to the TAB meeting when those are reviewed for the public.
okay.
And then I think Francie asked, what is indie music? That just means independent artist music. So not produced by a major record label, small artists. And KNDH focuses on the Colorado indie artists.
No, they've been on for a couple of years. This isn't a new station where we can look for. They've been broadcasting on for a couple of years now. Is that right?
Correct. So they began broadcasting in Denver on 102.3 in 2019, and then they just came to our local market in 2021.
And what are the numbers? What's the frequency?
96.7.
96.7. Okay, I don't think I've heard it. Okay, is there anything you'd like to add, Breeze?
I think I covered it hopefully
Oh.
somewhat last time in the review of it, but the previous MOU just set out that the county would agree to give priority to Aspen Public Radio and KDNK, and a secondary priority to Colorado Public Radio's classical format. With this new introduction of the indie format, it doesn't quite fit the original MOU, so we all collectively agreed that it needed to be updated to include KNDH and then just refresh the spirit of the MOU, improve communications between the local stations. So we're all on the same page with new happenings in the local market, as well as keep up with new technologies, new coverages, changes in leadership, what have you. And this new MOU amendment, it still upholds the exact same spirit, and as everything I just said, just refreshes it and acknowledges KNDH and would make the county would give a second priority to KNDH equivalent to they give to KVOV, the other Colorado Public Radio station. So,
Right, and remind me of the frequencies for that.
I believe KVOV is on 90.5.
And then
And
1.0 something too, yeah, up higher too as well.
Yeah, they've got a couple different frequencies on our network that we broadcast them on, but their base frequency, I believe, is 90.5 out of Carbondale.
Got it. Do we see anything changing after, I don't expect this agreement is going to change anything in the way they operate.
Nope.
Or reach out or participate in the community or anything like that. Do you anticipate any changes? Breeze, do you have any insight on that?
No, I would just add how unique and important this agreement is. It does go back over 20 years, and it clarifies the relationship between the public broadcasters in a really important way. It's something many of my colleagues are jealous of, and I just want to reiterate how valuable the translator network is and the fact that the county owns it and maintains it and staffs it. A small station like ours doesn't have the engineering and telecommunications knowledge that the Pitkin County office does, and both Jeff and Drew have been tremendously helpful for me in my first 2 years here, having a knowledge about radio broadcasting and broadcasting infrastructure that's just huge. And then your commitment to owning and maintaining those licenses allows for us to get around and over and between mountain peaks, something radio frequencies don't do without the help of translators. So I really appreciate the work of the county and the legacy that this MOU represents, that it allows for us to reach outside the main core of our residential areas and into other places we have residents that really rely on access to public broadcasting across all our platforms. And so it was great. We've spent 6 months, almost a year, working on revising this MOU after I brought it to the county's attention that CPR was in violation. And I've just really appreciated the response and the camaraderie of all of the leadership to re-sign, including the county, and recommit to this agreement. So thank you.
Great, thank you. Will we be reviewing this anytime soon? When would a review, is this coming back in 5 years or 2 years?
This would be triggered if there was a major change. So if there was a station ownership change, format change, frequency change.
So that's the trigger.
New licenses, yeah.
Great, thank you. Question from Kelly?
Yeah, I'm a little confused. I'm wondering, are we incorporating the 2009 agreement into this agreement, or is it fully replacing?
It's incorporated.
Okay.
So it does uphold the original covenants. It clarifies that out and then just updates specific ones to include KNDH and our commitment to rebroadcast that as well.
Okay, and maybe I've missed it, but what obligations rest with the county if our translator network breaks?
None. They are completely owned by the county. The right to rebroadcast any stations per FCC law is fully up to the county's discretion. So we are not on the hook for any continued service. This is purely a benefit for the stations.
Okay, great, thank you.
Question, Steve?
Not a question, but it's something I should have said at our commissioner comments earlier. Yesterday on KDINK was a special occasion because the man who I understand is the oldest DJ in the United States celebrated his 98th birthday yesterday and then broadcast his show, Art Ackerman.
Oh, that's
I'm
great.
so tickled that I've had the chance to meet him. He's really a neat guy. He has a great show on KDINK. So I just thought I'd put in a plug for Art
All
Ackerman.
right, that's great.
Duly noted and very appropriate.
Is his birthday the same as your granddaughter's?
Apparently so, yeah, yesterday.
It's a special day for
So,
Steve.
Yeah, her first birthday and his 98th birthday.
That's great, that's great. I'm going to reopen this to public comment. Is there anybody here to speak about the public radio authorization of this MOU? I didn't think there was, but I thought I'd better ask. Okay, I'm bringing it back to our board. I'm looking for a motion.
I'll make a motion to approve the resolution of the BOCC authorizing the memorandum of understanding amendment between Pitkin County, Colorado Public Radio, Carbondale Community Access Radio, and Roaring Fork Public Radio.
I'll second.
And I have a second from Patty. Further discussion? Thank you for keeping public radio going and keeping the translators going. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thanks,
Have a
Drew.
good rest of your
Good
meeting.
job.
Stick around, it's gonna be fun.
See you.
Okay. Anybody want to take a 2 or 3 hour break? Okay. All right, we're coming to item number 9 on the agenda, which I think is probably the big attraction here. This is a resolution of the board approving a fleet mix forecast for submission to the FAA as part of the airport layout plan development process. Rich is not here today. I don't believe he's not online. Just confirming that. And so we've got Dan Bartholomew and
Hi, Bill Flock with Jacobson Daniels.
great, thank you. That's our consultant that has been retained by the airport.
Yes, sir.
Great,
And
thank
in
you.
addition to Bill, I believe online we have Brad Jacobson.
And
who's
Brad
also-
Jacobson's online. Okay,
There he
thank
is.
you. Hi, Brad, welcome. Okay,
Thanks.
take it away, Dan.
So Dan Bartholomew, Airport Director, and as you mentioned, you're stuck with me instead of Rich. I apologize for that at the get-go. So today we're bringing to you and seeking your direction to submit the updated forecast and fleet mix for the Aspen-Picton County Airport to the FAA, which is part of an updated airport layout plan project. Just to give you a little background and context into this, this process results from an 18-month community visioning process where the board codified resolution 20.
Oh, wait, Dan, I think we have people who can't hear.
You have to speak up.
Is there anything that, maybe the other mic?
That
That one won't
change
do it. One of them does it.
That one seems to broadcast within the room.
Is that better? Yep.
Is that one working?
Is that better?
I just want to make sure people can hear. So
Okay, absolutely.
we've been working on fixing that issue, and I want to make sure it's good. So how, can you hear in the back is the question.
Is this better?
Say something.
Is that better? I don't.
Unfortunately, he's
I don't
facing
think I
us.
can talk that loud and face this way, but
Okay, I'm going to ask, John just left the room, but I'd like to just, if our guy can come and, they had it sorted out, so we had sound in the back of the room last time.
Our guy,
Handheld microphones.
Was
Yeah,
that
that
For
handheld
likes.
microphone.
I can.
Let's go ahead.
I can
Looks
try
like
to talk.
Andorra is on the topic here. Thanks, Andorra is coming to the rescue for this. Thank you.
do we have a,
Okay, let's try that. Sorry about that.
do we have a stand? We don't have a stand.
Okay, let's try that one.
Is that better?
Can you all
Okay.
hear it now? Okay, we can hear. Thank you.
Sorry, Dan.
Oh, no, it's okay. No problem.
Okay, thank you.
So just as from context and background to this, this results from the 18-month community visioning process, which was codified in Resolution 105-2020 to implement the 15 Common Ground recommendations that came out of that process. An updated airport layout plan is the only way to implement and apply many of the items in that resolution, including it onto an updated airport layout plan. One of those components is this updated fleet mix and forecast that we're talking about today. I think it's important to know that the current airport layout plan depicts the current runway shift of 80 feet to the west. And that project has also been approved through a formal federal environmental process. Without an improved and updated airport layout plan and environmental process, the current runway shift remains the FAA's approved plan forward. So that's what we're currently, as far as the FAA is concerned, the updated ALP does not exist at this point. What we have signed and is approved with the FAA right now is what is our ALP, and that is what is eligible for federal funding, and that is the only project they see right now is what is codified on that ALP document.
Can you
That's important to note.
Can, just while you're noting that,
Sure.
comment on the EA that's been submitted with that as well, and the time frame for action or activity, if that was the plan.
So typically an EAA is good for 3 to 5 years. We're beyond or approaching beyond that lifespan of it. However, items that were already approved on a full environmental assessment, such as they were on this, in particular the runway shift, those can usually be reevaluated. It's called a written reeval with the FAA, and that could be pushed into pretty quick. Other items on there may fall under that same purview. Now, moving the taxiway, which the new ALP is looking to do with the update, depending on how much of a difference that project is from the runway shift that was previously on the environmental assessment, that may require a brand new EA, that may require a written reevaluation. That's something we're going to be looking into as part of this airport layout plan project as well.
And then the time frame on that?
It varies. Written reevaluation can go fairly quickly, 6 months. roughly. New EA can be 18 months to 2 years. It depends.
Okay.
And it all depends on the bandwidth of the FAA at that particular moment.
Got it. Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Keep going.
Okay. From a budgetary standpoint, the project on the ALP and the removal of the modification standards, hence the updated ALP, are required. We are required to agree to do those items. Otherwise, we are relegated to our annual entitlement funds only, $2.4 million. As you saw in the other 3 items we brought before this body this morning, those annual Band-Aid, if you will, pavement maintenance items cost excessively more than $2.4 million a year. We're talking $4, $5, $6+ million. Who knows what's going to be next year? So we'll have to make some difficult decisions next year moving forward on what do we repair, what do we not repair. What we do not repair, those items will continue to age, deteriorate, and that'll lead to more expensive repairs down the road and longer closure times. That's just sort of what we're looking at right now. Going into the forecast, and I'll just briefly go over this, and Bill and Brad can go into this in more detail if you would like. The draft passenger employment forecast, we're looking at 1.3 annual growth rate. Okay, I think it's important to put that in a little context. 1.3 annual growth rate compared to the 0.8 that was agreed to in the common ground recommendations. After 20 years, is an additional 5.5 individuals a day at this airport. Okay, so about an additional slightly over 2,000 passengers a year after 20 years. Okay, on year 20, so to speak, on this. So to put that into context, an additional 5.5 people a day from 0.8 to 1.3 is relatively minimal. I would say we'd probably agree on that. Jackie Francis even mentioned at the first reading on June 28th that some of the common ground items, such as the forecast number and the fleet mix, were aspirational. Okay, we worked very hard, both staff and our consultant, with the FAA, trying to get them to the number that we're bringing to you today, and the critical aircraft we're bringing to you today. They would have looked forward to a higher employment forecast and perhaps a more egregious critical design aircraft. Okay, and that's based on past documents that the airport has had, such as the environmental assessment shows more egregious aircraft. Okay, such as the master plan shows more egregious aircraft. Both those show higher growth rates for employments. So it took a lot of work on staff and the consultant's part to get them down to what we consider maybe a happy medium in this case. Okay, and I think the other item to keep that is important here is these are just planning tools. These are not oracles. Okay, whether we say something is going to be a 1.3% growth rate, 2% growth rate, negative 5% growth rate, that doesn't mean those are going to happen. What's going to happen is going to happen organically. Okay, so what we submit is just a planning tool at this point. Okay, as far as the critical design aircraft, this process has, and the FAA is pushing for the Airbus A220-300 series. The common ground recommendations listed the Airbus A220-100 series aircraft as the critical design aircraft. You know, these aircraft are very similar. Overall, the 300 is a slightly stretched model from the 100 series, so it carries additional passengers, but that stretch model and additional passengers equal more weight. Okay, the 300 series pushes the design standards into a 150-foot wide runway as opposed to a 100-foot wide runway. However, the common ground recommendations already have a 150-foot wide runway written into it. Okay, and just because we build a runway to a certain strength or a certain width does not mean heavier and larger aircraft cannot land here. Okay, they're just not considered the critical aircraft. We're not designing for them. So if they do land here and operate here, that means more wear and tear on our runway, on our pavement, means more maintenance, means more downtime, because they're hitting that pavement harder and destroying that pavement over time versus something we don't design for. Okay, so those are important aspects when it comes to funding and how we design the airport moving forward.
Can I ask a question on
Yes,
that?
sir.
Just as an extreme example, what I think I heard you saying is that it's critical, meaning 500 or more operations in a year. Is that correct?
Landings and or takeoffs.
So a massive aircraft could land here. If it could fit, you could land a C-130 full of well, maybe not, but something really big, and as an anomaly. If it had to land here, it could. Is that what
that's exactly what I'm saying, yes. So, you know, outside a 95-foot wingspan restriction that we currently have, once we get rid of that modification standard, which the FAA is pushing us, very hard to do, you know, certainly a larger aircraft, you know, nothing like, you know, C-130, perhaps, not a C-5 Galaxy or something like that. I mean, there is limits to what could or could not operate in here from both a weight and a wingspan standpoint. But anything, you know, but there are aircraft well beyond the A220-300 that could operate in and out here and not impact our runway strength from a limited number of operations.
Right.
But if they happen more and more, yes, that'd be a problem.
Can I, oh, sorry.
I'm going
Just real quick,
sorry.
Just real quick to add on to that, it's just not a matter of getting in here, it's a matter of getting out of here.
Yeah, that tends to be a problem. We tend to back up a little bit when they can get in but can't get out, yes. So yes, they both have to get in and get out. And this is based on maximum takeoff weight.
Right.
So this is based on the aircraft being able to get out of here as well.
Yeah, and safety factors.
And safety factors. Oh, there are a number of variables that go into this.
Thank you. Sorry, Kelly.
Kelly.
Yeah, so two questions. What does that look like now? I guess I don't understand, like, what airplanes are landing here that don't fit the runway criteria, et cetera, that exist currently?
Nothing is landing here now that does not fit the wingspan restriction criteria to come in here.
Okay, so then why would we expect that to happen with a different runway configuration?
Because newer, cleaner, quieter aircraft are typically larger these days. There was a time when the airlines were going more towards regional aircraft. That is reversed. Fewer flight, you have a larger aircraft, you can carry more people, less flight crews. They're more efficient from a fuel standpoint. They're cleaner, they're quieter. So the community impacts are less typically.
I'm just saying, if we had a 100-foot or 150-foot runway, like, why would we expect planes bigger than the 100-foot or 150 feet to land here?
Oh, I wouldn't expect them.
Okay, they just could.
They
in
could.
A theoretical.
And this is just a design and planning tool. It's not a build it and they will come. This is just the FAA, if they're going to make an investment in a runway or pavement, they need to make sure it is built to withstand possible future scenarios from a planning standpoint only.
Sure, no, I get that.
Okay.
And check my understanding, because one of the major points of understanding that I think was different from the vision committee process to now is that the Airbus 220-100 could be accommodated with a 100-foot runway. I believe we were operating under the belief that it had to be, that airplane had to be a 150-foot runway. And so, you know, but so that information is different, that we know now from what we knew then, correct?
Understood.
Okay,
Yep.
okay. I wanted to check that understanding. Thank you.
Absolutely. And then the last item, as far as the aircraft goes, in order to meet some of the other common ground recommendations, such as a reduction in emissions and noise, some of these newer, cleaner, quieter aircraft, which just happen to be slightly larger, are going to be required to meet those goals. Okay. So moving forward with this fleet mix and forecast is allowing us to meet some of those common ground recommendations, which otherwise we'd be unable to meet. So per your direction at our June 28th meeting, you asked us to reach back out to the FAA to have a discussion with them on, is there anything we could do besides what we're looking forward in this draft? They were very consistent in their message on this. They have been clear, and they said they will not accept anything less than at a minimum of 1.3% growth rate, and the Airbus A220-300 series aircraft is the design aircraft. And just to quote John Bauer from that meeting, he said, "The county can go ahead and submit a lesser forecast and fleet mix, so we can reject it." That was a quote from him. In paraphrasing, anything less, they will reject. Okay. From a budgetary impact standpoint, and we've kind of gone into this a little bit, but again, we're relegated to entitlement funds, $2.4 million a year, without making the modification of standards or removing that 95-foot wingspan restriction that we currently have and going to full Group 3. That means, again, as I mentioned, we're going to have to make some difficult decisions on pavement moving forward. And we're going to have our engineers starting looking into that this fall when we start planning for our 2024 pavement work. We also are anticipating having the FAA be a partner with us in a new commercial passenger terminal. That is on hold for the most part until we can figure this out and we can make the FAA a partner in that funding. We're talking significant amounts of funding. I mean, I've heard some interesting theories on other ways we could pay for that. I'd say those are speculative at best right now. So really, we're currently just limping along that terminal. There are some $1 million improvements we probably need to make from a maintenance standpoint to that terminal building, HVAC, for example, that we're just limping along with right now, that we're always on the cusp of worrying about if we're going to be putting a lot of money into a terminal that we're going to hopefully replace in the next several to 5 years. Okay? So based on that discussion, staff and the consultants' efforts to meet Resolution 105-2020, we seek your concurrence to submit the existing forecast in its draft form to the FAA for their concurrence. I also have Bill here, and Brad is online. If you guys want to correct anything I said, or more or less add any discussion to this.
Any comments from Brad or Bill?
No, I thought it was a great summary, and we're here to...
You can hold your own mic.
Thank you. No, I thought it was an excellent summary, and we're here to provide support and answer any questions you may have. We had our prior presentation with us, but if you wanted to go through that again, but otherwise, no, I thought Dan's summary was right on point.
Great, thank you. Brad, I don't see your hand up, but I just want to check with you. Are you?
No, I'm all set. We're here to answer
Got
the
it.
questions.
Yes.
and
Okay.
Discussion.
I'm going to questions from the board to start.
Yeah, I have several questions. One, are there other airports across the country that have modification of standards which the FAA is requiring them to make changes to their airfield to make it fully compliant?
Mm-hmm. Yes, sir. There are. Sun Valley would be one of them, and we've checked with the FAA on that as well. Why should we have to do it if they're not doing it currently? And the FAA has been very clear, they're saying they're next. So because based on funding and based on some other things, they're going in line of when those restrictions were allowed at various facilities, and they're taking those and chipping away at them as they go along. The FAA's mission for the last decade or so is to remove any modification of standard in airfield that can be removed. And that mission, one of those things in the mission is our taxiway runway separation. So Sun Valley's next, and there are some other ones. I think Birmingham might be another one that also is on the list.
Okay, so this is a policy thing of the FAA to, across the board, to try to make corrections that more airports than just ours. They're not singling us out in any fashion.
The difference is most airports meet those standards and don't have modification. We're an outlier, along with a couple other airports that do not. But standards equal safety, and that's what the FAA's mission is.
Okay. Next question. I presume you've been talking back and forth with the FAA in doing our fleet mix forecast and our proposed ALP. And have we gotten a lot of feedback from them? Are they like co-authors of the report our report we're looking at today?
No, I wouldn't say they're co-authors. The part where you could say they're a co-author is there's a list of processes and standards and how we do a fleet mix and forecast that we have to adhere to. So from that standpoint, there's a template a little bit. So they're co-authors in that. When we were able to query them, so this is where the direction we'd like to go. This is where the community'd like to go. This is where our board would like to go. What are your thoughts on that? And most of the time they were like, we're not on board with that. And they would give us rationales why. They don't just say no. They tell us why. And some of those reasons why are grant assurances.
So for instance, the 0.8 growth rate, we floated that idea to them and they said they would not accept that. They would prefer the 2 point whatever, but they would accept the 1.3. So we have that kind of feedback from them at this point.
Yes, and originally they wanted something higher. We were able to push back and say, look, this is what some of the data is showing. This is a planning tool, et cetera, et cetera. Can we land on 1.3 or thereabouts? And they're like, we'll probably be fine with that, but we're not going to allow you to go any lower. So they've been very clear on that one.
Okay, and I have one more question, and we haven't really, nobody's talked about it, but we do have one other option out there that nobody has brought up. We could request to the FAA that we be made a Airplane Design Group 2 airport, which would be taking a step back. We'd be going to smaller planes and probably shuttling people back and forth to DIA to get on bigger planes is in effect what would be happening. But could you address that a little bit? What would that mean if we decided we didn't? So many people have asked that we don't have bigger planes coming in. And the way I read it, the only other option we would have would be to go to Design Group 2 if we didn't want bigger airplanes.
Sure.
Or bigger meaning with a wider wingspan.
Sure.
Yeah.
So there's a couple avenues with that one. Right now, we are a Group 3 airport, as you alluded. The FAA is not in the business, or even something they would probably even entertain doing, is moving backwards. There is also a fair amount of infrastructure funds that have already been spent by the FAA in the form of grants to bring us to where we are now. Some of that would probably have to be paid back to them. The other thing is we may end up becoming a GA only, a general aviation only airport. Once there is not an available future commercial service aircraft to fit into that niche, that's it. And we will probably not receive the funding. Once we go back, if we lose commercial service, good luck getting it back.
Okay, thank you.
Sure. I hope that answers.
No,
it's a tricky one.
I thought we should put that issue on the table because that is an option and that this community could decide that's what we wanted to do.
Sure.
And I wanted the public to know what the reality of that would be.
And Brad or Bill might be able to answer a little better. I know of no Group 2 aircraft that's currently being manufactured at this point for commercial service. I don't know, Brad or Bill.
Yeah, you're correct, Dan. It would eliminate commercial service. The FAA, the grants that you've already accepted for the last 20 years would be in jeopardy, as well as the land acquisition grants go on in perpetuity. It would be a very difficult task to accomplish.
Could I just tag on to that, just so we understand what a Design Group 2 aircraft looks like? Passenger size, weight, characteristics of, I'm assuming Design Group 2 commercial aircraft do exist now, whether or not they're being built. What do they look like, and what is the lifespan?
I'll maybe let Bill answer that. He's probably a little more versed in that.
Yeah, well, the aircraft design codes are based on two parameters. One is their approach speed. That's where the D or the C comes from, or the A or the B, and the other is the wingspan. So right now, I believe a Group 2 wingspan would be a maximum of 79 feet. So that would exclude, I believe that would exclude the Embraer 175. I think the CRJ 700 would fit under that, but that would be the only remaining commercial service aircraft that would. So and also a number of your larger general aviation aircraft, the larger Gulfstream aircrafts would also exceed that limit, the 79-foot wingspan limit. So it would be a much smaller class of aircraft.
Okay, thanks.
And it's probably important to note the FAA would also see that as an artificial access restriction, and that could seriously impact our funding again.
Got it. Kelly has a question.
Yeah, I guess I have two. What is the process that the ALP
goes through? Like, who ultimately signs off on that?
So two bodies sign off on that, the airport sponsor, which is you all, and the FAA. Now, with the FAA concurrence, it's not just the Denver ADO. It moves up through various lines of business. FSDO, Flight Standards District Office, it looks at all the safety. Air traffic control, that looks at the operability. The Denver ADO that looks at the design of the airfield and existing and future conditions. So it goes up through various lines of the FAA for that approval. But then they sign it, you all sign it, and then it opens up for, and it's considered a conditional approval. Conditional on other aspects, conditional on funding, conditional on environmental assessment, other things such as that. So it's a one step of many steps.
So who ultimately signs it? Who's the highest up at the FAA that signs our ALP?
FAA headquarters signs it.
In Washington,
Mm-hmm.
like the
or
director
they
of the-
give the proxy to the Denver ADO to sign it.
Mhm.
Somebody in the FAA is given that proxy to sign that.
Okay, and we haven't implemented our ALP on, that's on file because frankly we haven't funded it.
I'm sorry, I'm not sure I understand
So
your
like
question.
we have an ALP on file for
Mhm.
Pickens County, for the Aspen-Pickens County Airport, and it's the conditions that you're talking about. We haven't fulfilled those conditions.
We haven't fulfilled I wouldn't say we haven't fulfilled the conditions. I think the FAA was poised to move forward with that ALP. As far as the conditions there, that's when we backed up and said, let's go through the visioning process.
Mhm.
And so the FAA was poised to move forward with the runway shift.
Mhm.
And we came back with a taxiway shift through the community. And now we're trying to get the FAA to approve the taxiway shift versus the runway shift.
So is the 22300 the critical aircraft in the 2018 ALP?
I don't recall what the critical aircraft was in the 20. There was a number of critical aircraft. I think they had a 737 as a critical aircraft, an A319 Neo in there, and there were a couple other aircraft. So they were more egregious aircraft.
How can you talk about that? Because I don't understand aircraft design. I don't
Oh,
know
sure.
that much.
And how are you using
Like, how do they
egregious
compare?
here? Egregious.
Well, egregious is they're larger, they're potentially noisier. The A319 is an older aircraft model. It's going to be a noisier aircraft. So 737, typical commercial service is probably the most abundant commercial service aircraft out there. The A319 is very similar to the 737. They're not. It's sort of the Airbus's response to the 737 is really what I'd say it is.
So how does that compare to the 220, or the 22300? Will they all get to use this?
They all potentially.
The same airport that the 300 uses?
They potentially could. They're a Group 3 aircraft, so yes. Now, this goes back to Patty's question. Could that aircraft physically operate in here? High density altitude, runway length, wing conditions. Does it make economic sense for the airline? All of those things are big what ifs on that. I think it might be a little hard pressed for a 737 or anything. I think it'd be hard, and Brad, I believe, said this previously, that even the A220-300 may be a little hard pressed to operate in and out of here. Even though so again, this goes back to, this is a design tool to make sure the FAA is funding the airport of the next 20 years, and they don't accidentally undersize the airport, have to go back, rip things up, and resize it 10 years down the road. So that it's just a planning tool. The A220-100 is a more viable aircraft for this.
So why then, help me, why did you guys recommend the 22300 as opposed to the 737 or the?
Again, because it's
the
closer,
19?
because it's closer to what was agreed upon in the common ground recommendations. It is as close as we could get the FAA to the common ground recommendations. That's why.
Thank you.
Francie has her hand up. Hi, Francie, welcome.
Thanks, Greg.
I can hear you.
Thank
Great.
you, gentlemen, for your presentation. Dan, that was really concise and very informative, and I really appreciated how on point it was. I wanted to ask you about the timing. So if we were to pass this fleet mix forecast today, it would go back to the AAB, and they would continue on their ALP path of 150-foot runway and other things that would be in that ALP. And so that would take a certain amount of time, and then, I know you explained this 2 weeks ago, but if you wouldn't mind doing it again. And then how long after the FAA receives a new ALP might it take for them to approve or disapprove it?
Sure. So being able to move forward with the ALP project, we need to get an understanding of how many passengers, meaning the forecast for employment, and the type of aircraft that would be planned for in that ALP, so that we could develop, or I should say more, our consultant can develop future scenarios for what the airport would look like. And then those scenarios would run through the Airport Advisory Board and potentially this group in a public forum as well. So we could get those onto an airport layout plan and submit that to the ALP. We're probably,
Submit that to the
that's,
FAA.
we're, pardon me?
Submit that to the FAA.
To submit to the FAA. We're probably looking at, I'm guessing, somewhere in if all things go correctly from here forward, we're looking at late first quarter, early second quarter before we'd be able to submit that. Is that correct, Brad?
Of what year?
Of next year, sorry. I'm sorry.
That's correct.
And then how long with the FAA?
That's the big question. You know, I've seen ALPs take as little as 3 months for approval, but I've heard background noise that some airports are taking up to 18 months for approval right now because of the backlog with the FAA. So I know it's a big window, I'm sorry, but.
Backlogs are our way of life right now, and now imagine if UPS goes on strike. That would really be great.
True.
Okay, thank you so much, and I'll wait till after we hear from the public to make any comments.
Great, thanks, Francie. And your hand is still up on your screen if you might want to, otherwise I'll keep calling on you. Thanks. Okay, Patty.
So clarification, past history, John, help me, everybody help me. In the past, since I've done ALPs prior, the Board of County Commissioners, the forecast was not brought specifically to the BOCC for approval or whatever, because it's part of the ALP. So we opened that up this time because of public concerns and comments that the BOCC wanted to and needs to hear. So my question is, the resolution as currently written says it's a Board of County Commissioners approving the fleet mix forecast for submission to the FAA as part of the airport layout plan development process. When in fact, my position is that we are not approving the forecast, we are approving the submission of it as part of the ALP. And again, for me, it's just the first incremental step in moving into an ALP process that we have to make. A forecast has to be part of the ALP process. And at any time, even after we submit a new ALP, we can pull it back, or we can say no during the ALP process if new information comes our way. This, to me, is just a step to move us to the next step of many more steps. So I want the community to be reassured that what the board decides today, if the board was to decide to move the forecast into the ALP process, it is not the end all. This does not commit us to anything really at this point. It only allows us to take the next steps, to continue to listen to the public, to continue to gather more information, to continue to answer more questions, and to continue to see what technology and the future may bring to us. But for me, if we stop the process, if the board was to determine after public comment and discussion to not move this forecast forward, we will be living with a previous ALP, which I don't believe is in the best interest of the community because it doesn't take into consideration what we've heard through the visioning process and the community process, which is we want a clean and green and best technology airport. And I would hate for us to have to live with something that doesn't allow us to do that. So that is my concern and my clarification that we may need to, I'm not sure what the exact title is of the resolution before us, but we may need to discuss that, and I'm not sure legally if we have to move it to another meeting if we alter the title of the resolution. So I'm giving Laura direction to look into that for further discussion, but thank you.
Kelly.
Yeah, I just have some more questions. because I don't fully understand our role in all of this, to be totally honest. And I wasn't part of the last process in all of this. So, okay, we'll just say I'm just thinking about the 2018 ALP. That's what's on the books. What forces us to implement that? What decision points are there that we have control over related to the implementation of, any ALP on the books, frankly?
You know, I think the biggest one is funding right now, sitting out there. If something happens to our pavement that costs more than $2.4 million a year, the FAA could say, we're going to force you to repair that pavement. We're going to give you money to do that, but you're going to apply what was agreed upon in the 2018 or 2016, I believe it is, ALP and the EA that was associated with that, and move forward.
So they're just going to take eminent domain over that, over the runway.
It'd be that or close the airport if it's
Mm-hmm.
unsafe.
Right. Okay. What other points of decision-making do we?
I guess the other clarification I'd have is it was an action of a previous board, but was an action of the county, to approve that previous airport layout plan for submission to the FAA, which is making a, statement that was
sure.
the desired plan. That's what the FAA has on the books and what the CIP, their capital improvement plan, would be geared towards. So I just wanted to add that clarification before going into the next question, which I hope Dan remembers.
I didn't ask my second question.
Oh, okay.
yet,
I thought
so.
you were doing your second question. Good.
Unless you've gotten very good at mind
those
reading.
days.
Okay. And I think this is for Brad or Bill. I guess I want to understand, I always go back to the GA, just given that it's 75% to 80+% of the operations at the airport. It's important to always keep that activity in mind. How does the current ALP on file compared to the critical aircraft being proposed here create conditions for different types of private aircraft to come? And I don't know if I'm saying that clearly. So the 747, what are the equivalent private planes that would land under the 2018 ALP versus what would land under the critical aircraft of the 22300?
Sure. So just to make sure I understand your question, so do you mean if the 2018 ALP was implemented? If
Right.
say we had a runway failure, the FAA came in and said,
yes,
move forward. Actually, in the 2018 ALP, the critical aircraft, or the most demanding aircraft, again, that was projected with 500 or more operations, I believe was the 737 MAX aircraft. That's an aircraft that isn't flying yet. It's under certification review with the FAA. There are not many of them on order with U.S. fleets. In fact, the only ones that I'm aware of is Southwest Airlines. It's a significantly larger aircraft than the Airbus A220-300. It weighs in probably, I think it's around, I think its landed weight is at least 158,000 pounds, but it's larger, and it could carry, I think, up to about 158 passengers. So it's a next step up in aircraft size. So that was the design aircraft for in the 2018. And as Dan mentioned, the Airbus A319 was included in that as well. But there's only one derivative of that can operate here in Aspen, and that's operated currently by American only. And it's a very old aircraft, so it'll likely be phased out of American's fleet by the time a new runway could possibly open. So that would be the critical design aircraft under the 2018. With our new ALP, or the one that's proposed, being developed, obviously it's the Airbus A220-300.
I'm just wondering, so what are the private planes that would come in under the 2018? What does that aircraft scenario look like versus under a critical aircraft scenario of the 300?
Sure. Well, some of the larger general aviation aircraft that are under development right now, the Gulfstreams, the Dassaults, the Bombardiers, many of the new ones have wingspans above 95 feet. So they wouldn't be able to come in until you expanded the runway to begin with. But I think the largest of those airplanes are about 110-foot wingspan. There is the possibility of, what they call the Airbus business jet or the Boeing business jet. The Boeing business jet is, the new models anyway, are currently based on the 787 MAX 7 base aircraft. So it's quite a large aircraft, but there are few of them, on order or in. Well, actually, they're not flying yet either because the MAX 7 itself is still in certification review with the FAA. But I think under both scenarios, the 2018 and the proposed ALP, all of those larger general aviation aircraft could fly in once the 95-foot runway restriction was lifted.
To 150?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
None of them are of that wingspan of 150, but.
I've got one more question.
Sorry, I had one more, and I
Go on.
just,
Yeah,
oh,
we'll
and
let Kelly finish.
thank you, last thought on this. Just clarify something for me, please, in the fleet mix, because, and I could have just not read this correctly, so I'm looking for your clarification. I was of the understanding that we're not to submit aircraft that are not yet in design, right? But I feel like when I read the general aviation aircraft, there was a whole list of airplanes under design in that list. And so I'm confused about what the distinctions and requirements are there in that report.
Sure. Well, a lot of that was based on the level of certification that the aircraft have already achieved.
Okay.
The FAA has, in summary, a three-step certification process. They have a type certification, a production certification, and then an airworthiness certification. So if an aircraft has qualified for one of those type certifications, which all of the aircraft that we've discussed here, the 737 MAX, the larger general aviation aircraft, the business jets that we included in the forecast, those have all achieved a acceptable level of certification. The aircraft that we excluded, and this was specifically because the FAA told us to exclude them, were some of the electric vertical and takeoff landing aircraft that are in the news every day now, becoming very close to flying. But they're still at kind of an experimental stage. The FAA is still working on how they're going to operate those aircraft and what the rules and regulations for those are going to be. And then the larger aircraft, the hydrogen-powered or the hybrid electric-powered aircraft, the FAA still feels that they're just they're too far in the developmental process, or too far back in the developmental process to include in the current fleet mix.
Okay, and that's a requirement that's happening nationwide in these reports. It's not like the Denver ADO isn't saying don't include this stuff. This is happening broadly.
Yes, it is. I mean, you can, you could include something like that in the report. I mean, as a future vision of the airport or something like that. But in terms of an ALP fleet mix that the FAA approved, they would not allow it at this point.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Now, it's possible in a couple of years, the aircraft will be at a further stage of development, and that may change, especially for the smaller electric vertical and takeoff landing.
Okay. And then as far as the process goes, does the ALP sort of ever go back and revise these things? Like, do we ever say, okay, well, we're 2 years into the ALP, but we've learned new information, so we would update
our fleet mix inventory with this ALP accordingly.
Kelly, are you talking about after the approval of, let's say, of the approval of a new ALP? And
No,
then
not necessarily. I'm just saying, like, as we're moving through the process of the,
Sure.
like, okay.
You can go back and revise things. And even an approved ALP is a living document, and that's why we're doing the update. Because what was agreed upon in 2016 isn't what's happening now. So that can always be changed, yes.
Okay, thanks. I appreciate it. I think I'm done. Thank you.
Okay, for now.
Yeah.
For now.
For now.
Okay, I'm
I
coming
was
back
going
to
to tag
Steve.
on to Kelly.
No.
So just another point of clarification. I know with commercial, you can have a big plane, but to get commercially certified to come into our airport, you have to show you can get out of here or you can, with one engine, full payload. How does that apply to GA? Or does it?
The rules are not as strict on that. But yeah, the commercial operators are required to show that a one-engine operative go-around bulk procedure or even a departure procedure is viable, absolutely. Yeah, the GA operates under a different set of operating rules, so they're not as strict. However, the aircraft certification, I believe, overall, the aircraft still needs to function. But whether it needs to function in the Aspen environment, that's a one-off. So that's up to the aircraft operator to decide on a GA standpoint.
So my wishful thinking would be that based on the 1993 GAO report on hazards of GA flying in mountainous areas, we'd be able to stress the fact that we want GA to have to be able to get into our airport safely and get out of our airport safely, not just fit on our airport. So that would be a hope for me in the future. Just because there's a bigger jet out there doesn't and it would fit, doesn't necessarily, at least for me, mean that it should be flying in and out of here.
Absolutely.
I just want to make that clear.
Okay, Steve.
Thank you.
So one more question, and I don't recall the exact term, but there's the union rules having to do with certain pilots can only fly planes under a certain number of passengers. If they're flying a larger plane with more passengers, they get paid more by the airline. So I'm thinking that the whole fleet mix thing might be the availability of flight crews in the different categories could affect what aircraft the airlines actually decide to fly here. And does that calculation come into our air fleet mix in this report?
Okay. I believe what you're referring to is called a scope clause with the unions, and they're working with the airlines of what aircraft certain pilots will fly in here. I wouldn't say it directly impacts. That's more of a business decision outside of the ALP. The ALP is looking more technically and design. So from an engineering standpoint, when it comes to what aircraft will or will fly out here from a business decision standpoint, that's where the scope clause comes in. So it's not a factor in the fleet mix.
But it could affect, for instance, if the Airbus 220-300, if the airline's not going to fly it in here because of the scope clause, and yet we're saying there could be 500 flights a year, but in reality, the airlines wouldn't fly any because of the scope clause.
No,
that would affect the air fleet mix.
You're absolutely correct. Although, again, that's a business decision. And unfortunately, airlines make business decisions on a day-to-day basis rather than a 20-year forecast. And from a design standpoint for an airfield, we're having to look, 5, 10, 20 years ahead. So, yeah, it can't really be counted, but you're absolutely right. It is a factor in what actually happens versus what is planned to happen. Sure. Yep.
So even though we predict our critical aircraft thing might never fly in here because of airline business decisions.
True. But there is also a difference between right now we have, let's say, SkyWest flies in here. They're not a mainline carrier. So Delta, United, American, or some other one could decide not to use SkyWest to bring people in and out of here and to fly one of their own aircraft to do it instead. So that may circumvent the scope clause issue.
Okay, thank you.
Is that it?
Yeah.
Okay, I just want to clarify a couple of things, pardon if I'm redundant. I hear a lot about timelines. What we're talking about is an airport that we're going to have 10, 12, 15 years in the future, is my guess. Maybe there's a fast track, I'm not sure, but it sounds like design, construction, approvals could be 3 to 5 years, and then it's another 5 to 7 to construct. So we're trying to forecast what we're going to need and what we're going to have and what the market is going to look like in a decade at least, is my feeling. And so it's all forecast. So it's pretty hard to nail things down, but I'd love to see what a pro forma would look like for airport runway maintenance anticipated as we look at our deteriorating runway. How do we look at the acceleration of the decay and the need for more maintenance and the expense? It's something I would certainly like to see. I guess the most important question I have for today is, well, there's two. One is, earlier, I think today you told us, or maybe just told me, that the fleet mix forecast isn't even something the FAA is looking for from us. This is our own requirement on ourselves. Is that correct?
No, they require a fleet mix and forecast as part of the ALP process or the project. They don't require this board to approve that forecast and fleet mix to bring forward to the FAA.
So an approval from us is not required?
No.
Okay, I'm still trying
That's
to
what
understand.
happened in 2018 and then balked.
The ALP is required to be approved by this board.
Right.
And the
But not-
ALP is required to have a forecast in it.
Exactly. So it's just a component that is a standard operation component of a ALP.
Okay, so regardless of what we do today, we're forecasting 10 years out. What if we change our minds? I think it's come up before. What if we change our minds in 6 months or a year or two and say, something has changed? What is the recourse? Do we have recourse? Are we obligated in some way going forward after today that we wouldn't have been, regardless of how we vote?
No. If new data comes to light, as far as an alteration in a fleet mix or an alteration in a forecast, it would just be more consultant time, more consultant dollars, resources to amend it, and we could send it in. We'd also have to backtrack possibly on some of the design characteristics that we're putting into this ALP, some of the alternatives, if you will. We'd have to redo those as well. But no, there's not a reason why you can't come back prior to submission to the FAA on your ALP.
And you have a really recent example of that, where this board did do that. We had an approved ALP. We had gone through spending both our own airport dollars and grant dollars from the FAA to get through an environmental assessment and FONSI process. And after that, the board said, hey, we would like to consider additional community input and information. And that's what has brought us here today, is going through that process.
Right. So the FAA didn't drop the hatchet and say, sorry, you've got to do the ALP one. We've approved this. We're moving forward.
Well, that has been a difficult discussion, but they are working with us,
Right now,
yes.
we're keeping the hatchet at bay.
Right. Well, so the hatchet is there, and the hatchet could fall. Is what I guess. Sorry to make that analogy. But
Oh, absolutely. But I think the important part about that is we're relegated to our current ALP then.
Right.
So if we don't make a decision to get the common ground recommendations onto that ALP, we're relegated to the existing ALP.
Right. And the whole point of the visioning process was to improve that scenario.
Exactly.
For us.
Oh,
Right.
and Greg, just to answer your question quickly on the pro forma, you said you'd want to see something on the runway. We are putting that together with our engineering consultants to present a report, hopefully sometime in the next month or so, on the future conditions and costs and of that current runway pavement. So we'll get in there for you.
Thank you.
Do you mind if I ask a follow-up question?
You
to
can ask a
something
follow-up
just
question,
brought? I know
please.
I've taken a lot of airtime. I guess I'm wondering, and John, you're probably the person in the room who's most connected to the answer to this question. And anyone in the public who is on the vision committee can also weigh in on this during public comment. But I I'm wondering what FAA's messaging to us related to the 220-100 was. Because, again, I feel like the information that has changed from that process was like, oh, you can have that aircraft on a bigger runway. And now we know we can have that aircraft on a smaller runway. But now we're hearing, but no, you got to have a bigger aircraft on the bigger, like we want you to keep the bigger runway size and we're going to change the aircraft that fits that, as opposed to having watched our whole 2-year process and knowing we were talking about the 100, the information about the size of the runway for that is what has changed. So I just wondered, like, during those conversations that I know they were monitoring, were we getting feedback on that aircraft design?
Well, Dan, if you've gotten feedback, I feel free to share that, but I'll share the lack of conversation we were having during the vision process.
Well, I can tell you, the only feedback we've gotten from the FAA on that is there was a change in the footnote and how they defined a 100-foot runway versus a 150-foot runway. They didn't realize themselves that small footnote and small print at the bottom of a chart took place. They were caught off guard on it too. Mm-hmm. So that might be part of the explanation, that they didn't know it happened, therefore they didn't see it, therefore they didn't report it out. But anything beyond that,
because were we in agreement on that at one point?
We were not. No. The FAA did not engage with us during the visioning process. Frankly, their perspective was that we hadn't approved ALP, we hadn't approved FONSI, and that we should be moving forward, and that their process did not anticipate something like we did with this pretty extensive public engagement process to revisit the ALP after we had gotten it approved. And so at that point, the FAA was not engaged with us or with the Vision Committee or commenting on any of those proposals. So it was never telegraphed from the FAA that they would approve that aircraft. It was really, and frankly, we weren't looking for them to telegraph one way or another. We were trying to understand what was the starting point for our community. I think in the vision process, it was well understood by the Vision Committee that there was still going to have to be these conversations happening with the FAA, and it was likely that there would be some compromises that have to be made.
Okay, thank you.
Great, could I just real quick, really quick,
Sure.
and that was a great question that Kelly brought up at the last meeting, and when Jackie Francis was here, they specifically asked because the visioning committee, their thing was for the 100, but the AAAB moved on this forecast onto us based on their acceptance, not unanimously. It was there were two nay votes, but to move forward with the 300, understanding that FAA pretty much said, don't bother. And that was a concern to us with the FAA saying don't bother, which we would like to be able to change that maybe with congressional law to have a little more local control for a local airport such as ours. So,
Thanks, Patty.
Any other questions before?
Jim and I need a bathroom break.
Well, you're welcome to go anytime.
Well,
why don't we take a break before we start public?
I was.
Perfect.
That's where I was going. Thank
Perfect.
you. No other comments from my board yet. So I'm going to call a break until 2 o'clock.
Did you have more questions?
If I have more questions, I'll bring them up after the break.
Thanks, Greg.
Thank Okay, welcome back, everybody. It's Wednesday, July 12th, and we are in a public meeting on your fleet mix approval forecast for Pitkin County, and we're continuing after a break. We're going to take public comment now. And then I will bring it back for additional commissioner comments and clarifications. I have a list here of people who've signed up to speak. So I need to make a room for them. Where are they going to sit? Over here in the corner, is that it? So the corner chair, first one on my list is Ellen Anderson.
I'd like to go later on in public comments.
Okay, we'll see how long they.
I'd like to be later on.
Okay, next one up on my list is Sarah Pletz.
Where do you want me?
In that corner chair.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
He's here because it's partly the part of the population that needs to be listened to.
Okay, can
Okay.
you tell us your name? And
I'm sorry, yes, hi there. And I got my own timer, I know I'm 3 minutes. So I'm a performer and I'm gonna get really close to that. Okay, so I'm Sarah Pletz. Hi everybody, most of you know me. And some of you others will get to know me. I'm the co-founder of the Sarah Pletz Dance Theater, a 39-year Aspen-based arts and environmental nonprofit. Along with Elizabeth Pepka, who was a donor, and John Denver, a longtime collaborator, we've led nature-based theater, film, Roaring Fork Valley activism for 4 decades. I'm 71, and for most of my life as a working artist, I've received less than minimum wage. We got the car impound lot on the Roaring Fork cleaned up, which got the Aspen Theater tent located. We kept the city planners here from proposed condos going along the river twice. We got the pesticides out of Rio Grande Park. We got the lights turned off by bringing in a scientist for dark skies to create the lighting ordinance. And we started the recycling center, just me and Christine Anderson and dozens of young local artists. We've done more, but please check our website. We also persuaded the Siemens Company in Munich, Germany, one of our backers for our performance, to prepare an electric train bid from Glenwood to here, but it's not in place yet. I'm here for the future to ask you to really think about these decisions on this so-called, what we're calling an airport expansion, because this expansion would impact the entire western slope of Colorado. We are not ready to move forward, and I believe that in your hearts, all 4 of you know, and most of the rest of you, that if this was on the ballot, it would not pass. I feel we have 3 main groups to consider: the longtime residents who built this community with our blood, sweat, and tears, the new residents who choose to come and live here, and our beloved tourists. So I'm going to jump to the latter group. The unmeasured aspect before you is that bigger planes will benefit tourists, but this cannot be correctly evaluated until an extensive regional environmental impact study is completed by a non-biased outside group with an environmental track record. If we allow more fossil fuel traffic over these pristine mountains, over which we have been given guardianship, every inch of that irreplaceable wild land will be impacted. Deer mothers will give birth less. The lions and elk paths will be drastically altered, and the predator balance seriously upset, et cetera, et cetera. And the considerable added fuel pollution, not to mention more deafening sound, will impact. Will tourists come if we have less wildlife, more noise, and more pollution? I'm not sure. We can renew our non-commercial staff and hire ourselves environmentally savvy financial managers to oversee what can be up to $1 billion a year in private charter funds. we can get what we need to do what's best for everyone. Please. Surely we don't intend for an industrial upgrade to become an unnecessary mess for our children to clean up. My last comment is my naval pilot father stayed a test pilot for 18 and a half years beyond the conflict of the 40s. He ran an insurance business that set the risk on the planes. I listened to the creation of aviation history for the first 20 years of my life. But that was the 60s. This is now. And the future is smaller wingspans and different power sources. Hey, Dad, you want to come back and test electric planes?
Thanks, Sarah.
Thank you very much for your consideration.
Okay, we're going to keep moving. I have Tom Mooney here. Is Tom still here? There he is. Okay.
Good afternoon. Tom Mooney here. So, I read what Amory wrote in today's paper, and I support all of his points. His technical analyses are simply the best. So let me get personal and remind you what young Native Americans were told at their initiations from childhood to adulthood. Quote, "On your life journey, you will come to a great chasm. Jump. It is not as wide as you think," unquote. These words were meant to instill courage. If I were your psychologists, I'd prescribe you to watch Harold and Maude for a good dose of courage. Remember Maude saying that, saving that poor tree downtown, she jumped the chasm bravely. To quote Billy Boyle, Boston police detective and nephew of General Eisenhower, this is World War II I'm talking, he got transferred to Ukraine to work with the Soviet Union police and military during World War II. Quote, "In a real investigation, you don't rule out anything. You have ruled out the best option since day one. We need some good stories to save our planet. Imagine Ebenezer Scrooge today flying in his big private jet, spewing pollution and causing problems for the young. If he got visited by 3 ghosts, spirits, the ghost of planet Earth past, the ghost of present-day planet Earth, and the ghost of planet Earth yet to come, I believe he would change to be a better person." Thanks.
Thanks, Tom. Thanks for your comment. I have Bob McLean up here next.
Hello, I'm Bob McLean, a part-time resident down in Basalt, ski instructor here for 17 years. This year, a pilot for 60 years that flies in and out of this area on a regular basis. So what I've heard today, I have no problem with improving the safety of the airport. I'm a pilot enthusiast. However, my worry is that I read nothing about the, let's call it, the peak time problems that we have in this valley with regard to aircraft. If you look at the current infrastructure at the airport, where people get hung up for hours, if not days, when the weather's poor, no restaurants, no hotels, nothing available in a terminal that's entirely too small. And that happens regularly, and I hear it from my ski clients about how awful it was to get in, get out, stuck at the airport. So it's a bigger infrastructure problem than realigning a runway and separating the taxiway from the main runway, in my mind. And if it needs to be jiggered, no problem. The other problem, so these bigger planes bring in bigger payload of passengers who need to be dealt with. That also causes rush hour traffic or peak time traffic on 82, which is already overwhelmed, taxis and Ubers moving in and out, all the transportation issues that surround the airport problem. They're not addressed. So you bring in bigger planes, more passengers at peak times, I think it's a much bigger problem. Also, as the bigger private jets come in and the bigger planes come in, it tends to snuff out the smaller planes that use the airport as it was meant to be used for local purposes. Training, private pilots, Cessna 172s, and the mix of traffic gets to be unmanageable, in my humble opinion, especially on a bad day. As we keep talking about, it's a one-way in, one-way out airport with a mix of traffic that's increasingly complex. The dangers mount astronomically. Air traffic control has a hard time managing this process if you've ever flown in on a bad day. It's the control tower here, but it's Denver Center there, and how many planes can they hold over Redstone waiting to get in, waiting to get out, private planes holding up commercial planes not able to unload, and on and on and on. So I think this airport expansion, wingspan, and all that is not a particularly interesting topic for me. What's the interesting topic is, who are we serving as an airport? Is it strictly more dollars coming into the economy on bigger planes and bigger private planes? Or is it a public resource that's managed properly? And I'm sorry if other people have to drive or take a kayak down the river to get to the ski area. But in general, it's about peak load pricing. It's about the weather. It's about a really complicated approach procedure with a mix of airplanes that gets more and more complex, bringing about more and more potential danger to all involved. Those in the air, but where the airplanes crash, those on the ground. So we do have crashes on occasion. We have people slipping off the runway. We have people landing on occasion thinking that the highway is the airport, which has happened in the past. And we need to consider all the safety aspects on the ground, in the air, pollution, and all the rest. So I think it's a broader problem than can we bring in an A347 or a new private jet and all that. I think it's the mix. It gets more dangerous, it gets more complicated, and it snuffs out the joy of private aircraft flying in here, frankly, for the smaller people.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Tom.
Thank you.
Or Bob, pardon me. Sorry, Bob. Thank you. Bob McLean. Next, I have Amory Levins. Amory?
Thank you. This board, alas, seems poised for a serious error, approving a bogus airport forecast that defies the data and the forecaster's better judgment to take dictation.
Hey, Amory, could you use that other microphone? I'm sorry.
Should I start over?
Well, you can start over. Identify yourself, too,
Thank
again
you.
for me.
Amory Levins. Does that work?
Thank you. That works.
This board, alas, seems poised for a serious error, approving a bogus airport forecast that defies the data and the forecaster's better judgment to take dictation from an FAA official. Kelly's principal vote sought to protect many goals, plus Section 2's environmental goals, drawn from ASE Vision, the foundation of county policy. Surely you wouldn't choose this embarrassment if you didn't fear even more the threat of losing FAA discretionary grants. Might that fear portend an even graver second mistake, giving up FBO control and revenue so those grants become necessary? Then we would depend on an unaccountable private monopoly and an unresponsive federal bureaucracy. Approving this forecast would erode confidence in your stewardship of core community values and add 7 kinds of risk: legal infirmity for you and the FAA, shifting FAA attitudes or personnel, initiative and electoral exposure, violating your basic resolution, and divergent reality forcing you onto an off-ramp after squandering public funds and alienating constituents. I respectfully recommend 2 actions today. First, whatever your forecast choice, please vote to discuss urgently with the public, carefully craft, and ask our congressional delegation to propose an amendment to the FAA reauthorization bill. Time is of the essence. Hearings began in February. The bill was filed a month ago, and FAA funding expires 30 September. Second, as some of you proposed on 27 June, please postpone today's vote and ask the FAA to consider new findings that the forecast growth rate far exceeds what historical evidence justifies, while the low-range forecast they rejected without that evidence does fit the data. Brad, Bill, Rick, and Dan all told you John Bauer is adamant, but they also correctly told the AAB that the FAA simply needs convincing evidence. By law, the FAA must base its decisions on reasoned analysis grounded in evidence. They didn't have correct evidence before. They do now and must consider it. If that restored the correct low projection that needs no bigger planes or new airside, the forecast confirms that you could prudently defer those vexed questions for a decade or two. Meanwhile, time gained for public input on your FBO choices could clarify whether the FAA grants are really needed before you vote on the forecast. Will well-presented new evidence change the FAA's mind? Nobody knows, but it's a testable hypothesis. If you don't test it, your decision will become as dubious as the FAA's, risking delay and uncertainty. You'd have begun a well-meant but ill-advised journey to being remembered for rejecting the better, not bigger airport the community wants and needs, neutering your own power, and buying a costly white elephant. Thank you. May I ask for less than a minute to correct some misinformation you heard earlier?
I'm going to grant you that. Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Gary. It's in response to Steve's first question. Nobody is seeking or expecting a Class 2 downgrade, not the county, not the FAA, not Aspen Flyride, not anybody I've ever heard of. And it has absolutely nothing to do with whether Aspen Airport keeps commercial service. But if it somehow happened tomorrow morning, nothing would change in our commercial service. That's because the CRJ 700s, as Dan correctly said, fit within the 79-foot Class 2 wingspan limit. Bill Flock and the plane's manufacturer have both said that plane could fly for another 20 or 30 years. The forecast includes some to 2042. United and American are happy with theirs. Only Delta, 3% of the market, wants something bigger. So the perennial boogeyman of losing commercial service is unrelated to Class 2 versus 3 with modifications. It's irrelevant to 79 versus 95 versus 118-foot wingspans. It will not happen, and we should stop talking about it. Thank you.
Thank you, Amory. Okay, I have Jim Ward. Jim? Make sure Jim has his microphone.
Still running. What's wrong with it?
Testing 1, 2, 3, 4.
I think it was working. It was
We're gonna have him
working.
use that one, because,
Okay. This one?
yeah.
The battery's blinking.
Oh, that's.
I think
we'll
we have
see how-
another one.
Testing 1, 2, 3.
It's working. Let's go for it. Okay, Jim,
Okay, mine is short and sweet.
give me your name first, Jim.
Number one, I loved what Commissioner Clapper had to say. You know, talking about the scheduling and you're talking about the years it's going to take to do anything. I mean, that'd be alive when it all happens. But I think number one, I really believe that the county needs to do with the private plane operation here what they did with the landfill. They need to get rid of the commercial people or another private company and take over the private operation at the airport. I think that's number one. Number two, I've been going to meetings about the airport for 40 or 50 years, and we've always been talking about when we're going to stop getting bigger. And I think it's time to stop getting bigger because, you know, we have unique things to worry about here, the weather and in the winter and the hot weather in the summer. At this elevation, it reduces a lot the number of people that you can put in those big planes. So it's just one of the serious parts of the problem. Bigger is not always better. And the main thing that I'm concerned about is the effect that it has on the community here. You know, the environment and the health problems, and the noise. You know, and in 1973, I moved 3 miles straight off the end of the runway. You know, 95% of the planes that come in here come right over my house. I get the shadow every once in a while when the sun is right, you know. And I'm not complaining about that, but I know that bigger is not better, and I think that the town needs control. And if they're going to build a lumberyard buildings that's about 1 football field length, or maybe 2, from all the planes that are sitting there waiting to get on the air, and with the traditional wind direction, they're just going to be, that's a whole another issue. But anyway, it's an environmental thing for the planes to be here, and it's time to move to a lowered elevation.
Thanks, Jim.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks,
Thank
Jim.
you for commenting. Okay, we're going to keep moving. I've got Barry Vaughn here.
Good afternoon, Barry Vaughn. A couple short comments. One is, it'll be nice when the county is told that it is free to discuss roughly the amount of revenue that can be expected under a new FBO contract, so that the assumptions that are being made, the gratuitous assumptions being made about how large the delta is between the money that would come in through a county-operated FBO as compared with under an FBO leasehold, so that those assumptions that there'd be so much more money coming in if the county were to operate it, so that those can be dispelled, so that the public isn't operating under a false assumption, which I believe they're doing now, that there'd be so much more money available to the county by running its own FBO. That, I believe, is false, and it'd be nice when you can show that to be false. That's number one. Number two is, while we've been discussing the airport during this latest chapter, just the last 3 or 4 years, not the last 40 or 50 years, Gunnison County has designed, funded, built, and is now operating a new terminal. Eagle's got a new terminal. We're not leading. We're not even keeping up. We need to catch up, and we need to move forward. Whether the wordplay of approving this for submission as opposed to approving the submission of it, I think that would be harmless as long as it doesn't delay today's vote. But at the end of the day, we can move forward on this thing, and there's going to be ample opportunity for further public discussion, exhausting public discussion as we move forward with this process. There is one fiscally prudent avenue for this board, I believe, to follow today, which is to approve going forward with the FAA with the submission of this fleet mix study and this selection of critical design aircraft, present and future, so that we can move forward with this process and not lose out on the money that is being allocated. It's available now, but that is being allocated to all sorts of other projects across the nation. We do need to move forward. Thank you.
Thanks, Barry.
Thank you, Barry. Okay, I have Anita Thompson up next. Welcome.
Thank you. Hi, guys. I just wanted to say I'm Anita Thompson from Woody Creek, and we wanted to thank Kelly Curry, Commissioner Curry, for voting against this. I guess it was on the last round, and so I just want to thank you. And encourage you to vote against it too. It's very well known in Woody Creek. I'm not sure if you might be aware, Greg, that most of us don't want a bigger airport. We want a better airport. And we felt that way 30 years ago, and we feel that way today, and we will probably feel that way in the future. So thank you.
Thanks, Anita.
Okay.
Thanks, Anita. She holds the short and sweet record.
Yeah, short, sweet. Ernest, record to beat. Thank you.
That's a record to beat. Okay, we have Gina Odom up next.
Good afternoon, and thank you so much for your time. I am a mother, full-time resident, and typically a full-time plus worker through the Roaring Fork Valley.
And I need your name.
Gina Odom.
Thank you.
And in front of me today, I have a letter from Polly Ross. She is a pilot and an airplane owner. She sent this letter to the county commissioners and local editors yesterday. Dear Board of County Commissioners and Editors, at your meeting tomorrow, please don't decide to expand the airport to accommodate larger planes. This monumental decision should not be voted on by only 5 people, especially since the majority of local working residents strongly oppose it. This issue needs to go to the voters in the next election. The Aspen-Pitkin County Airport is unique among commercial airports around the country in so many ways, including the close proximity of mountainous terrain and the fact that it is the second highest elevation commercial airport in the United States, second only to Telluride. Please don't open the doors to a handful of billionaires' bigger and faster private jets or 737s and other large airliners. It would be a recipe for disaster. Plus, the downtime for the construction would be disruptive for the whole community. And then there's the very serious issue of our air quality. With huge polluters burning hundreds of gallons of fuel per hour, please don't let this happen. Thank you. Polly Ross of Aspen.
Thank you.
Thanks,
Thank you.
Gina, and thanks, Polly. Susan Taylor's up next.
I didn't even know I was on the list.
Well, somebody wrote your name
I
in.
think you wrote your name on the list.
Oh,
That's a
I
list
thought that
I
was
handed
a.
you.
I'm
Sorry
press
if you-
list.
You thought that was for the
Oh, we
free
got you
cupcake?
again. I was like, oh, you're up. So, I'm Susan Taylor, and you know, I don't have a lot to add to what's already been shared, but you know, there are a couple of things that do come to mind. One is, I feel like the FAA is actually the developer of Aspen at this point. That, you know, they're telling us what we will be doing, how many people we need to get in here, how many planes, so forth and so on. I've heard a lot of things. It's like, oh, we're going to build it for bigger planes, but they won't come. Well, they will, you know, I have always heard if you build it, they will come. And I think we can look at Highway 82 and see that that's more than likely the case. We're going to build it, they're going to come. And, you know, we just don't need bigger planes, more people. We can't support what we have now. And, you know, we talk about we want to be greener, cleaner. We want to be a more futuristic, responsible community. And yet we're going to let the FAA tell us they're going to double the airport. And I haven't heard the FAA commit to any money other than what they have committed to for maintenance. They're a safety organization. They're not a developer. They will keep this airport safe. You know, they will fund enough to keep the runway safe. And that's their job, to keep it safe, not to make it bigger. And, you know, they're pushing to make it bigger. And, you know, that's not what Aspen needs. And, you know, we talk about a responsible, green, clean community. Yesterday, in the Denver Post, and it was along with many other papers, came evidence, new evidence, that within a certain proximity of every airport in the U.S., the children that live in that range of an airport have the same lead in their bodies as do the children in Flint, Michigan. And so is that really what we want to do to our children? Because that's what's going to happen around the airport. And when you talk about things like the lumber yard, you know, that's just a huge amount of people within that range that we know will cause problems. So, you know, why go there? We don't need to go there. But I will promise you, if you build it, we will get bigger planes. And, you know, for the most part, there are a lot of scare tactics. The FAA is not going to close this airport because this is the third busiest airport in Colorado. We're not losing air traffic. The commercial airliners, which, you know, the 17% of the business, they're not going to stop this market. They're not going to give up this market. This is a big market for them. So they will figure out a plane that will fit on this runway. And all we have to do is maintain this runway, and we have lots of options. We've heard many plans and many options on how to keep the funding for this airport local, and we can do that. And I think, you know, basically all of the groups that have worked on the airport answer to this body, you know.
Thank you, Susan.
Thank you.
Thanks for coming. All right, let's see, up next I have Ryan Christ.
Hi there.
Hi, Ryan.
Tell me your name.
Ryan Christ.
Thanks.
I think first and foremost, I just want to thank you for hearing the community in the thoughtful dialogue, not just in the last few hours, but the last few months, and from what I've heard from some, maybe the last few decades. So that's always kind of entertaining to hear. But I'm here because, like many are, you know, either on the phone or on Zoom or here, is that the airport is a vitality of this community in a lot of ways. It's a foundational element to our economy, not just for those in the business community, but also for those who live here and who work here and who call this home. And so this is really important for us. And so I appreciate the aircrafts will be cleaner and that they're going to be quieter. I also believe, especially from a business community perspective, that an increased focus on what a terminal might look like, and not just us maybe seeing into the future, but also simply, has been stated before, coming up to align with a lot of other destinations that we like to participate and visit. So this approval will benefit our community, and as I mentioned, I think that's not just for our guests and our workforce, but also for our those who live here all the time. And I think that there's been well stated some of the challenges that we currently have, and we believe that this approval will help us move forward to a prosperous future, again, for everybody involved. So I'd like to communicate my resolute support in this, and I again appreciate all the dialogue that's been around this. And I also think that from especially hearing and understanding a little bit more of the perspective, is that when we look at this from a holistic perspective, this benefits us as a community in many ways. And so we hope that you'll approve this, and I thank you again for our time. Thanks.
Thanks, Ryan. Okay, I have Evan Marks.
May I go after Ellen Anderson?
Yeah, maybe in a couple weeks or so, but okay. I'm going to circle
He's
you.
coming. You know, he's coming up.
He's coming. Okay.
I'm going to be very quick.
He was being.
I'm going to channel my
Extra
inner.
points for humor.
I'm going to channel my inner Anita and make this short and sweet. I don't want to tell you guys what your job is. A less kind person might put more of an emphasis on what I'm about to say, but I think that all things considered, it's really not in anyone's best interest. And in fact, you have a fiduciary duty to stop alienating the FAA. I know that's not your intention, but it comes across from their perspective as rejection, alienation, indifference. And this is obviously, as Ryan just said, this airport is probably your most important financial asset. It's probably the community's most important financial asset. So, you know, we gotta treat it with kid gloves. It's tired. It needs tender, loving care, which involves lots of money. So let's try to get with it.
Wow.
Thank you. This was Evan Marks, by the way.
Thanks, Evan. I appreciate that. I don't know if you beat Anita or not. I didn't keep track of her time, but you know. Anyway, thank you for that. John Doyle.
Oh, you coming back?
Oh, whoa.
I have.
What do we got here? Jim.
I have one thing. I have something to say that
because you're the oldest one here, I'm gonna
lighten
grant
this
that
place up. Lighten this place up, but and I don't want. I'm going to commit to something, but I don't want to be included as a part of the problem. In the late '60s, I was at the terminal on the north end of this runway, and the terminal was a house. And I was getting ready to go to Denver, and there was a fellow there, a friend, not so much a friend, but I knew him in Aspen, and his family was in the ski world. And he said, "Where are you going?" And I said, "Denver." He said, "You want to ride?" I said, "On my plane, my private plane." I said, "Okay, I'll take it." The plane turned out to be probably one of the first ever private jets coming into this town, and I got a ride to Denver. Thanks. Bye.
You're part of the problem. Thank you, Jim. Okay, we're going to try and, I think we're going to need a new battery on the microphone. That microphone cut out. I don't know if you turned it
We
off.
have another mic, though.
Hey, do you want to switch microphones or anything? Or
This is the
that's the new one.
I think he shut it off, maybe.
Oh, maybe he shut it off. Okay. Troublemaker. Okay. John Doyle.
Hello, I'm John Doyle. I'm on Aspen City Council, and thanks for having me. I'm going to start with, as your board is aware, we have three very large, very consequential developments in front of our community right now. The airport.
Excuse me, John, hold a second. Francie, you need to mute, please. I need a mute. Okay, somebody's, sorry. There's another mic back there. Okay, sorry, Francie, it wasn't you. You're good.
Turn that mic off.
Thanks, okay, we got it. All right, sorry, John.
Again, as you've heard me say before, we have three very large, very consequential developments in front of our community right now. The airport, the entrance to Aspen, and the City of Aspen's Lumberyard Affordable Housing Development. They are also very close in proximity to each other, and all have lasting impacts for the long-term sustainability of our community. We have a huge opportunity here to plan and develop these things comprehensively, not separately. As most of us here are aware, we have lost 30 days of winter in the last 40 years. We're projected to lose more than 30 over the next 40 years. Even without snow, Aspen will continue to see growth from climate refugees because of our altitude and cooler temperatures. I had the pleasure of celebrating the 4th of July downtown. The town was packed because the 4th fell on a Tuesday this year. It was not a record-breaking crowd, even though it seemed like it. We have had larger crowds than that. The airport's future is in your hands. Please ask yourselves, and this has been asked before, what is our valley's carrying capacity? How much more tourism can we support? What do you want our community to look like in 50 years? The constituents I hear from seem to be nearly unanimous in wanting a better airport terminal. Those same constituents do not support increased air traffic. That's the end of my comments.
Thanks, John.
I did, Tori asked me if I could read a letter that he sent to you.
You have his letter, it came in our packet. I have it right here in front of me, actually, somewhere in my file.
You need Patty's copy? Do you want to read that? You've got some time left.
I'd be happy to read it if I'm allowed.
You're allowed.
And I have a copy right here.
Here, it's right here.
That might be easier to read. Thank you. So again, this is from Mayor Torre. Dear Board of County Commissioners, I don't know if I will be able to make the meeting later today. I appreciate each of you for your individual attention to this incredibly important matter. I want to support you in your pursuit of better safety and service at our airport. I'm concerned about the decisions that are in front of you, and I want to share the community concerns that I've heard not only from my constituents, but also our county residents that I don't think have been heard. We rely on our county commissioners to balance our growth in relationship to our valley-wide character, capacity, and community. The current agreements that the county is pursuing do not seem to be in alignment with the advisory committees, public input, or even the BOCC's stated goals. Who is driving this decision-making? It seems that the FAA is dictating the growth potential of airport improvements. Your constituents have agreed that we support airport improvements, redeveloping the terminal, and we support runway improvements for safety and aircraft upgrades. We're concerned about the demand for annual increase of capacity and the impacts that will have on land use demands countywide. Aspen as a municipality in Pitkin County is struggling with the complex issues of workforce housing, resource and waste management, stresses on natural surroundings, and the impacts of a lodging turned owner economy. There is a very credible concern that the current airport expansion plan, with an expected annual growth of almost 2% annually, will create more accessibility and growth that puts pressure on not just Aspen, but also Snowmass, Woody Creek, Basalt, Carbondale, Redstone, Glenwood Springs to Rifle, and beyond, risking the quality and balance of life that make this valley what it is and what you are charged with maintaining. You are in charge of this situation, safety first. We all know that this is a precarious airport. There is no valid reason other than safety to expand service at a highly functional high mountain airport. With highest regards, Torrey, Mayor of Aspen.
Thanks,
Great,
John.
thanks, John, and thanks, Tori. Thanks for entering that into the record.
Thank you, Board.
I need my copy from my well-kept
Okay,
paper file.
up next, I've got Jeff Bay, or Bay.
I
Is
think-
Je- is
I think
Jeff here?
left, didn't he?
He's taking a phone call right now.
Okay, so we'll come back to him. Donnie Lee is up next. Donnie's here.
I'm here.
Come on down.
Come on down, Donnie.
Let's join the party.
Welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Donnie Lee, General Manager at the Gantt, ACRA Board member. Also served on the visioning committee process. It's been extensive. It's been long going. And I think this is just another small step in the process. I think I'd like to try and introduce maybe a new narrative to some of the conversation that I'm hearing is, I think the ambition for everybody is modernizing the airport, not expanding the airport. There are technologies that we want to embrace. There's better flow of traffic that needs to come and go through there. Obviously, we need a new terminal, and today is, again, just a fleet mix forecast, small piece of a bigger plan that has to progress over the next year. So this is just yet another kind of beginning process. I don't want to lose sight of how important it is that this new ALP that's being proposed actually changes the work effort from the runway to the taxiway. That's a big deal. That's a big part of the process. So I think that it, again, begins to modernize what we're trying to do, not necessarily expand what we're trying to do. There's only so many planes that can come and go. I don't want to sit here and beat the dead horse, but because it's information I think we all have. But I understand that sometimes this information comes out in pieces, and it's not necessarily comprehensive. But a lot of effort's gone into this, and I would strongly encourage you to adopt that today and move that forward so we can continue the process for the betterment of Aspen as a whole. Thanks.
Thank you, Donnie.
Thanks, Donnie. Okay, who do we have next? Bill Tomsich. Bill's here.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'll use this microphone here. Bill Tomsich, obviously a longtime consultant, now to a group called Fly Aspen Snowmass. I've been involved with this airport since 1995. And I spoke 2 weeks ago and about this forecast, which is really what today's resolution is about, which is accepting the fleet mix and forecast for submission to the FAA. And 2 weeks ago, I checked the National Weather Service forecast for today, and they called for a high of 87 degrees with a 17% chance of rain and partly cloudy skies. Turned out it was a pretty good forecast. The revised forecast says it's going to be a high of 83 degrees. It's 81 degrees at the airport right now. And they're saying only a 4% chance of scattered showers today. I don't think it's actually going to rain today.
But it's a reasonable forecast. And I think the forecast that is here before you is also a very reasonable forecast, since it's going out for 10 to 20 years into the future. We don't know exactly what it's going to look like when we go that far out. But to kind of convert that forecast into National Weather Service speak, by 2032, they're calling for up to 32 departures per day, 5 of which may be in the A220s, or a 15% chance of larger aircraft. By the year 2042, they're calling for up to 34 departures per day, with possibly up to 10 A220s, or a 30% chance of those larger aircraft. All of those A220s are the quieter, more efficient type of aircraft that we've been talking about for a long time, that the ASE Vision Committee supported throughout the 130 people involved through that year-and-a-half-long process. The only difference between the A220-100 and the 300, as Dan spoke earlier, is it's got an extra 12 feet of the fuselage and an extra 17,000 pounds of maximum takeoff weight. Otherwise, it's the same plane. It's the same wingspan, the same incredibly quiet engines, the same avionics technology. It's just slightly larger. You've heard a lot of comments concerned about bigger, noisier aircraft. I haven't heard anybody who's a proponent of that at all. I haven't heard an airline talk about wanting to bring in bigger, noisier aircraft. As your air service consultant, I haven't had any conversations about that. As I mentioned 2 weeks ago, the only airline that has indicated any interest in bringing in a larger aircraft is Delta, and they want to bring in that quieter plane that is celebrated by the residents of Newport Beach in California right now. A couple of questions I'd love to answer. The STR explosion that has been referenced from the bed-based study that actually Stay Aspen Snowmass had commissioned, and I was responsible for doing that. The reason there was such a new number of STRs reported in 2018 is that was the first year they started measuring them. They certainly weren't, there was no explosion of STRs, and the bed base didn't double at that point in time. It's just we started doing a much more effective job of measuring them. And Steve, I wanted to answer a question that you had asked actually at the meeting 2 weeks ago, which is when did we start seeing all these new nonstop flights? It was actually when United merged with Continental and we got new nonstops from Houston in 2010, and we got American Airlines flying in from DFW in 2011. So it was the Texas nonstops that actually fueled that 5-year growth spurt, because until that point in time, all the people from Texas were flying into Eagle, because we didn't have any nonstops from Texas. That's what fueled that growth spurt for that 5-year period. And now we have more nonstop flights from Texas than we even have from either California or within the state of Colorado. So again, I'm a strong supporter of approving what I think is a very accurate fleet mix and commercial aviation forecast, and I support you to in your decision to hopefully move this project forward today. Thank you.
Thanks, Bill. Okay, Christy Kavanaugh is still here, yes.
Good afternoon. Thank you, everyone. Thanks for everything that everyone's done. And I agree with everyone's voice. Maybe not everything everyone said, but I do love this community for that. My name's Christy Kavanaugh. I've lived here 29 years. I live in Aspen. I live in Burlingame Ranch, right by the airport, so I walk to the airport when I can. I just want to really clearly state, as a longtime resident and someone who lives close to the airport, I'm really in favor of all the work that the Visioning Committee did. I think that was a really well thought out process. I liked all the voices they put in there and all the kind of the work and due diligence that they did, and I'm massively in support of moving forward. I think progress is the cornerstone of any civil society, and we have to look at how this progress helps us. I understand the fear of the bigger, but the improvements do not necessarily mean bigger, and even a longer wingspan on a plane or a wider wingspan on a plane could be just to get it to be a greener plane. But we have to prepare for that. We don't exactly know everything that is going to happen. I understand that, but stopping progress isn't a way to prepare us for the future. We have to be bold, and we have to be thoughtful, and we have to do all of these things. But we also have to be mindful of, you know, one of the things that kind of shook me a little bit was hearing the proponent for how The private was almost more important and needed to be protected. And maybe I misheard this individual, but I am definitely not somebody who owns a plane. I don't really prioritize the people who own planes over the commercial. I think the commercial's there to support me, my kids, you all, our tourists and visitors. And I agree with, if you build it, they will come. But Aspen's built and Snowmass is built and they're coming. So if we want them to come in safely and cleanly, that's air. I do not want to see forcing any more people to drive here. I think that could be far more damaging to the community, the experience as a local, as a tourist, and of course, from a sustainability standpoint. So I am all for it, and I appreciate you giving me some time. Thank you.
Thanks, Christy. Okay, after that, let's see. I have Rosabello up next. Hey, Rose.
Nice to see you.
Hi, I don't think I've ever spoken here before. I'm Rosa Bello. I'm the tourism director at Snowmass Tourism. And in Snowmass, we have something called the Marketing Group Sales and Special Events Board, and they are an advisory board to Town Council. They instructed me a couple weeks ago to send you all a letter showing their support, really for maintaining robust and regular commercial air service in and out of Sardi Field. And I think that at the end of the day, that is such an important economic engine and such an important asset for our community. So I urge you all to take this next step to ensure that we can continue on that path. I think everybody pretty much agrees that the terminal has to be enhanced and improved. We are a world-class destination and a world-class location and just a world-class community, and we do not have a world-class terminal. So I encourage you all to take that action to just move this down the path. It is so beneficial to our business community, but also to all the residents to be able to get in and out of this community easily and effectively and efficiently. So thank you all for all your work. You have a tough, tough job, so I appreciate that. And thanks for your time. So I encourage you on behalf of the Snowmass businesses to approve the fleet mix and take this to the next step. Thank you.
Thank you, Rose. Okay. Do we have any more public comment? Is there anyone else who has not spoken? Oh, Ellen, you're at the bottom of the list.
But somebody next to Ellen wants to speak?
Oh, she wants to go last. Okay.
Oh, anybody online? Forgot about that.
I haven't checked online lately. We may have some hands up.
do.
Yeah, we do. We do. Okay. Okay. Can you give me your name and we'll go from there?
Of course, yeah. My name is Chuck Butler. I live in Snowmass Village. Been in the valley since 2005 with a very short hiatus. I work up on West Buttermilk. I feel like this is a topic that is actually near me physically every day. I feel like I represent a younger generation here in this room and in general, one that loves this valley and this community. But I say this and I have to wonder out loud for how much longer. I want to thank each of you for being here. Excuse me, sorry. And obviously for your time. And I'd like to applaud each of the previous commenters. I think Bob McLean may have left, but his comments align very closely with how I feel. With the environmental concerns clear, I'd like to voice that what my peers are thinking. Does a larger airport help the local community? What does it mean for us? Our roads are packed. Our hotels are full during peak times, as are most long and short-term rentals. Do we need to bring in more people on a daily basis? Will locals fly more? I'd be surprised if the answer was yes to either of those questions, as it feels like this valley is approaching capacity and at risk of pushing away the younger generations. Our path is currently unsustainable. I ask this group to carefully consider the future, and above all, would love to see this conversation go to the public for approval. Thanks.
Thank you. Thanks, Chuck. Okay, we have some online commenters, and I see Debbie Braun at the top of the list with her hand up. If you're ready, Debbie. Oh, maybe she just logged off. Well.
No, she's still there. The hand is just down.
Oh, the hand went down, so she moved.
No, I think she just got her.
Hold on, we're looking at our online. Everyone hang tight.
There she is.
Hello.
Hi, Debbie.
Hi, Greg. Hello, everyone. I'm Debbie Braun, president of the Aspen Chamber Resort Association. And I will say that the board has presented their comments to you, the written comments. So today I'm speaking personally. I am picking my daughter up tomorrow at the airport. She's flying in from the Netherlands from college, and I cannot appreciate more the fact that we have a world-class airport just miles from my home. The thought of driving to Denver back and forth would be too much. I've used the airport multiple times in the last couple months, and the airport terminal is a disaster. So I very much hope that we can move forward with the ALP and the fleet mix so we can really start talking about something that I'm so excited about, which is a world-class welcome center right there in the airport to welcome all of our guests for years and years to come. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Debbie.
Debbie.
You might have a new record there. That was short. Not to say short is always better, but thank you. Okay, that was Debbie Braun, and up next, I'm having trouble reading.
Valerie Braun.
It's Valerie Braun. Okay. We're going to unmute you or invite you to speak or whatever it is we do.
Can you hear me now?
I've got you here.
But can we turn her up a bit? Okay, great.
We're turning up your volume. Just talk a little bit.
You bet.
Okay, gotcha.
This is I'm Valerie Braun. Remembering that only 17% of operations at the airport are general aviation, meaning 83% are general aviation operations. Kelly's concerns expressed earlier are real. Removal of the 95-foot wingspan will allow a number of bigger and much bigger general aviation aircraft. A319 and A320s and 737 MAX are aircraft that could operate here as private configured aircraft. Boeing Business Jets is a thriving operation. Wealthy people are converting bigger jets for more space and luxury travel. They will weigh less than the commercial
We're losing you,
versions,
Valerie.
but
Sorry.
they still will admit greenhouse 50. Well, I just was saying that whether they weigh less than commercial versions, they will still emit greenhouse gases, criteria pollutants, and noise, especially the A319s and 320s, which are older aircraft, whether they're carrying 5 people or 150 people. Thank you.
Thanks, Valerie. We caught most of that. I'm pretty sure we caught most of that. Okay, who do we have next? Put my glasses on.
That's it.
No one else. If you're online and listening to this and you want to speak, we need to see hands raised. Otherwise, we're going to assume you don't want to speak. Are we sure there's nobody else there?
Raised hands will raise the mic to the top.
Oh, it goes to the top. Okay, so if that's it. All right. So I don't see any raised hands, so we're going to assume nobody's. Okay, we have Ellen Anderson in the queue. I don't think you can wait any longer than this.
No, I can't. Thank you. Thank you. My name is Ellen Anderson. I'm speaking for myself as a private citizen and longtime resident. You've heard me speak before about how I'm very uncomfortable with even you guys considering more powerful engines coming in here when you don't know what the present ones are spewing out and at what's at the bottom of buttermilk. You don't know that. How can you consider bringing in more powerful engines? You've heard me talk about you don't know about mass casualty. As far as I know, you still haven't checked in with the Public Safety Council, and they can't take sides politically, and they shouldn't. But they are the experts. They are our heroic first responders, and I believe that you really should check in with them and let them know, have they had an FAA triennial with 150 victims instead of 70? Can they handle that? But now what I want to say is I've kept a clipping file from the beginning of the year. Every time there was something in one of the 2 local papers that had to do with an opinion piece or a letter to the editor, not the articles, I cut it out. And and I counted them up. And you might be surprised, if it were 2 to 1, don't expand towards expand, that would be a lot. If it were 5 to 1, if it were 10 to 1, according to my count, it's about 30 to 1. It is overwhelming. The people who are taking time to write into the paper and have an opinion piece are overwhelmingly asking you not to expand. I can't imagine why you don't take this to a vote of the people. We are your constituents. We voted you in. Why don't you let the public weigh in on it? It could be done in an election, and just the way we did it in 1995, 1996, and it was overwhelmingly don't expand. So that's what I'm asking you to do. The people who can't be here today, some of my neighbors who are working, picking up kids, they can't take time out during the day to come to a meeting. And some of the people who talk pro-expansion clearly have a financial interest in it. And I think the public needs to know what their financial interest is. Everybody I'm associated with has no financial interest. We're talking about quality of life and our special valley here. So I am asking you, please take this to a vote of the people and let them help you to decide. Thanks.
Thank you, Ellen. Okay, I'm just going to check one more. Do we have another commenter in the room? Oh, come on up. And then I want to just check online again while he's getting ready.
Thanks so much. I know you're probably all tired of hearing people speak, so I'll try to keep it to 45 minutes. I'm just teasing. I'm Jeff Bay.
I know you
am
could
the
speak
managing
for
director of
45.
Haymax Hotels. We're developing the Molly on the corner of Main and Garmisch. I've been a resident of the Valley for 25 years, so I wear a couple different hats here. I come to you as the managing director of Haymax Hotels. I come to you as the co-chair of the Aspen Chamber Resort Association, representing the business community. But more importantly, I come to you as a resident of the Valley for 25 years. I've lived here. I use the airport at least a dozen times a year for personal and business. And I have a vested interest, both personally and professionally, to make sure that any plans for the airport are approached from a very thoughtful and researched perspective. I was part of the original committee that was formed 3 years ago or 2 years ago, and I faithfully attended every meeting, and I felt that that process was very well managed, that all voices were heard, people had an opportunity to give thought. I'm hearing a lot of feedback from the community that people haven't had the opportunity to give input or to fully evaluate or understand the plan, and I know that many opportunities were presented for the public to participate and give feedback and understand. And at some point, personally, I feel that I need to trust those that understand the technical aspects of this and the reasonings behind it, that they're doing it in the best interests of the community. And I've worked with many of these people on both professionally and personally for many years. Having an airport that is safe and reliable and has strong service and has quieter and more efficient aircraft is something that I feel should be very important to this community. And approving this fleet mix forecast, while it is technically over what was originally presented, I mean, to me, the reality of an extra 6 seats per day in 20 years from now pales in comparison to the impact if we don't take action on this and we continue to see degradation of the facilities, we continue to see a terminal that's inadequate for our guests, and more importantly for our residents that try to use the airport on a regular basis. This is just the beginning of a process that will bring to light all of those different plans, and at some point we need to start moving forward. It's been 3 years of discussion, many organized committees, a lot of very intelligent people from all walks of light that have given their input on this, and I believe that the entities that have brought this forward are presenting this in the best spirit and the best reasonings for the community, and will allow us to have a thoughtful and intelligent and safe and reliable airport for the years to come. So therefore, I would highly encourage the county to consider a yes vote on this today, so we can begin the process and continue to include the community to make sure that all of our mutual goals are met. Thanks.
Thank you, Jeff.
Thanks, Jeff. We do have Michael on.
We've got somebody online. Michael, if you'd like to speak,
Yes.
let us know your last
Can you hear
name
me?
also.
Flory, Flory.
Thank you, Michael. You're on.
I spoke briefly at the last meeting as a longtime partial resident, now full-time resident of Aspen, and I just wanted to add my just a brief comment today. I think Jeff really summarized the business side very well, and I've been listening for quite some time today. And the big thing I see is the business people who drive the community, and we're not talking the billionaires, we're talking the people who operate businesses day in, day out, are pretty unanimous about how they believe this will help their efforts going forward. And I spoke last time about how progress, I've seen it happen in every destination across the globe as a travel CEO. And I believe a 1.6% forecast increase is very manageable, very nominal, and probably quite accurate, more accurate than we can probably guess. So I just wanted to share that observation, and thank you all for your time and effort, and just leave it with that.
Thank you, Michael. Okay. Any others online? I want to make sure everybody who wants to be heard is heard. And is that a...
Suzanne Cask.
Okay, Suzanne, if you're ready to speak, we've got you.
Can you hear me?
You need to get you a little bit louder. Get closer to your microphone.
Okay, is this better?
Yep.
Well, you all, because of what I've said before, you all know where I stand. I still think that we ought to be a community that stands for quality, underlined, and not quantity. Quantity has never made us any better. From the beginning, when I first moved here, until this day, I've never seen a wider highway, a larger number of people, an increased growth rate allowed, anything to make us better. We need to get back to our original to me was 1978. Much closer to that in terms of quality. I don't think getting larger is going to help us any. I don't think getting louder is going to help us any. I don't think getting dirtier is going to help our health at all. So I hope that you won't do this. I hope you'll vote no. Thank you.
Thank you, Suzanne. Okay, I think that's probably it for public comment. I don't even know how many we had, but it's fairly lengthy. Yeah, no more people coming on. Okay, I'm closing public comment on this, and I'm going to bring it back to our board. I think there probably are more questions, and I would like to be able to ask questions of our consultants or anyone else in the room for that matter, and maybe you would as well.
I'd like to entertain your questions, because you have not really had a chance.
I had a question for our consultants, but Bill Tomsich is here, and he's the one who inspired it. And I've been asking for a timeline, I guess for the last year or more, the timelines that have been put forth by people on all sides of this issue. What is the actual timeline for the arrival of the cleaner aircraft that we all aspire to have fly into our airport? And I also want to see the timeline for the end of the dirty, noisy aircraft that fly into our airport. And I've been making my own timelines, but it's funny. It's hard. It's one of these things that people talk about, but I've never really seen it. So I'm trying to lock it down to the best we can. It's a forecast, but I've heard that the new airport they could start working and we could have it built, say, in less than a decade up to more than a decade. I've heard that the Amory himself has said at various meetings that 3 to 5 years from now we're going to be flying electric and hydrogen aircraft. I believe he said that to an audience. Others say it maybe takes 15 or 20 years or more. I've heard that the end of the CRJ is any time from 5 minutes from now to 30 years from now. I'd really love to see all this put on a timeline so we can look at it, because I have a feeling those timelines overlap. And the overlap seems to be about 10 or 12 years out, where, and I think until that time, we're going to have the dirty, noisy aircraft that we have now, and probably nothing larger for another, at least a full decade. Nothing is going to change. So what we're worrying about and what we're complaining about now is going to be present. Am I right? Am I right to be making assumptions on how long we think it's going to take for any change to occur? And there'll be an overlap too. Sorry, I'm trying to frame a question in this, but I'm trying to get some clarity, because I think what we're looking at is we're talking about the same time frame. Is that correct?
Yeah, I think your explanation of the timeline is pretty accurate. I mean, it's as accurate as it aligns with what we're thinking and what we've stated in our report. I believe we show 2032, the first flights of the larger aircraft, the Airbus A220. They have a wingspan of 115 feet, so they wouldn't be able to fly in here until a wider runway was built. In terms of the CRJ 700, as you said, yeah, there's been talk about whether it's going to fly for 5 minutes or for 30 years. And I think when you look at that aircraft in particular, you have to look at two things. Not only it's how long could the aircraft fly, but how long will it fly, meaning how long will the airlines want to keep flying it from an economic perspective.
That was my next question.
Okay.
When will it become economically unfeasible?
Yeah. Okay, well, to talk about that a little bit, SkyWest Airlines, operates all of the CRJ 700s for American, United, and Delta today under what's called a capacity purchase agreement, or more commonly known as a code-share agreement. Those are contracts that the airlines have with SkyWest to operate those aircraft. All of those contracts to fly those aircraft will be over by 2030. Okay, so and SkyWest, although they don't give exact detail of when the aircraft will be phased out of their fleet, they say that those contracts that I just mentioned would end by 2030. Will have an average lifespan of about 4.5 to 5 years. Okay, so we know that they're likely to be phased out that way. It is possible that the aircraft could fly longer, but the longer it flies, the more maintenance it's going to require, more planned and unplanned maintenance. So you're going to have more unplanned delays. Airline pilots can only fly one aircraft at a time. You know, they have the physical skills to fly many different aircraft, but they can only fly one aircraft type at a time, and then they have to stop flying that aircraft, go into a training session, which typically takes 2 or 3 months to fly another one. So as the number of aircraft in the fleet decline, so do the number of pilots, right? And so that has kind of a chain reaction, right? It limits the number of replacement pilots, the number of replacement crews, the number of flights. So airlines have more of an economic incentive as time goes by to start to phase that aircraft out. So we think, keeping it in play until 2032 is probably reasonable, but beyond that, unlikely. Technically, it's possible. The airlines, if they chose to, could keep improving or adding heavy maintenance to the aircraft and keep it in the sky. But again, it's going to be at a price that I don't think they want to pay anymore. Another interesting comparison of that aircraft to, say, the Embraer 175 is the CRJ 700 only has 6 first-class seats, where I think the Embraer has, it's either 8 or 12 first-class seats. But the Embraer also has a business class seat and then an economy section. So it gives the airlines a lot more pricing power and a lot more flexibility in operating their business. And that's what they do with these aircraft, right? They don't fly them for practice. They fly them to make a buck. And so again, I think that's another incentive that's working in favor of phasing that aircraft out. So,
Thank you. Well, now on the same topic, on that same timeline, and I assume that's a bell curve of phase out, right? It'll intensify and then it'll decrease until the last ones are fly. I don't know if it all drops off at once, but anyway, I'm trying to visualize the decline of the numbers of that style of the noisy generation of aircraft that are polluting and noisy now. As we see that declining, we're aspiring to see an increase in cleaner, quieter aircraft on some sort of increasing curve. And I'm just wondering, where do you think we would see a significant, noticeable thing happen? Arrival of a craft like that serving our community. When is SkyWest, I assume, will want to be in business, so
Sure.
we're going to hope that they're still flying them, I guess.
yeah, well, I think the major difference, the major measurable significant difference probably won't happen until or if there are the new Airbus aircraft flying. You know, the Airbus A220-100 that Delta flies, they're 3 years old. The 100s are 3 years old. The 300s have an average age of 1.5, so we know they'll be around for a long time. I don't think there's much of a significant difference between the Embraer 175 and the CRJ 700. Maybe a little bit, but you know, in terms of significance. So I think it will probably take that long. You know, there was an interesting discussion earlier about the airline scope clause, which currently limits regional pilots, which are the pilots that fly at SkyWest, to flying aircraft of no larger than 76 seats. There is a new aircraft that's kind of been on hold by Embraer. It's called a E175 E2, and Embraer built that aircraft hoping to replace the E175 and, in turn, the CRJ 700. But they made kind of a strategic error in that they built it for 86 seats. They thought that the scope clause might be renewed or expanded, and it just didn't happen. So, you know, unless we saw something like that happen, where the airlines decided that they need a new aircraft, and that would be the most likely to come on board. I believe Embraer has, the airplane's been built and tested and certified, but they've kind of mothballed the project until 2027. So unless we saw something like that happen, which could, you know, but even with that, we probably wouldn't see many of them until 2032 or that time period anyway. So I do think 2032 is what we're still looking at.
Okay, thank you. That helps. So we're looking, it's about a 9-year sweet spot for our forecast. I've heard several people say that this should be a vote. And I'm wondering, is the fleet mixed discussion the time to have a vote in the community? That's a question for anybody on my board or consultants who would want to answer that. I don't get the impression that this is the time to have a public vote, but I just wanted to bring it up because I keep hearing it.
Greg,
Patty.
I'm not necessarily against a public vote at this, but the fleet mix forecast is very technical. And we've put in a lot of time to understand it. I'm not sure that's really the issue. And I don't want the issue going forward is it just bigger. 'Cause I don't think we're, at least for me, I'm not looking at a bigger airport, a noisier, dirtier airport. I'm looking at a better airport and with better planes that are more efficient, that are more fuel efficient, quieter, you know, not spewing. I think that's the desire of our community. And so I think there'd be a huge education process so the public would know. It's like candidates campaigning and going out and going door to door and being questioned by the public to you know, or for issues, campaigns. So I think it's a longer process. I don't know when the timing would be right, but I think we do have time. And like you said, our time frame, our timelines go out for quite a while. We have time to digest, I think, the question of putting it to a vote this November for a vote. I don't think we have time to really discuss it with the community I'm not saying to sway their vote one way or another, it's more to educate them on what the question would be.
Thank you. Any other comments, questions?
Do you see Francie's hand up?
Francie's up. So thanks, Francie. Sorry.
No worries. First of all, I've listened to everything. I know my eyes are droopy, but I'm very alert and listening to everything. And I want to say that I think the public has had a remarkable amount of time to have input into this. We have the Visioning Committee, we have the AAB. It's not like we 5 commissioners are making decisions about what's right for the airport. It's been a lot of people and a lot of experts who know a lot more than we 5 do, and that's whom I'm trying to listen to more than anything. Also, you know, I've only flown out of the Aspen Airport once in the last 30 years. And so for me, it would be beautiful to have fields there and some affordable housing, and I don't need the Aspen Airport, so I am completely dispassionate. I know Ellen thinks people have some kind of financial interest in this decision. I am certainly not one of those people. But I do care about the people who live here and what they want and what their opportunities are. And so I would have to agree with Jeff and with Bill that we're talking about a modern airport, not a worse airport. It's the new planes are going to have fewer emissions and much less noise. And so to keep calling it dirtier, bigger airplanes is just not factual. And I don't think it should be part of the discussion anymore. We have pretty good evidence that the Airbus 100 and probably the 300 as well, although I don't want to see 300s either, but does emit fewer emissions, is a way quieter airplane, and I think would serve our community well. So I think we should move this forward. I don't know if we have to, since we're not required to approve it as commissioners, maybe we just send it back and say, okay, let's move on and not make a formal resolution about it, as John Bennett recommended. But I do think it's time to move forward and try to modernize and increase the safety at the airport for all the people who like to use it and all the people who moved here knowing there was an airport here, and that they might be living in flight paths and they might be subjected to some of the emissions from the airplanes. I don't think we can ever do away with those completely, but I think it's time to move forward, and I am going to vote in favor of however we want to word this, whether we want to word it as a resolution or just support whatever. I'm going to be in favor of moving it forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Francie. I wanted to say a couple things here. We've had several proposals. I haven't fully digested what I've heard yet, but I've heard, just want to bring it up and maybe we can discuss this. We've heard people suggest we vote no, and we've talked about what the consequences of a no vote would be. With an ALP that's already in existence, an EA that's already in existence, which is, it sounds as if that's a shovel-ready project as far as the FAA is concerned. And what does that imply for our timeline of trying to slow things down or pause while we look to see what's happening with the fleet? People have advocated for a yes vote to move forward and work with the FAA, hoping that they'll humor us and work with us and actually take longer than the no vote would in order to develop an ALP and a fleet mix that make better sense to us than the no vote would, the first ALP. It's been suggested that we just submit it without voting because it turns out it doesn't matter if we do or not. It's come up that we delay the vote. Maybe those are the only discussions we've had. It's just 4 choices. I'm trying to figure that out. And Kelly has her hand up, so I'm handing it to you.
Well, I had offered a different option for
And Kelly's option.
meeting, which was to submit the report for the critical aircraft that the Vision Committee recommended to us and which we adopted in our resolution. So moving forward and continuing the process here based on what we as a board had articulated as the goals we had set for ourselves based on the community input. And I know what Dan and Bill and everyone has said, that it's going to get rejected. You know, I have heard that loud and clear. I also, feel like we owe it to the community to fight for this and to fight for what was brought to us. And I don't think we have done that in a compelling way. And my hope would be that as the FAA chews over the report that we submit, we are, actively making our case to them, to their higher ups, to our accountable representatives at the federal level. So that's my first option.
Right, can I respond to that?
Is that it?
Yes.
Great, thank
I'll
you.
have
Thank you
more,
for
but I'll-
articulating that. Okay. Patty?
Yeah, as I said at the last meeting, and I said earlier, I understand where Kelly's coming from, and that the Vision Committee did pass it on, and the Airport Advisory Board did understand the 100 versus the 300 and said, we're going to heed what we've heard, and we're going to approve moving the forecast onto the BOCC with the 300. I would love to take on the fight, but we've been pretty clearly told that we can't at this time. They're not going to approve. Doesn't mean we can't move it forward and still fight with the 300 in it.
I disagree with you. I think it's totally disingenuous to say we want to plan an airport layout for X and then argue for Y.
Well, for me, if we know we're submitting something they're going to deny, then what are we doing? So I'm kind of caught in that frame that we've been told, don't do it. It's not gonna move forward. So that's, to me, is an effort in futility. Then what do we come back and say, well, we'll go to 300 now? Is that not then caving in on the other side of it? Whereas we can move it forward with this. I'll go back to Superfund and say we had a plan in our hot little hand that'd been approved, and we fought it because we had a plan. We didn't agree with it, but the community took on the fight because we had that plan moving forward that we didn't agree with, and it gave us something in our hot little hands to take to Washington and say, these are the points in that plan that was approved that don't work for our community. That's how we were able to make change. I'm seeing that in the same light in this case. So I think, and by not moving it forward the way it is, that the Airport Advisory Board, which is an advisory board that we appointed, move forward to us, is then disingenuous to our Airport Advisory Board.
I disagree. They are not accountable to the community in the same way that we are accountable to the community. Their expertise is incredibly meaningful to me personally and to this board, but they have not gone on to Washington to fight for these things. Like, I don't feel like it is the same level of accountability that we should have, I think, to the really good values and goals that we adopted for ourselves. And I'm not going to put that pressure on them.
Okay, I understand that, but then we're saying that that the Vision Group and all that, we're giving them the credence and the credibility of the knowledge and expertise. So which one are we weighing here?
We adopted it.
Yeah, we did, and then we sent it back to them for this forecast, and so that's where we are now. And the forecast doesn't mean we can't change the forecast as we move forward with the ALP. All we're doing now is agreeing to, if we move it forward, is just sending it back for submission into the LP process. It doesn't mean it can't change.
Can you articulate for me the appropriate reasons to support the 22300 aircraft?
Because the FAA has said, and I'd like not to believe them and to disagree with them, they have said, don't bother doing it.
Well, I said to you just, in our conversation casually before the meeting that, you can't even really, like, if you look at the org chart of the FAA, like, those conversations have happened way down here, not way up here.
Actually say what you actually told me.
No, I'm not. I won't.
Okay, well,
I,
you said it a
you
little
can't
different.
find the regional office on the org chart.
You can't find the gentleman from the regional office on the org chart, is what she said, and I haven't looked for it, but, so, we can still bump it up, but we need to move something forward to have in our hands to say, this is what we don't agree with, rather than, we're giving you something we know you don't agree with, rather than saying, we felt we were in a position to move something forward, and we're gonna challenge it now. And that's the direction.
I disagree to that formula, to that characterization of what I'm proposing. Because I am proposing accepting a lot of other things that I don't like, which I articulated in our last meeting, which include a growth forecast that depart from what we adopted, which include a requirement for more parking spaces that we did not want. Those are things that I feel like there are some stuff here that we can come to the table with the FAA and say we're willing to be negotiating on certain things. And this is something that we want to hold fast to and have a further dialogue about.
I think we can continue the dialogue in the future.
Okay,
even if we move this forward.
I think we've heard your points.
Yeah.
Thank you. This is very good.
Thanks, Kelly. Thank you, Patty.
Steve, do you want to add anything?
I have 12 items on my list so far, so.
Okay, you better get to it. I'm thinking about calling a break here in about 10 minutes.
Okay. That's about 1 minute per item. I am going to vote to approve this fleet mix report, and it is actually a resolution in our packet that for us to officially approve this. It's not something we can give to the FAA without the BOCC approving it. The reasons and different things I have considered in my decision. Number one, the Airport Advisory Board voted to approve it, and they made the recommendation to us, and I listened to what they say and their reasons for giving their approval. Second item, we already have an ALP. So many people are saying they don't want bigger airplanes, and they want to take it to a public vote to prevent bigger airplanes from coming in, from moving the runway over. That decision was made years and years ago. We have an ALP that already approves the design standard 3 airport with a wider separation between the runway and the taxiway. If we do nothing, we're going to end up with the runway being moved over, with the FAA paying the bulk of the money for it, and we're going to end up with the same airplanes that we're talking about. Some people wanting them and other people not wanting them. That's what we're going to get, no matter what we decide here today. So, to me, it makes sense to approve it and work with the FAA on the matter. The question between the 100-foot and the 150-foot wide runway, I think that actually, we talk so much about safety, I think a 150-foot wide runway is going to be a lot safer for us than a 100-foot wide airport. And we're going to have a lot fewer airplanes running off of the runway and getting stuck in the mud and closing the airport for a whole day while it is extracted from the, off of the runway. I don't know the logistics of building a 150-foot wide runway compared to the 100. I'm sure there's going to be some closure time for our airport to do that, but I think that's probably would be a safer thing. We talk about safety so much. The new aircraft, the Airbus 220s, they're quieter, they're more fuel efficient, they take off at a higher climb. So by the time they get over the Aspen Village trailer park, they probably won't even be able to hear them at that point, or there'd be less noise off in the distance, I imagine. I also think they probably fly better, partly because they have a longer wingspan and they're designed to be more efficient flying machines than what we have now. Next point. I think to achieve the common ground recommendations, we need to get our ALP approved, and we need to be working with the FAA as a partner, not as an adversary. We need their funding to help us build the new terminal, which everybody wants, the new improved terminal, which we really desperately need. It's not just for convenience, it's for safety, because the terminal we have is lower, the tarmac goes down into the terminal. It's a safety issue. It's not just a matter of convenience for people. I don't think that the size of the airplanes landing at the airport determines how many tourists come here. People don't get on a plane to fly to Aspen and come here and then start looking for where they're going to spend the night. They already have that figured out long before they start looking for their airplane flight or deciding that they're going to fly their private jet here. They have their bed already reserved. It's the number of pillows, whether it be in private homes, in STRs, in hotels, that determines how many people are coming. So we have other mechanisms for controlling the number of people who come to Aspen. People talked about the financial interest. I believe that everybody who lives in this valley has a financial interest in this airport. It's the driver of bringing a huge number of our tourist-based economy people here to Aspen, and even people who don't work in the tourist industry. They are living on Main Street, shopping on Main Street, making their living off of Main Street in Glenwood, Carbondale, Basalt, Aspen, town of Snowmass Village. And the people who come to ski and to do the summer activities here are the ones bringing the money in that ends up being circulated over and over and over again on Main Street. I believe everybody has a financial interest in what goes on at the airport. Suzanne Caskey asked for quality more than quantity. We want to improve the quality. And my vision of the airport is we are improving the quality of it by making it possible for better aircraft to come in that would be, don't have to say it over and over again, but quieter, more fuel efficient. And they're bringing this huge, great number more people in per airplane. I think we already had the Boeing, I can't remember if it's the BA4, I can't remember the exact number. Didn't it carry about 120 people on it? Sort of the same number as the Airbus.
You're talking about the
220-300?
The BA-146. What was the passenger load on that?
We've already had planes that brought that many people in the past. They were noisy. They were not very fuel efficient. We're not really bringing in bigger aircraft than we have had in the past. It's similar size.
Yeah, no, that's correct. That aircraft that flew at Aspen, the BA-146, yeah, I think it had a total capacity of 120. I think the aircraft that were configured and flying here were 100. But, also along those same lines is, you have an old 737-500 that flies in here today. And today that's a very old aircraft. But 15 years ago, that was not an old aircraft. That was in its prime of its life. And, that holds anywhere between 120 and I think 135 or 38 passengers. So, yeah, there were opportunities to fly in other aircraft, larger aircraft.
We're flying in similar numbers to what we have. Safety. I think it's more dangerous to drive to Denver to catch a plane to fly out of DIA than it is to fly out of Aspen going somewhere. Statistically speaking, everybody says how dangerous our airport is. I-70, driving on I-70 is way more dangerous than flying in and out of Aspen. So if we're going to talk about safety, you know, flying is better. We want to make it easier for local people to fly to the destinations they want to go to out of our own airport.
That's because people are flying on I-70.
Another thing, I'd love to see the combination of planes flying into Aspen change. There are so many private jets flying in here. Most of those private jets are subsidized by the U.S. taxpayers. Corporations are getting huge tax write-offs by buying corporate jets and writing off their trip to Aspen as a business expense. I would rather have a lot of those people with a private jet go and fly on these new regional jets that we have coming in here with the rest of the public and have less traffic in and out of Aspen, less landings and takeoffs. I think people need to start flying the commercial ones and park their private jets and leave them at home. I would rather see that. That would be my vision of the perfect thing for going into the future. If it takes going to Washington, D.C. to lobby to end the investment tax credit for private jets, put me on the first flight there, I would go argue for that. So I think there's lots of good reasons to vote for this today. We still have a lot more discussions on the ALP going in the future to try to get all of those elements of what our vision committee has come up with as recommendations. I think the way to do it is to approve this today, move forward, get our new ALP, and move the project along. Thank you.
Right. Thank you, Steve. Let's see, it's 3:44. I'm going to make some short comments. I did want to say that I heard a possible discussion of the necessity to continue today. Is there anything there to that?
There's no need to continue if the board approves the resolution, if that's your question. If you change the resolution, there's no need to continue or authorize a secondary hearing unless the change is of such a substantial nature that it triggers the home rule charter provision. What I'm generally hearing talked about doesn't go there, but I'd have to hear exactly where you guys want to go to opine upon that.
Somebody'd have to articulate what that was about that, and I can't do that for you because I didn't Okay, Patty, would you?
Yeah, if you would like me to.
Yes, I would.
I would suggest, I'm not going to actually make the motion, I will suggest a motion that changes the resolution to that the board will approve submitting the forecast to the AAB for their consideration in the further discussions on the ALP. Right now it says the BOCC will approve the forecast, which the BOCC has never really done in the past. It's just been included in the ALP. John, and you're looking at me like I'm nuts?
No, just one correction. I think it'd be FAA, not AAB.
Oh, no. I'm saying submit it to the AAB for their consideration as we move forward on the ALP to submit to the FAA. Is that enough acronyms in one sentence?
Yeah, it was
I'm
not
talking
following.
airport lingo now, guys. So, and it's my understanding that by just changing the wording in the title of the reso, we do not have to submit it for further approval, that it abides by the home rule charter.
Well, so the easiest way to go about that would be to make this a resolution of the BOCC authorizing instead of approving.
Authorizing the submission of the
That's probably
forecast.
the clearest route.
That
So
would
you
be
would
fine.
just, as the resolution as it reads right now, the title would be modified. Instead of saying approving a fleet mix forecast, it would say authorizing a fleet mix forecast. And then in the last whereas clause, it would say, or the second to last whereas clause, it would be authorizing instead of approving.
So question on that, when we eventually have an approval process, which would be the airport layout plan. And that would be where we give our approval.
Of everything.
Is that what you're getting at, Patty?
Yeah, because in the past, it's just been included in the LP that then comes back to the Board of County
For
Commissioners.
approval later?
Yeah, and
Okay.
I think the process that we're undergoing right now provided for the public to give us comment for consideration, and that comment, I think, will move forward when we have further discussions with the ALP. I know we'll move forward.
Okay, so I don't get the impression that we need to continue this meet.
Based on, if a motion were to come forward of the nature we just discussed, no.
Okay. Is anybody going to make, would like
I will
to
make the
it?
motion as stated, that I just clarified with legal counsel.
Are you going to comment?
Sorry?
Will we hear your input and comments?
I wanted to see how far this was gonna go.
Well, I have a motion. Is anybody going to second it or?
Yeah, I'm gonna second.
Okay, so.
Okay, Steve second, now we can
We
have
still have
comment.
I think.
Yeah.
Now, do
I'll
you want to
second
say
it.
the wording of it? I was waiting for you to say it.
Laura's got the wording in front of her.
So I think that what I'm hearing is Patty has made a motion to move this resolution forward with the only change being, instead of approving a fleet mix forecast, authorizing a fleet mix forecast for submission to the FAA. That's what I have heard. If I've misunderstood, please let me know.
I think that's what, I'll
And
let
then
them-
in the last, and then therefore be it resolved, same wording there?
Yeah.
so you have a motion and a second from Steve and
Yeah, second.
another second from Francie to back that up.
And public, and your comment, Greg. and
Oh,
Kelly.
yes, and I'm leaving room for comment. You know, the concern I have is that we have an aspiration for the cleanest, best airport for the future of our community that we can possibly have. That has bumped up against a federal, federal bureaucracy that doesn't think about the same concerns we have. Yes, we're concerned about safety. Certainly, we're concerned that there's not a discrimination issue with flying in, and what sorts of airplanes fly in. I think our concern, driven by the Vision Committee and the AAB to a great extent, was really working toward a benchmark for air quality and noise and emissions, and it appears that we're not going to get there. And so when I hear Kelly say that she really wants to stick to the intent and the decision with what this recommendation was for us, I sympathize with that. I think I know where the vote is going to go today, but I'm also hearing a large number of people, concerned citizens in the community who've been invested and engaged in our community for decades, who are still very concerned about where this is going. And I can't decide if that's a shortfall on our part in our ability to communicate just what's happening and how it's happening, or if perhaps this is just one of those issues that is polarizing the community. So I think that I'm happy to call a vote on this. I would like to have other options.
Can I have a comment here?
You certainly
Yeah,
can.
I
You're
totally
welcome
agree
to.
with you, and I continue to be concerned with the issues brought forward by the public on all sides, from the people who are supporting it that still have concerns, the people who are not supporting it who have concerns. And those concerns are we're not gonna stop taking those concerns into consideration as we move forward. We're gonna take them seriously and to heart as we move forward in the next steps. This just allows us to take that next step and allows us to see where it's gonna go. It doesn't commit us technically commit us to anything right now. And if we don't move this forward now, then we're stuck where we are. And if we want to be ready for that next generation aircraft, we can't just plug them in tomorrow. We have to plan ahead, and that's major infrastructure changes we need to be able to do at our airport that we need to take into consideration with creating a new ALP. I don't want to be behind the curve on that. If something's ready and certified and can fly in here and we're not able to accommodate it, that's going to be our fault for not moving forward. And keeping that in mind as we move forward in creating an ALP that takes into consideration what our community values are and where we want to see this go and where we see it not want to go. We don't want to go there.
Okay, thank you,
So
Patty.
thanks, Greg.
Ready to go out and do some exercise.
Kelly, or Francie, did you want to say something? Was that for
No,
us?
thank you so much. Sorry, I was talking to somebody else. No, thanks. I appreciate the opportunity. I think I've said my say. Thanks.
Thank you. Kelly, you want to add something else?
Sure, I respect you all immensely. I respect everybody here in the room, and all of your various interests and views for which you bring. I think that this is a very difficult issue. I've always said nobody wins the gold star on the airport when you sit at this board. We are in I think, conditions of decision-making that fail to point us toward a win-win solution. And it makes it a very tricky, for me, decision-making process on how to move forward here. I think there are some realities that have made this harder. I think, the condition of our runway makes this difficult. I think having faced a pandemic for 3 years makes this difficult because it delayed, I think, fortitude that we had on this board. I'm going to find this to be a regretful day, honestly, because I really feel like it's sort of a failure of our board's leadership collectively, nobody individually, to move forward what I thought was a really meaningful product of really valuable community building that took place. And I rationally understand all the reasons for folks to walk away from that, but it's not something I'm proud of. It's not a decision that I feel good about, because I really do feel like we have more fight. I really do feel like we have more support for that community product than we're putting forward. I hope I'm wrong. I hope I can rely on my colleagues' faith in the future. But this is a tough day for me.
Thank you. I appreciate your thoughtful comments. I think my sentiments are running with those in the community who really are upset about the thought of building it bigger. And I'm not certain that's where this is going to go, but I certainly have no guarantees that it's not. So I'm ready to call a vote.
I need to make one more comment.
I can let you do that. Sure,
Thank
go
you,
ahead.
sir. It'll be quick. I don't see this as a failure. I don't see this as a disappointment. I think that we have a long way to go, and this is the only way we're going to go. And I'm hoping that we can continue to have these discussions. And I know this has been difficult. It's been difficult for all sides of the issue, but I definitely don't see this as a failure of the Board of County Commissioners and the decision we're making.
Thanks, Patty. Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
You're muted, Francie. I want to make sure.
Aye.
Okay, we've got
Aye,
three
aye,
ayes. All against?
Aye.
Aye. So we've got a 3-2 vote in favor. I can tell you that I'm voting against because I feel the need to reflect what I'm perceiving in the community as it's more polarized than that. The vote's going to pass, and we're going to move forward, and we're going to get behind this, and we're going to be lobbying it as best we can with our congressmen and the FAA, perhaps at higher levels than we've been able to. But I also want my vote to reflect that this community was divided on this, and that I'm still ardently advocating for those who think there's a better way to get to a better airport than what's been presented to us, because I don't think these were particularly good choices. So that's my piece, and I don't think I need to say any more. It passes.
We take a break
And
before
I'm
we
gonna take
start
a
land
break.
use, because we got a long way to go.
And we've got
Thank
to
you,
go into
guys.
land
Thanks.
use. Thank you for all coming. Thanks for helping us get through this.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you.
Good afternoon. This is the continuation, or that's the wrong word. Wednesday, July 12th, regular meeting of the County Commissioners. We're on land use public hearings. And this is a public hearing, item number 10 of the Emma Fields LLC annual review for the Aspen Distillery Special Review. And we have our celebrity contestant, Leslie Lamont, on deck. And Patty will be here shortly.
I was just closing the door because I couldn't hear anything. That's okay?
And Leslie, you're on. We are live and ready to go.
Hi. So this item is being continued to September 13th. Thank you. September 13th.
Okay. I don't know if we have any board questions or comments regarding that, but I have to open it up for a public hearing, I understand. If anybody has a comment on this. I don't know if there's anybody online. If our online, where's our?
We don't have we don't have anybody.
Oh, she's here.
Oh, there she is.
He switched chairs on me. It's like, wait a minute,
Where'd
where'd
she
she go?
go?
I know. I felt so vulnerable. If we have comments on this in the peanut gallery, the ephemeral peanut gallery, I don't think we do, but you'll have to raise your hand digitally. And how do we do that? *9. While you're doing that, any public comment in the room? I don't see any public comment in the room on this topic. So if a hand is, we didn't see a hand raised there. Okay, so no questions from the board, no comments online. I'm closing the public hearing.
I'll make a motion to continue the Emma Fields LLC annual review until Wednesday, September 13th.
I need a second. Kelly seconded it. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, that has been continued to September 13th. Thank you. Now we're moving on to the resolution for Turnabout Ranch LLC PUD and plat amendments, activity envelope, site plan review, constrained and visually constrained site TDRs, special review, GMQS exemption. This has been continued from June 28th. And we are on, and now Leslie's on.
Again, Emily is helping Glenn because he has our, anything that we're going to present.
Okay.
Is going to come from his computer. You guys are all very familiar with this project and this application, but we just have some items for you in the event you want to look at maps and things like that. So I don't have a formal presentation for you today because, as I said, you guys are very familiar with this, I think. And but I want to quickly review with you the items in the packet that you received. So first and most importantly, the applicants have amended their application to request only 2 transfer development rights. If you recall, the original application was requesting 3 transfer development rights. And so they're requesting 2 for the elimination of 3 residential lots. Lots 3 and 5 as visually constrained lots, and lot 6 as a critical wildlife habitat constrained lot.
And can you bring that graphic up? Is that possible?
The map?
The map,
Sure.
yeah, just so we can see what we're, it's been a while.
I was going to run through those quickly.
Yeah, thank you.
I'll be bringing up if you want.
Great, okay.
May I
Go ahead.
continue?
Yeah,
And then while
please.
he's
Yeah, go
bringing
ahead.
that up.
Yep.
And then the applicants also, last time we really had a full discussion about this project, we spent a ton of time talking about water resources. And the applicants commissioned Brightwater engineers to analyze the estimated water consumption based upon the Tybar Ranch proposal and the original Tybar Ranch proposal. And then they analyzed that against the proposed application that the applicants have submitted. So the findings of the report stated that the proposed development at Turnabout Ranch has significantly lower water demand than the previously approved tie-bar plan. And that report from Whitewater Engineers was also attached and part of your packet. And then in the memo, and attached to your memo, I have the resolution. And what I did is I redlined the resolution based upon the changes that you all requested and changes that the applicant has made and revisions to the resolution that the applicant requested. And so I redlined that and I added that into your packet. But what I did in the memo is I quickly went through and summarized the last items that we talked about, and then told you where in the reso I made those changes. And then finally, since the last time we talked, Glenn and I have had a conversation about condition number 18, and we've added some language to condition number 18. So when we're ready, I'll pull that condition up, condition 18 in the reso. I'll bring that language up for you to review.
Right, lots 3, 5, and 6. Just want to make sure I'm refreshing my memory. I'm not sure. Yeah, okay.
So again, lots 3 and 5 are the visually constrained, and then lot 6, which is right below.
Right at the bottom.
Right at the bottom there,
yeah.
that is the critical wildlife habitat constrained property.
Little hand so we can point to us.
You're just making a cursor or a pointer.
Yeah, we're getting a pointer.
Great.
There you go. Okay, thanks a lot. Okay,
Great, thanks.
so 3 is this one.
Yep.
5 is this lot, and 6 is over here by Prince Creek Road.
Great. Okay, so Glenn, are you picking it up from Leslie now? Is that where we are?
Yeah, I gotta move these. Okay, here we go. So, I'll get to the beginning. For the record, my name is Glenn Horn, and I represent Brendan Doran and Sarah Doran, who own the Turnabout Ranch. And this was formerly known and approved as the Tie Bar Subdivision PUD years ago. It was the Dancingers family ranch. So I wanted to begin by identifying the land use requests, just to run through them quickly and summarize them for you. On open space parcel A, the request is an indoor riding arena, agricultural buildings to serve that arena, and to plant trees for additional screening so that that building is not visible from the subdivisions on the mesa on the other side of Prince Creek Road. On parcel B, the applicants are proposing a new barn down by the road that would replace the 18,000 square foot calving barn. They want to upgrade and expand the existing employee unit that's in the structure that's adjacent to the calving barn. They want to improve the lower pasture road in Angus Lane. They want to plant trees on the ridge above the calving barn to screen some of the existing agricultural buildings from the mesa. The TDR request, as Leslie said, has been modified. Originally, they were requesting 3 TDRs in return for sterilizing and preserving lots 3 and 5. They were requested as visually constrained lots. They requested that lot 6 be deemed a constrained lot due to the proximity to critical deer winter range. So the request, this is significant that it's gone from 3 TDRs to 2. With respect to project benefits, The applicant is proposing to vacate tie bar lots 3, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9. I'll walk through the graphics to show you that in a minute. And they're proposing a 125-acre conservation easement on open space parcel C, which is above the Prince Creek ditch, adjacent to the BLM Crown land. Here you have a vicinity map, and you're looking at Garfield County land to the north, that's agricultural land. To the east, you're looking at Bureau of Land Management land on the Crown. To the south, you're looking at Prince Creek Road, the subdivisions on the mesa across Prince Creek Road, and then to the west, you've got the Crystal River and Highway 133. So this is the graphic that was on there originally, and it shows the ranch. You've got open space parcel B in this area, and open space parcel A up on the mesa above the creek bottom lands. There's the area on the far east here, which is adjacent to the Crown. That's proposed to be a conservation easement. Right now it's not encumbered, it's just open space. Then you have the 11 lots that surround the agricultural lands. One of the lots, lot number 1, was retained by Emma Dansinger. All the others are owned by Sarah and Brendan, the applicants. So if you look at the next slide, this shows what the ranch is going to look like if it's approved as proposed. You'll have the riding arena barn on this mesa in what's called a hidden valley. It's below the upper mesa and above the lower creek bottom land. There would be the capability of doing a house in this location here. They would retain that right. The idea is that this would be a retreat lodge for guests that would stay on the property and utilize the equestrian facilities. That would be subject to getting a growth management allotment for a tourist accommodations use. They're calling that a retreat lodge for people that come here to use the equestrian facilities and go through the equine treatment program that Sarah wants to offer on the property. This is Sarah and Brendan's house, the existing house that used to be the Dansinger's family house. And then on the far west side of the property, you can see in this mouse is giving me some problems here. Let me see if that helps. All right, well, anyway, in the upper left-hand corner of the screen, you see that there would be a lot where they're proposing a cabin. They would retain that lot, and it would be for family use. So if you compare this with the prior slide here, this is the approved plan now, and you can contrast it with this plan here. You're seeing that it's a lot less intensive use of the property. It would function more as an operating ranch with some guest houses on it, as opposed to a subdivision. So if you move down a little bit here, the next slide shows this is the relationship of the proposed conservation easement on the far east side of the property next to the Bureau of Land Management land. It would be about 125 acres. And it's interesting to look how the conservation easement complements the other easements in the Crystal River Valley. This is the Flying Dog conservation easement which is right here, adjacent to the proposed conservation easement on parcel C. You've got the Flying Dog West easement here, and other easements in the Crystal River Valley are shown in green, and the county open space land is shown in red. So it complements what already exists in the valley. This slide shows the critical winter concentration area for mule deer that coincides with the conservation easement. And if you see this blue dot pattern, that's the mule deer critical winter range, and you can see it adjoins right here where the hand is. That's parcel 6, lot 6, which is presently approved for a house that would be 7,500 square feet. All these houses are at 7,500 square feet in size. So this site is within the quarter-mile buffer area of the critical mule deer winter range. So if you take a look at this summary that I have on the screen, the plan vacates 6 residential lots approved for each house containing 7,500 square feet. There's a reduction of 45,000 square feet of floor area in the rural area. The trade-off for that would be the addition of 5,000 square feet of floor area on receiver sites. And it's noteworthy that that was 7,500 before they changed the application. There'll be the removal of the 18,000 square foot calving barn located right on the road. Hopefully that will be reused. It is going to be conveyed to someone else, and the plan is to reuse that barn. We have the conservation easement, which I've discussed. And then there is a decrease in water demand. We had a water engineer look at it, and the water usage goes from 10.5 acre feet per year to 4.2 acre feet per year, according to the work that was done by Jonathan Wright, the water resource engineer. We'll continue with the process of restoring prime agricultural land, which is in need of a lot of care. There are significant improvements to the scenic quality. The applicants have committed to a community outreach program for local schools to have kids visit the site and see a working ranch. And overall, the plan is consistent with the rural character goals of the county, and the property will function more as a ranch than a residential subdivision. So that kind of gives you an overview. I can take questions, or Leslie, if you have any comments, it would be a time to talk now. And then I have this redlined resolution here that we can look at on the screen if you want to talk about any of the suggested red lines that Leslie's prepared.
Great, thanks. I see Francie has her hand up.
Yes, hi Glenn, thank you for that. Could you show the slide that you showed us before about, you only showed us the ones of the square footage that they're extinguishing. Can you show us the square footage that they're building?
Of the buildings?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Total.
The
You had a slide one time that showed
Oh, yeah.
the construction.
I've got that. Yeah, I've got that
Thank you.
slide. Let's see where it's at.
Somehow that computer has a very twitchy cursor.
Yeah, it does.
Can make you
Maybe it's a
nervous.
twitchy
Makes
finger
it
that I've got.
Anxious.
I feel a little twitchy. I can
Yeah.
tell you.
Okay,
That's
so
what it is. That's what it's
this is
causing.
a graph that showed what the original proposal was, which was to conserve 45,000 square feet of floor area in the rural area. And the original trade-off was 7,500 square feet that would be developed on approved receiver sites closer to town or within the urban growth boundary. So that green bar has changed to 5,000 square feet as the trade-off for the elimination of 3 lots.
Yeah, this is still reduction. I want to see what they're building. Like
What the build-out
20,000
is?
square feet here and how many houses at so many square
Oh,
feet? I
okay.
think it came out to be like 90,000 square feet, as I recall.
Well, before, it was approved for 98,000 square feet originally, and that included 18,000 square feet in the calving barn. So the ranch is approved for 80,000 square feet of residential floor area, Francie.
Yes, but I guess I'm not being very clear. I'm wondering how many square feet are Brendan and oh my God, I just forgot her name.
Sarah.
What's her name?
Sarah?
Yeah. How many square feet are they intending to build by the time they're built out?
Well, on Lot 2, where their house is, they don't have any plans to build anything there right now. They're just living in the house. That's approved for 12,500 square feet. That was the Ty-Bar approval. And then you'd be looking at Lot 5 and 6. No, Lot 5 is approved for 7,500. And then,
I thought Lot 5 was going to be part of the TDR trade. 3, 5, and 6.
oh yeah, I got it wrong. 3, 5, and 6 go away. 7, 8, and 9 go away. It would be 10 and 11 are retaining a right for 7,500 each.
Okay.
So you would,
And then the barns.
the barns are
The
agricultural.
barn and the riding and the arena and the barn.
The total square footage, including the barn and the riding.
Francie, if you look on page 372 in the packet, it has a chart with all those square footages.
I don't have the packet open.
Can we
So
pull
can you
that
tell
up?
me what the total is, Steve?
Page 372 in the packet.
I don't have the packet open.
Can we pull that up?
That was just a list, right? If we can do a screen share. Thanks, Francie, we're looking for it.
Thank you. While we're waiting for it, I do want to say that I am happy to see some TDRs coming from the Crystal Valley, since most of them have come from the back of Aspen Mountain and some other places. I do think this is an appropriate place for us to be sending some TDRs to preserve some of the land here, so I am happy to see that. I'm also really happy to see the reduction from 3 to 2.
Leslie, can you pull up the packet and share that page?
It's in my memo.
I think we just have to pull it.
Yeah, I don't have
On
it.
page, I don't know, this application.
I mean, I've got it there, but I'm not connected to the meeting.
And what was it, Glenn's?
Page 6 of the packet.
It's page 6 of
5.
the memo.
Or 6?
Page 5 maybe.
Page 5 is on the
Yeah,
label.
it's in the memo. but-
Page 6 of the memo. Do you have that?
Sorry, I don't know. I guess maybe it's easier to.
In the memo, the chart in the memo says 72,067 square feet.
70,000?
72. So that includes the 12,500 for Lot 2. That includes the 48,000 square feet, that's the barn and the riding arena and all of that. That
Those are ag buildings.
eliminates lots 7, 8, and 9. 7,500 on Lot 10. And nothing's happening on Lot 11 right now. But
it could.
Has to come back.
That would have to come back, or that's a separate lot that could be 7,500. So the 7267, you could add 7,500 to that. I didn't include that in the chart because that was kind of this.
So if they don't do the lodge thing, that could be a single-family residence.
That
Okay.
right now has an approval for 7,500 square feet. That was the original Ty-Bar approval. All the residences were 7,500 square feet.
That's it.
So if you kept that, it could be 79,567 square feet.
Okay, terrific. Thank you so much, Leslie. I
And,
appreciate that.
and again, as originally approved, it was 98,000 square feet.
Right. Yeah, I see
Greg,
that.
can
Thank
I
you.
Yeah, Patty, go ahead.
Lot 10, that one in the far corner that's for family use?
Lot 4.
Yeah.
So how many, Oh, lot 4.
Oh, lot 4.
So there's,
Why didn't I include all of that?
no, because that's his proposed plan square footage, and it has 0 for lot 4.
Right. Right. I see.
At this time.
Well, no, but they're planning to use that upper left-hand corner where the cursor wouldn't go to.
Right.
For
Yeah, that
family
was
use,
lot 4.
And that's 7,500 square feet for family use cabin?
Well, that, again, that's what's approved through the Thai Bar Ranch. So I just added that in. 8767.
So we're looking at a reduction in square footage of about 11,000 square feet.
Right.
Okay,
Of total
It's
square
built out,
footage.
when it's built out.
Right.
But 11 and 4 have the potential to be developed in the future, correct?
11 and 4 and 10.
And 10. So really, there's a possibility of going over 98,000.
No.
Really? Well, you can't have a cabin with 0
I
square
guess
feet.
it'd be nice to see what the actual possible square footage can be in the future.
Well, it's in the proposed column, but what Leslie's saying is that number 4 should be at 7,500, so
And
that would
11
take.
should be at 7,500.
So that's 15,000 square feet right there additional, so that's, you're already up at 87.
Right, that's what I did.
Yeah, you heard it right.
8767, I don't know why I didn't include that on that chart.
That's why we pulled it up.
But
so-
wait, the chart says the source is Davis Horn Incorporated.
Leslie, to clarify, I think what it says is the proposed plan, and then it specifically says they intend to
Microphone.
Your mic
compete in
needs to be-
GMQS in the
Laura,
future.
your mic's not on.
So they'd have to go through GMQS to get the additional 15,000,
No.
but at full build out, it's at 87.
No, they have approval for the 2,7,500
They
square
already
foot
did.
As
houses.
residential.
Right. If there was a change for
what-
tourist
so this
accommodations, that
chart
would
is
be growth
wrong.
management.
The
Yes,
only
this
thing
chart
that
is
would
not
have to come
accurate, I guess.
forward was for the retreat area, because that's not part of this proposal before us. It's a future thought,
Right.
correct?
Right. But,
Just comment. I think what's a
Kelly.
little confusing is that we're retaining aspects of a prior PUD while we are approving an updated PUD, which is what this is, but if they're not, it's not comprehensive, right? So we have to keep in mind what is retained from the prior PUD versus what is being proposed for the current update.
And what's really being given up here?
And I think that's what, this is probably confusing things more
Yeah.
than it was helping, but I think when Glenn's summary of the lots where the rights are being eliminated, that's more clear. Yes, there are still single-family lots being retained for future development. Some of those residential lots now are being replaced with the agricultural buildings rather than residential development. So that's the trading off that you're seeing.
Which
but
ones?
Unfortunately, this is not
But
accurate.
Can we clarify terms a little bit, because when I think agricultural buildings, I think like exempt ag square footage. And this stuff is not exempt ag square footage, because they had to go through commercial GMQS to obtain the right to it. So I just wonder if there's a different terminology we should use to think about that square footage, so that we're not confusing it with exempt ag.
Well, so if you recall, there's a riding arena and there's a 24-stall horse barn with some accessory wings on that. The riding arena, the code requires riding arenas to go through growth management, commercial growth management. The 24-stall barn is exempt ag square footage.
Yeah.
And then that barn has a CDU on it, so that was part of the package, the review package was special review for the CDU. The Thai Bar Ranch approval created the lots and gave each lot a square footage, but to develop each of those lots would require in the future site plan review. So that would be a level of review for Lot 4, Lot 10, Lot 11. The application has always stated that Lot 11 is intended as a retreat facility that would be a tourist accommodation, growth management that we would see. But to get down to what's been approved, what this proposal is showing us or requesting, it's not requesting to eliminate Lot 4. It's not requesting to eliminate Lot 10 or 11. So that, those 7,500 square feet should have been in that column for each of those lots.
Okay, any other questions on? Now we've cleared that up.
Yeah, that was my question. It took a long way to get there, but thank you so
Thanks,
much.
thank you for asking that, Francie.
Sorry for the confusion.
Okay, I'm looking for other questions. I'm looking for comments.
I would
Yeah,
like.
I have another question, Greg, if you don't mind.
Francie, go ahead.
I'm kind of wondering, how could one person need 24 horses?
The plan, well, first off, let me just say this. The plan is that they're going to pursue the retreat lodge. They're going to come in and compete in tourist accommodations to build a retreat lodge where people will come and ride horses in the riding facility there. The applicants are starting to have second thoughts about the size of the barn and the number of horses that are going to be there. And we've put in provisions that they may come back and reduce the size of the barn because they're just having second thoughts about a barn of that size. So it does say in the approval that should they decide to reduce the size of the barn, they'll come back and get an approval to reduce the size of the barn. But they continue to seek an approval for a 24-horse barn.
Okay, that's really helpful, Glenn. I'm glad to hear that. So that was one of my questions. I did want you to pass on to them. They're not there, right, today? Are they there?
No.
Would you pass on to them that their lower field by the old barn looks better than it's looked in the 20, 30 years I've been here? Looks really great.
Yeah, they'll be glad to hear that.
Yeah, it does. It looks just really fabulous. They put a lot of time into that, I can tell.
I would like to, Greg, if it's okay, to consider the red line in the reso to see if that addresses any of the concerns or comments we've had. If it's time for the board to do that.
We can move on to that.
I had it on here, but it's gone now, Suzanne.
You gotta get back to the red line.
Just got to get back to my
I
screen.
asked that, yeah, I asked that now because I knew it would take Glenn a while to get there, so in the
Got to share
meantime, we
my
can.
screen, I guess.
If you have any issues about the red lines, or as I put in the memo, I
It's
kind
that one.
of tried to summarize
Yeah.
what the issues were and where we made those changes in the
Right,
reso.
thanks.
And I noticed that Glenn said they're planning to reuse the barn. I thought that was a requirement, reuse the existing barn on the road.
They are, but my original language in there was that they had to provide a receipt for the sale, and if they donate the barn, that was the only thing that we changed in that.
I just wanted, because I know that was a concern of Francie's. I want to make sure we addressed it. Thank you.
Yeah, no, I just wonder, is there a possibility? Sorry, is there a possibility that they would or could ask for a larger retreat center than 7,500 square feet on lot 11? Or is that
No, they're not
limited?
planning that at all.
But could they, I mean, I don't know.
Could someone ask?
They
Um,
could come and ask us, we just don't know.
Yes, they could ask under tourist accommodations growth management for, you know, whatever size facility or, you know, based on the EGUs, all of that. So right, it's not a.
Thank you.
Okay. Back to the red line. Are we there yet?
Yeah, this is do you want to go through each red line? Leslie, you want to just handle the red lines here?
Well,
Some will be quick.
okay. I didn't know if you guys wanted to focus in on a specific.
And maybe I'll just add right before Leslie jumps into the things they've redlined, given this conversation we just had about kind of where everything plays out with the square footage, I think it would be helpful for us to incorporate something into the resolution that really is clear about the lots that remain and the rights that they have, the residential lots. So whether it be that table or something similar, anyway, I think we can think about how we make that part of the findings in the resolution, but
Thank you.
I think that'll
There'll also
help
be a-
everybody in the future be very clear
And they
about
open this up in
what
10
the-
years, right?
What now this new plan encompasses.
I think that should be in the resolution.
I agree.
And there'll be a PUD agreement too that will recite that, so it could be in both places.
I see most of the red line are pretty,
They're not
here's the one about the
particularly
barn.
consequential, yeah. If you want to start at the top and we'll just blow through them,
I like that.
or wherever you want to
Already
start.
did that.
There's a lot of 2s to 3, or 3s
Yeah.
to 2s, and
Yeah, so, is this a condition or a recital?
The recitals begin on page 2. If you look at, on the screen, it would be D, and
So we added the primary purposes of the barn are not to board horses for other riders or to offer typical general riding lessons for riding events. We wanted to really clarify, based upon Sarah and Brendan's vision for this, because if the property is sold and someone comes in and wants to run a Cozy Point kind of riding facility, that was not what you saw, that's not what you approved. So we're trying to kind of craft language around that. That would be clear that if anybody wanted to do something like that, then they're looking at an amendment to this approval. That was the purpose of that language. And then, page 6, item 24G, no special events will occur during December 1st through March 31st. That coincides with our critical wildlife window. And as you recall, we had the nice debate about plowing Angus Lane or not plowing Angus Lane, so we had to take that out there.
Go ahead.
We're not approving this as a special event venue,
Yeah.
so right, it would be like any other property for special.
3 events, or they come in for a venue.
page 8's next.
No, page 7, 26C. The applicant is willing to extinguish the development right from Lot 3, but does not request a TDR for that restriction. So we're just clarifying that. And then page 8, K, 28K. This is when we were talking about if there's complaint, we're not going to do an annual review with this. You did request that when the operation has been developed and done, that, I think, what do we say, after 1 year?
Yeah,
Yes.
it's on another page.
After 1 year, you want an update from the applicant. And then we're saying that if there are complaints received, then we will come back, we will take it to the BOCC as an annual
Yeah,
review.
that's entered on page 10-5, item 5, about the riding arena, 1 year.
Well, I'm still in the findings.
I know, but I was just telling you that
That's also in there too. Yeah, we had to make it, it's a finding, and then we also made a condition of approval.
Got it, thank you.
And then, number 30, new number 30 of the findings, we clarified this section in our land use code that is not clear, which is why we were about to table it last time, and then we weren't going to table it. Residential GMQS allotments expire, not commercial GMQS allotments. So we just put this in here to make that really clear, that that expiration aspect in the code does not apply to this GMQS allotment.
And I think Francie has a question.
Thank you.
Thank
Thanks.
you, Laura.
Go ahead, Francie.
Yeah, I do. It's about K. No, it's about J. So earlier, it says that their purpose is not to board horses or to give general riding lessons. But now this says they absolutely cannot. And I'm just wondering, is that a restriction we really want to put on this? What if they get financially strapped and they need to do something? It seems to me it's appropriate that for them to board horses or to give riding lessons.
To come back.
Well, again, going back to using Cozy Point as an example, and I think if you recall our first meeting when Sarah was here and she really laid out her vision of the property for you, she is going to be boarding some horses, particularly horses that she is rehabilitating, just the horse, not as part of her equine therapy thing. So we know that there will be boarding horses there, but it's not the meat and potatoes of her business. And it is that she's not intending to just open up the whole entire barn to general boarding. And we kind of talked about and Glenn came up with the language about kind of general boarding, like just holes.
I just think this is overly restrictive, possibly the way it's stated, and then if they sell it, does the next person have to abide by that? Because they might not do a lifemanship kind of thing.
The idea, Francie, is definitely that this is what they're approved for. If someone else, they or a future owner have a different approach, they would have to come back because those uses would generate different traffic, different impacts.
Right.
If it was open to the public, board your horses and come for riding lessons, then that's a different use. It could be allowable, special review use, but they would have to come back through a process to change that.
So it's not prohibited. They just,
Recommending we leave
right.
that language in there.
Yeah.
But,
And then
and my
Patty.
question is though, if they're getting the barn as part of exempt, and then they're gonna use it for commercial, is it still allowed to be exempt?
Well,
Isn't it?
agricultural is commercial.
Yep. Yes.
Yes. So right now, we're giving him, the riding arena has to come back for a special, I mean, it's not GMQS. It's GMQS, not exempt ag. But the barn is exempt ag. So if they've used the barn now for commercial purposes in the future, what happens then? It's not
Isn't
exempt
agriculture
barn
a
space.
commercial operation? Let's hope
Boarding
it is.
horses would be commercial, right?
The use is commercial. I mean, at that point, the facility exists, the use is commercial. If they were, having riding less, being a
Right, right.
full-fledged, that would be a use issue, so it's the special review.
In exempt space?
I mean, again, the barn is stalls to put horses in. Right now, they're Sarah's horses and under her use. If it
Right.
was to be every one of us boarding our own horse up there, the barn is still being used as horse stalls, but the use of it and the number of people who come and go
Right.
changes
All right,
drastically.
I
So
agree
that's
with
the
that,
special review.
but then it's no longer considered exempt space, correct?
It's still the same
Okay, just wanna
structure that
clarify
it
that.
is. Yeah, it's exempt floor, square footage.
Glenn?
A little gray, but I'm okay with it.
The basis for the employee generation goes to the number of stalls in the barn. So that's how we determine how many employees would be on the site. There's a certain relationship between workers and the number of stalls. And so that's really the key for employee generation. It wasn't like the arena itself, it was the number of stalls in the barn, because that dictates how many people are on the site that are working there.
I'm not necessarily talking employee generation. I'm just saying we're giving them a significant amount of exempt ag space, which is, I understand, based on acreage, et cetera, et cetera. I understand that, but when you change the use of that exempt barn to commercial, that was my concern, but I'm okay moving forward because
You're kind of
it's a little gray, but I'm okay.
down the rabbit hole.
I'm a little gray too, and I'm okay.
Moving right along.
Okay, so everywhere that there was 3, we changed to 2 TDRs versus 3. In the conditions, 4A1,
Steve, I'm sorry, Steve has a question.
oh,
Well, about the landscaping trees.
Yep, that's when she's on.
that's where I'm at.
Yep, that's where you are right now.
That's where I
have
am.
a question on that. Is this, and now this says it's to screen it from the mule deer winter habitat, but then somewhere else it seemed to indicate it was to screen it from the, I don't know if it's from the Stark Mesa subdivision or the Handy Drive Prince Creek subdivision.
It's
Can
not
they,
very,
if you were up there, would
Bless
they
you,
be able to
whoever
see the
speaks.
barn and that's what the trees are for? Or is it so the deer don't have to look at the activity?
it's
I'm curious.
primarily the deer. You know, we've looked at everything. We erected story poles from the Prince Creek subdivision. Stark Mesa's further down valley. And there's very limited visibility of that hidden valley. But we're still going to put trees there primarily for the mule, but it'll benefit the subdivision as well.
You have to hang a carrot from the story pole for the deer to pay any attention to it.
The screening, this amount of screening and this detail that I included in this condition of approval, the detail came out of the application. It was a recommendation from Jonathan Losky, who did the wildfire report, and supported by CPW. So I wanted to be very specific in there, which is,
It's the wildlife report, so.
yeah.
Okay.
Is it pretty standard to demand a 16-foot height tree at installation? That just seems like a massive tree to be moving and plugging in there, but is that?
Well, if you want screening, you don't want to have to wait 7 years for it to be effective, right? So that's why we're kind of saying big trees.
Got it.
And then we moved that language that we just talked about was later on in the, under C. This is on middle of page 10, so we just moved it up, telling you that we moved it up. D, this is the Steve Child condition of approval here. Where am I?
You're
Are we
at
in-
5 of that.
3 sprinkler irrigated.
4D, that we want Lot 3 to be sprinkled, be incorporated into that irrigated field.
I think
I'm
that's
just joking,
partly
Steve, that
to
it's-
protect the next door neighbors from getting flooded out by flood irrigation.
Right.
Yeah, I think that was the reasoning behind that.
And then number 5 is new. And this is where we're talking about the annual review for the riding arena. Review is required 1 year after issuance of a CO for the riding arena. So there's that language in that. Number 6 is new. This is just providing a, what we want to see in the annual review, that one-time annual review to you. This is what we were going to want the applicant to just tell us about. And then 7, if a complaint is received that it's unable to be resolved, then we will take it to the board. Number 8, this is again talking about if the program changes from what you all saw during your review, then there's a special review process that we're going to undertake with a new owner or a change in program. Number 9, limiting the number of visitor trips. This is linked to their, they did a little traffic analysis for the application, and number 9 is linked to that. Number 10, this is what Glenn was talking about. The employee housing is linked to the number of stalls, and employee housing mitigation was required as part of the riding arena GMQS. And in the event the barn is reduced, then there'll be an amendment, and that amendment, the reduction will coincide with potentially a reduction in the number of employees that need to be mitigated. So down to new number 12. We've asked them to provide proof of adequate legal and physical supply of water for the facilities. That's a typical condition of approval at the time of building permit. So we're linking that to when building permits are submitted.
What are those standards? Because I continue to be concerned about water availability and access and contingency and all that, which I've raised in the past.
Well, we look for the well permit that's issued by the state. So as they said in the application, they are going to be drilling a new well to support this. So we would look for documentation that they have that actual permit.
Do you have any sense of what that availability is on this property? I mean, the state's gonna give you an exempt well permit.
Right.
So to me, that's questionable if that's adequate.
Well, Kelly, I
Yeah.
think that's why it says both legal and physical supply. That was crafted to try and get at that concern.
What is that? How do they demonstrate that at building permit?
I mean, you'd look at the county would look at and say, does this constitute an adequate physical supply? And there's no predefined criteria on what is adequate physical supply. But if you're looking at the number of people there and you're looking at the GPM and the county believes that that is inadequate, that is something that would be discussed with the applicant and it would go through that process.
Because they will have had to drill the well by that point
I would,
in time.
I would
and-
anticipate that if they were to come in for building permit and submit that they have a exempt well permit and they don't submit that there is any sort of pump test on it, there might be a determination that there is not adequate physical supply.
Okay. Okay. That helps me. I was not. That alleviates some of my concern because I'm really concerned about that here, and just I don't think we have any provisions if subsequently the owners need to haul water. That has neighborhood consequences to it that trouble me that we don't address in this.
Greg, can Suzanne comment?
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
Suzanne.
No, I just
sorry.
wanted to
Pardon
ask
me.
Laura, I mean, if that's enough, or if could we clarify what we mean by that, like actually?
No, I think this correlates with some language that is supportable.
Okay.
Great.
So
I
you feel
defer to
okay
you.
about it? You get my concern and you
Yes.
feel okay about it? Okay.
Yes.
That's sufficient for me. Thank you.
Okay, moving right along
Laura and I talk a lot about water, so I feel good about that.
to L. L is next, is that right, or are we?
D, new 12D, we're requesting, again, this is part of building permit, detailed road improvement plan, includes width of the ranch roads, winter plowing limitations, and the winter plowing limitations as related to the conservation easement.
Oh, yeah. Oh, I'm hoarding over here.
So, new 12L, we require construction management plan, and we want that construction management plan, as we discussed as well, we want them to kind of outline for us a little bit more winter and winter traffic construction related, because we are adjacent to the critical mule habitat. So we're requiring them to do a little bit more thinking about how they're accessing the property in the winter.
I have a question about winter construction, and I can't find it in front of me, but there was a statement as to winter construction, the difference once the wildlife have adapted to the construction activity. How do we know if they've adapted to it or not? Somebody come in there and ask them if they're okay with it?
I remember seeing that. If
Yeah.
the first year of construction, they could not do any construction
Right.
between
Oh, it's
December
on page 3
1st
of
and
the.
March 31st, I think.
Yeah, it's
Page
the,
The second year after that, they could do winter construction.
Yes.
Page 3 of the memo that was dated June 28th, it says, the restriction would not apply to subsequent years of construction once animals had adapted to the increased level of activity in the area.
Right. And this is exactly from
From
conversation.
CPW?
Yes,
Okay.
it's from conversations with
We're
CPW.
going to call them
that
up and
we've
ask
had.
them if the animals have adapted.
Well, their point is that, as we know, they get very, very habituated. And so they're more concerned in that as construction continues through the summer and the fall and everything, then the animals are habituated to that. And then that second year, they can continue. So this is directly from CPW.
Okay.
But I'm not sure, is that language captured in the reso? It sounds like Patty
Right.
was looking at the memo. I'm not finding it. Condition 19A talks all about outdoor construction activities, but it doesn't have that sort of initial year beyond, so we might need to go back and clean that up.
Right.
Yeah, thank you, Suzanne, for bringing that up.
Yeah, I think if that whatever that language was
Yep.
about.
Yeah, it should be
after,
put
you
in
know,
there.
right,
Thank
we
you,
would
I
add it
appreciate
to
that.
mention.
Good point, thanks.
I did have a question about that one on 19A, just winter activity fencing, for instance. We're talking about construction of a new fence, not repair of a fence, for instance, or just basic maintenance has to be, you can't prohibit that in the winter. If an elk breaks through the fence and it needs to be repaired, they still have the ability to do that, right? I just, at first reading, I thought, we can't fix it till the spring? That's like an excuse I'd use in my house. But we're not prohibiting that.
No. I mean, ranch activities, agricultural activities on the property to maintain the property throughout the year, we're not prohibiting. We're talking about all the workers, the power saws,
Just, I just want to make sure I
Yeah.
did that. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay.
So let me just make a note that I have to put that.
Thank you, thanks, Suzanne.
Where are we? New
B.
15. That's where we talked about the barn. At demolition permit, the applicant shall verify that the red barn is being conveyed
Right,
to new users versus going to the landfill versus sold. And then,
so you added the word conveyed, because right now it just says shall verify that the barn is being sold versus going to landfill. I don't see the word.
Yeah, the red line has it, the new red line has it.
I thought it was, okay.
I'm sorry, does it not say
I'm good,
conveyed?
I'm good, no, I'm good.
Okay, because
Conveyed is fine. It just means it's going
Right.
somewhere.
right, and then, 19E, that's where we're talking about wildlife fencing and the fencing plan. I don't know who was with us on the various site visits, but Brendan has a vision for really repairing and changing out a lot of the fencing on the property. The conservation easement will have its own language about fencing, but this language is intended to, give them the opportunity to create this fencing plan and let us know, how they're gonna remove the fencing and how they're gonna phase that in. Instead of saying, prior to issuance of building permit, all fencing has to be changed out because of the size of the ranch.
So, the way this is worded, there's one fence. It's singular. Should it be fences? Because I imagine there's probably more than one fence that has barbed wire that they want to change out.
Yes.
I see fencing.
The
Well, maybe
fencing-
there is only
the
one, I don't know.
fencing plan, is a fencing plan, does that not connotate fences?
No, but it's the last sentence where it says.
Oh, the last-
The fencing plan shall provide a phased removal of the wildlife unfriendly barbed wire fence. So it should be
Fences.
Fences.
It should be fences, I'm
Fence.
sure.
Francie said
But-
fencings.
I think fence can be interpreted as plural.
I think you can too. I'm not too worried about it. And putting up fence, what does that mean?
Okay.
Yeah, exactly. You're not putting up one
Okay. New 19. Construction activities, the A is new.
And we'll modify this according to what Suzanne suggested.
Right. This is where it needs to be modified. Okay. Glenn, if you stop sharing your screen, or do you have new number 18?
Yeah,
you
I
have
do.
18
Yeah, I do.
language?
It's
Okay.
right there. You want to blow that up a little bit?
Yeah. So today, Glenn and I talked, and today.
That's scary.
Today, we've modified number 18 again.
It's on the screen.
Go up a little bit.
Go up a little bit.
19?
That's now 19.
No. Bring it down.
Yeah, 18 is now 19.
Okay, so the new 18,
Oh,
I don't see, you probably can't see it, it's green, but the second sentence says ranch gates may be installed and entry gates at the 3 intersections with Prince Creek Road via permits. That sentence, and then notwithstanding, we've added that today.
so are you
And would
leaving
you
in
like
the
to explain
parentheses Glenn language?
Yeah.
Yeah, Leslie and I came up with this, and the concern is the applicant would like to be able to plant some trees that are outside of activity envelopes, shade trees here and there on the ranch. So the way it read originally is that landscaping and the trees can only be within approved activity envelopes. So this provides that they can plant some trees, but they can't do tree planting that defines a boundary of a property along the road, or, you cut off, views of the property, no walls of trees, no big windbreaks. Want to avoid the Highway 82 effect above Highway 133, the line of trees. That's what we're trying to avoid.
And then ranch gates may be installed. So within the ranch gates could be installed outside these approved activity envelopes, as well as they would like to put gates at all 3 of the intersections, but ranch gates at each of the intersections. So we define that as well.
And I think you're differentiating between a ranch gate being the kind of thing that goes up and over
a ranch gate
versus an
that's-
entry gate.
Yes.
But in ranch gates, because of their height, have to meet setback requirements, so would have to be, 100 feet back from the property line. Again, those are the things I'm thinking about, but I think just to make it clear what the difference is between those two.
Great, thank you.
The ranch gate has to be 100 feet back from the property line?
Because of the height.
Yeah, this is
If
not,
it's up.
this is not a gate with an arch. This is a gate,
So again, I think we want to make sure we know what we're talking about, I guess, here.
Everybody's standing
A
up.
ranch gate has been one that has, something
High
that goes up over the top.
Like Tie Bar Ranch.
Exactly. An entry gate at 6 feet, similar to any fence that opens and closes but does not have something that goes up over the top, that would just be
Talking
an
about
entry
those
gate.
big log things that go up and then there's
Yeah.
a cross street?
yeah, that's not what we have in mind. They're just talking about a ranch gate less than 6 feet in height.
So then
So
I think
we should say that.
specify that.
So we call,
Not an entry gate.
we call those gates yuppie gates, the fancy ones that really serve no purpose.
I don't think that's a
And
technological.
Kathleen Sullivan Kelly up in Meeker, she's so proud of her ranch gate with 2 red metal gates that it'll swing in like that, which is the most functional ranch gate you could have. It's their main entrance gate into the ranch, and it keeps livestock out.
Okay, so we'll clarify
So
that.
we
Taking it?
got that.
Okay, let's keep moving here.
That's it.
I don't want to get bogged
That's it.
down.
That's it.
All right,
Believe it or not.
well done. Okay,
Was this a public hearing?
it probably is a public hearing.
Don't remember anymore.
Thank you. I'm going to open this up to the public for comment. If there's anybody online, or please raise your hand if you're online. I think Crystal cannot be listening in any longer. She's got to be long gone.
I think she went home.
She probably went home and left her computer on. I don't know about the rest of them here. I see Joe Wells is on. The rest I don't know. No hands are up. I'm going to close. Anybody in the room would like to speak on this topic? I don't see anyone else, so I'm going to close it and bring it back to the board for comment, questions,
I think
clarifications.
Francie's got her hand up.
Oh, she does, in fact. Francie.
I don't have the button for raising my hand because the Glenn's thing, I think, takes up the whole screen. Wait, there it is.
Way to
Okay,
get that
putting my
small.
hand up. All right, I'd like to make a motion to approve this resolution number something or other dash 2023 at the Turnabout Ranch.
I'll second the motion.
We have further discussion? Comment?
Discussion?
Steve?
I really like the changes have improved it. I know we had some real angst about 3 TDRs and 2 TDRs. I can accept that. I think that's, that's acceptable. They have a much better, they don't have a subdivision anymore. They're making it a ranch with some employee housing on it, basically. And it's really a vast improvement over what the previous Danziger subdivision was. So I really like this.
Thank you. I just wanted to get some clarification from Glenn regarding the TDRs. You threw in at the end of the sentence about how they'd be landing inside the urban growth boundary or proximate. Was there some specific language added in a previous meeting regarding TDR landing areas that I thought I heard you say?
No, I discussed that with them. They did not limit it to just the urban growth boundary. That we did that in the Bennett application, but that wasn't something that this applicant offered.
You said something to that effect today.
Well, it would be are on sites that get approved pursuant to a special review.
Okay, all right.
Or within the urban growth boundary.
Or within the urban growth boundary.
Is there any other comment?
Francie's hand is still up.
Francie's hand's up. Oh, thank you.
Could I just do a really quick one?
Yeah.
I just hope that you'll send our best wishes to Brendan and Sarah and for how long this has taken and their patience and their willingness to be flexible. And I think they've done a good job putting this together, and you also, Glenn, so thank you.
Yeah, and can I just add to that? I want to send it on to New Baby, too. I don't remember New Baby's name, but New Baby.
I've never heard my baby's name.
Okay, I'm with that. Yeah, thank you, Glenn. It was very
Thanks,
clear,
Glenn, for your
and Leslie,
patience.
you persisted, and it's very clear, and it was helpful after this long day. So, I'm going to call a question. Did I say something? No.
You can call it.
We're appreciative.
All in
Thank you.
favor?
I appreciate clear. I don't know if I was very clear, but that's what I was laughing at.
All in favor? We had an
Aye.
aye from Francie. We got
Aye.
an
Aye.
Okay,
And I
aye.
am out of here. Goodbye.
Unanimous.
Bye,
Bye,
Francie.
Francie.
Thank you.
Feel
Take
better.
care.
Thanks,
Okay, that's
Francie.
unanimous. Thanks, Glenn. Thanks,
All right,
Leslie.
thank you.
Thanks, Suzanne.
On behalf of Brendan and Sarah, I thank you.
Well, thank
Thanks,
them
Glenn.
also, and
Need to
good luck
stop
with
sharing
their
your screen.
their venture.
You can stop sharing and take your computer home now, Glenn.
Okay.
I want that language per Glenn on there.
We'll put that in there.
looking at that and deliberating. Okay, what we have next is a resolution approving one constrained site PDR for Independence 44681 LLC. Leslie Lamont is back.
Hi.
Hi. Welcome back.
Yeah, thank you, Greg. So, the applicant's representative, Rob Sinclair, they submitted an affidavit of public notice today, and it meets our criteria for our code requirements. So this application before you is, how do I get rid of this side stuff here? Or can I, should I?
Oh, just we
Oh.
can get rid of it though.
You go like full screen or something?
Slideshow.
Go. Leslie, keep talking.
Okay, yeah, we're in good hands. So the applicant requests 2 constrained site transferable development rights for this property in exchange for preservation of the parcel. The, okay, now how do I go to? Oh, yes.
Is this Rob?
This is Rob.
This is Rob.
Rob Sinclair.
You can
Well,
sit down
have
and
a
join
seat
us.
when you're ready.
So that's
I'm gonna stand because I've been.
Yeah, you guys have been sitting the whole time. So, I will review the constraints on the property and I'll walk you through a brief history of the property based upon the application that Rob submitted and give you staff's recommendation, and then I'll turn it over to Rob. So this property is at the end of Popcorn Lane, and it's where I have highlighted this in blue. The property was created via a subdivision and a sale of the property in 1968. And there were 2 easements recorded on the properties, one in 1976 and another one in 2000. And the easements provided access to this property through this property here. The presumptive alignment was surveyed in 2003. And this easement, actually, this is the easement. And what I've done is I've kind of put these side by side so you get a sense of where the property is and then the easement. So the easement was surveyed in 2003, and it came through the property here to access the subject parcel that we're looking at today. This easement allowed a little bit more of a gradual, oops, this is changing on me just by touching it. So this easement from 2003 created a little bit more gradual access to the property, gaining the slopes gradually versus something a little bit more radical. But then in another lawsuit, another easement was defined in 2018, and this was an adjudicated easement that was pushed all the way to the east side of the property. It was defined as only 15 feet wide, and one of the effects of this easement is it didn't provide any flexibility of where it came onto the property. So the 15-foot wide doesn't meet our driveway standards, which is 16 feet, as well as, and I think I put this in my memo to you, it doesn't allow for any fire truck pullouts, so it doesn't meet AFPD requirements as well. Based upon our GIS mapping of the property, the entire site is greater than 45% slopes, and our code prohibits development on greater than 45%. If you're 30% to 45%, we might work with you. We could work with you. The code gives us some ability, but greater than 45% development is prohibited. So staff finds that the parcel is eligible as a TDR sending site, and it meets the criteria of section 67040 A7 of the code. The property is in the AR10 zone district and is severely restricted due to steep slopes, and the adjudicated easement exacerbates that issue and forces a very difficult access onto the property. The applicant has requested 2 TDRs for this constrained site. Staff recommends 1 TDR, primarily because the parcel is a legal non-conforming lot. It's slightly larger than 2 acres, and it's in the AR10, which means minimum 10-acre zone district. However, to award TDRs and the amount of TDRs to be awarded is discretionary with the board. And I've attached my resolution to the memo, and the resolution reflects an approval of one TDR.
Right, thank you for that. Any questions from board?
I'm gonna stop sharing, so then you.
Okay. Kelly?
Is this property like in the marsh when you go towards Difficult Campground?
No, it's at the base of the slope.
it's
I mean, it's on
on
the
the
slope.
other side of the
It's on the
marsh.
other side,
Right.
yes.
Outside.
Okay.
Yes, it's at the base of Pandora's or McFarland Gulch and all of that, on that side of the.
And I was surprised that there were avalanche issues, because I know the properties below that in that neighborhood required significant avalanche mitigation in the past, so, so it was kind of interesting to me. I'm very familiar with that neighborhood up there for many short-term and long-term reasons, and it's pretty tricky.
And as you did see, I did refer this to Colorado Geologic Survey because I wanted to make sure I wasn't missing anything from the avalanche or geologic hazards. Because on the other side of the valley, there's alluvial fan issues.
Right.
No comments or questions from the board at this point. Would you like to make did Steve have his hand up? But
Well, I could wait, I'll wait.
okay, just, would you like to make comments?
I do have a presentation.
Okay, great. Let's
that
do it.
will, I think, orient you guys to our request. It's a little outside of the box, and recently with circumstances with COVID and TDR skyrocketing, things like that, that's kind of what we had to do to look at this.
But
So how do I share?
yeah, you've got to.
Oh, got it.
Say yes when you get that. Yeah.
Perfect.
Stand up for this.
Perfect.
There we go. Use your little toggle arrows.
Yeah, I was
I
trying
just
to
learned
figure out.
that.
You can
If
do
you go
a.
to that slideshow.
You can do it like a slideshow. Yeah.
Yeah, it's in that upper bar. Oh, you can't see it because you can
Oh,
move
rats.
that. Yeah,
Okay.
if you just drag it,
Okay.
yeah.
I know, I don't know what we do
Oh,
without
perfect,
them. Any of
Our
us.
meetings would be twice as long if I.
They
was
wouldn't
in charge.
happen. They wouldn't happen, Steve.
Okay, go ahead.
All right, guys, thanks for
Pick it
the
up,
opportunity. Rob Sinclair, representing Independence 44681 LLC. Here to request a constrained site, 2 TDRs in exchange for sterilization of the property. It's located at TBD Popcorn Lane, which the interesting thing about the Popcorn, it's not even really a subdivision. There are actually no roads, no rights of way. It's all easements. So the whole the whole property is very complicated in that regard. So access, even before we get there, is one of the constraints. It's zoning AR10, size is 2 acres, so zoned for 5750. This is kind of a what if. I had looked at this and had consulted with Suzanne before. It was an interesting property. It came in the market. It seemed to be sort of below market value. This was a few years, so a year or two before COVID. And so it was kind of on my radar. Clients that I put it in front of passed. It is complicated, but I know I could build something pretty cool there. So this is just kind of reflective of something we came up with. This is the view. I was up there in the winter, and then again, most recently with Leslie. It's beautiful. It's spectacular. It is, it's wild. It's untouched. And, I think we all agree that given the circumstances of the site and, what I'm about to show you, there are, strong reasons to do so. Again, I could build a cool house there, but I'd really rather not. And so where I'd like to start is where we would like to land these 2 TDRs. And you'll notice the name is the same on both of them. So I've been working with clients at 44681 Highway 82 on a design for their property. And we went through the land use process, same zoning, 19.87 acres we applied for and were approved for 10,750. So to make that work, we do need 2 TDRs. This was our site plan review, approved site plan review and activity envelope. Another interesting aspect is there's an existing home there, and the owners of the property actually allowed me to live there while we were going through this process. So I've never had that kind of opportunity to dig in and climb around and learn and know every aspect of the site. I can tell you when the sun sets on December 21st. It was really rewarding for me. The other aspect is this is for an end user, not a developer. Next door and down the street there are a few projects from folks that you would know in the development community. This is a large extended family. They travel together, they vacation together, they do all their holidays together. They are 40-year seasonal residents, so we're getting into the 4th generation. And this home is kind of going to be the main landing spot for all of them. But if you think about it, pretty unique and rewarding for me to be, I'm designing it for the next generation. So, like I said, up and down the site all the time. My original sketch was from the top of this rock outcrop, and let's see if you can see it. This is, what we came up with, and the plan today is still, sort of remarkably close to that. More site analysis. This is the bend in 82, right on the way to difficult. Existing home that is actually about this close to being raised. Some of the geologic features. This is where the glacier came and literally ceased and then receded. I've done a ton of research about, and as Leslie said, we're on an alluvial fan. They're kind of more than I not ever wanted to know, but certainly more than I knew going in about the geology and the debris flow incidence rate. If anybody's curious, is about 5,000 years. Again, some just initial sketches, and I know we're talking about the other site, but so we all know the categories, the TDR program, rural and remote, conservation. This is constrained, which is, the others are very specific. 1 for this and 2 for that. This is discretionary, so it's 1 or more. And I thumb wrestled with Leslie about putting the or more in her finding, but here we are. One thing I'd like to consider is this even really a TDR? We're not selling it, we're not landing it. It's literally, most TDRs come from way down valley and, land somewhere here. I didn't want this to look like an ICBM, war game, but just think of it as a
Flight path.
flight pattern, yeah.
It's too much like the
So,
airport.
so I know, kind of
Couldn't
ill-timed,
go
but, you know, we are under 2,500 feet as the crow flies, property to property. So, you know, I guess it's, you know, the nomenclature, maybe it's still a TDR, but this is not for sale. It is, you know, sort of immediately designated for the other project. So, kind of to expand on it, we're sort of just off the property here. So again, off the map, as the crow flies, it's to there. So yeah, again, the unique thing is there's no rights of way. These are all overlapping easements.
So could you show the proposed landing site on there?
Yes.
Is it
let me zoom
on
in
the
for
other
you.
side of the highway, or is it?
Oh,
Yes.
yes, it is. Yeah, it's right about where the Y is on the top of the page there.
Okay.
I must have.
Do
must
the
have
same people own
Yes.
Yes.
the red one and the one on the other side of the
So,
house?
so to expand on that, you know, I met with Suzanne, I don't know, in 2019 maybe, and looked at this property. And, you know, it's complicated. And then when we started working on this project, you know, again, the price of TDRs was sort of less the issue as it was the scarcity. You know, we did a very hard search through all the records, all those that generated, all those landed. I called, you know, every client I'd ever worked with that had sending sites, and so, you know, kind of again, sort of outside of the box. I wondered about this. Could we purchase it? Met with Suzanne again, and I said, is there some shortcut? Like, we don't want to build this, but, you know, and so she said there was a section of the code, and, you know, I think I certainly consider it, and I think we both agreed, it's sort of a poster child for the constrained site code section. And I think, you know, the sort of added layer of the unique aspect of the ownership. I do have to say, at kind of at no time through the process, and you can even see for our applications, did it, you know, was it presented or did it occur to me that we would only get one TDR out of the application? The constraints are, you know, sort of well discussed and well documented. Super steep, be a great ski run. There is no way in the world to make the adjudicated easement work. Again, you know, been doing this a long time, pretty good at it. We could make sort of a more serpentine driveway work that would require an easement across the direct neighbor at 161, who has been, you know, sort of fighting this effort the sort of entirety of the time, that not our effort, but the previous owner we purchased it from. I inherited 10 banker's boxes worth of full of documents and disclosures, and I was this close to throwing it away because I just had to move out of the house at 681, and I said, well, you know, maybe I should hang on to that. And then, you know, we got the finding that said, you know, one TDR. So I don't want to go back to court. I hope you guys don't want to go back to court. But, you know, the way this goes is we, you know, apply for a land use. It gets denied. We come to you. On appeal, you guys deny it. It goes up the ladder and ends up in court for takings, which is sort of no fun for anyone. It is steep. It's labeled actually low wildfire, which is surprising just given the aspect of the slope. There's some evidence of maybe common avalanche, not recent, maybe historic, where right in here, there's a little saddle that is, if we could get to it, it's actually buildable. Again, that's kind of that's not what we want to do. So again, this, how we got here is the previous owner had gone through all of this sort of headbutting with his neighbors and with the code and the county, and maybe it didn't occur to him on the sort of TDR exit ramp, I'm not sure. But I really don't want to go through all the boxes to find out. And again, you had sort of looked at it previously, and it's complicated. The constraints, well known, access just to get to the site, steep slopes, geologic hazard, avalanche, wildfire, maybe wildlife. All of the neighbors and the HOA, so the contiguous neighbors, desperately want this to be approved, because even if we figured out how to be good neighbors during construction, this is a much better solution.
Great, thank you. Is there more, or is that it?
That's kind of it. I'm looking at this as a win-win. I just did some quick, sort of quickie things. I think it's 24,000 trips just for contractors and trades and deliveries. The rest of it, just preserving the site, the environment. I don't know what kind of de minimis benefit for climate change, but there's got to be something. I know that you guys have a net zero for energy by 2030. This is literally, and it's a little vague. I read through it, and there's some deltas in there. This is literally a net zero, because if I take these two TDRs and put them at 681, and this goes away, there's no impact whatsoever. Because 681, we will build the 10750. If we have to go somewhere else and get the TDRs, then we're adding it back. So I appreciate your consideration. It's maybe this or maybe nothing.
Right, thank you for that. It's an interesting site and interesting proposal. I want to open this up to the board for comment or questions.
Well, it's more complex now that I understand it. I totally see your point about taking 5,000 square feet off of the one property that's totally unbuildable. The driveway shouldn't be built, no house should be built on that lot, obviously, and transferring it to the other. Now, if the two parcels were contiguous, it wouldn't even be TDRs, it would be just transferring square footage, I think, or would it?
There's no ability to just transfer square footage under the land use code. The TDR is the way that is.
The mechanism for transferring, even if it's the same person owning both.
There's one opportunity to transfer a development right to something contiguous across, it's pretty limited, so this wouldn't comply with that provision of the code. So.
Now, this is really two different land use applications that have sort of been presented, but actually what we're only looking at is one or two TDRs off of the constrained site.
Correct.
What happens across the highway on the other side is a different land use application that we're not reviewing.
And that's all been approved.
But that's what would be the intention of it. Is that right?
Kelly?
So, is this conditioned on landing at that site?
No.
There's nothing in the
we could.
Can we do that?
We gladly make it restricted to landing on the site.
Because you need TDR anyway for
Right.
the approved development.
There's no desire, intent, or sleight of hand to sell these whatsoever.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah, Kelly, good point, because I have that written down here. The only way I would consider one TDR was to be if it was restricted to use on the property that's been explained to us today across Highway 82.
One other question, Rob, are the owners of 161 Popcorn, are they interested in buying that parcel just to, if the other family still owns it, they could walk through the other people's property and go up and visit their sterilized lot up there?
I don't know I don't know if or how much bad blood there was between those two folks. I believe that the seller was, trying to, sort of force the issue and not, getting people aligned with his goals, it seemed. So, but I think if he'd wanted to buy it, he could have. I think he was just, thought he could wait it out, most likely.
Got it. Thank you. Other comments, other questions?
It's a public hearing.
Oh, right, thank you. It is a public hearing. I haven't heard, we don't know if anybody else is online or doesn't appear to be. If anybody online is interested in commenting on this, raise your hand, *9. Meanwhile, I don't see anyone in the room for this topic. And so I'm going to bring it back, and I don't see anybody online either. They've been there all day. They can't be listening. My feeling about this is I think I'm inclined to go with the recommendation of staff on this for a single TDR. I'm not convinced of the value of going bigger than that. And so that's where I would have it, but I want
And restricted to use at the property across.
Well, it's funny how I don't know if you would need to say that or not at this point. I love the idea, certainly, but I want to hear what others have to say.
I would put a motion to approve one TDR with the restriction that it be used as presented to us today at the 44681 Highway 82 property. Is that the address, correct address for that?
That would be the landing site, yeah.
Yeah.
I second that.
Okay, I have a motion and a second.
So,
Other conversation.
so if I
just a
might,
thought.
If I would have to confer with my clients, and so I suppose we would have to continue if there was a vote.
Would you rather have a continuation than a vote?
I think I need to, yeah,
Makes sense.
Or is that a withdrawal? Does he withdraw? or
No,
does he
no, he's
continue?
not withdrawing. He's just saying that his client wants 2 TDRs, even though they didn't understand that staff was recommending 1. He still needs to take 1 TDR.
Right, you wanna go
With
back.
the restriction, it go to the property as was clearly explained to us today.
Right.
So, I can withdraw my motion, but we have a pretty heavy schedule coming up booked, so.
Yeah.
This is not a small decision. I can't necessarily make it
I
myself.
totally understand that.
So
They should have come with you.
So just a thought, it seems to me the constrained lot doesn't merit more than 1 TDR. That's what we're looking at today.
Right.
That seems like the right number to land on. If the people want 2 TDRs to build a
go
bigger
buy one.
house on the other, on which I presume they'd have to do a land use application on that parcel.
They've already done
That's,
it.
that's,
Or they've
that's
already
approved.
done that?
I'm just
They've done
It's
fulfilling
already
the
approved for
10,750.
What
So I'm
he's
just,
saying is
okay.
he needs to continue to confer with his
Yeah,
client.
no, I realize that. But just a thought, if the 161 Popcorn neighbor bought that parcel for them, they would have some money to perhaps purchase another TDR or to pay for part of another.
well, so I can't take 1 TDR and then sell the lot, right?
No.
Yeah, you can.
Yeah, you could.
Well, but it's worth nothing.
Not for
It's just a-
development.
it's
Well,
just a
the only
tax.
person who would want to buy it is 161 Popcorn,
But why would he?
just to protect their
I don't
backyard.
think that's part of our decision here today. Our decision is.
But that's something he could consult with the client on as a possibility, just putting out an idea.
So I'll withdraw my motion.
You're withdrawing your motion, so we don't have a motion on the table.
I will
for
put
now.
out a motion to continue this to a date.
July 26th.
What's our agenda look like that day?
Pretty big, isn't it?
Okay, yeah. July 26th.
Is that enough
Sorry.
time for you?
It'll be fine, yeah.
Okay.
Do you mind just more than just what we discussed? I mean, a little color. It seems like, it kind of felt like a slam dunk again. Kind of the poster child. Is there a reason embedded in the TDR program or otherwise that it would be a non-starter for you to consider too? Because it's completely it's the only section that I could find that actually says one or more.
Right.
Like the others are one or two or whatever. So you have the discretion. I tried to think outside of the box. I mean,
Copy that.
you all are, you're sitting here because that's the type of people you are. So, any color that I can go back and try to explain why we,
Yeah.
hit a
If
dead
it
end.
was, it's a 2-acre lot. If it was a 10-acre lot, I'd be more inclined to give 2 TDRs for a bigger lot, but it's a substandard lot by the zoning.
And that's kind of what Leslie said.
So that affects my thinking somewhat, the size of the lot.
Okay, I'm gonna, we have a
I have a motion to continue
and-
to the date certain
and
of
did we have a
July
second?
26th.
We have a second from Kelly. Further discussion from the board.
I'll just answer your question a little bit more. I mean, the trending conversation about the treatment of TDRs on this board has been, I think, to be very critically thoughtful about how we issue them and where they go and what their value is. So we're almost moving into a place where I think TDRs are going to have less value than you're going to receive currently from the one we would issue today anyway. And so that's just part of the broader landscape of the conversations related to TDRs. It's an incredibly valuable tool. I support the program immensely. I think this type of project is a great justification for them. Additionally, the criteria that we've been presented from the community related to what could be developable on a site would really point to your site being constrained for any type of development. So, so I almost think that this is good timing for you. You might have a more critical review when we take on the TDR program and amend it in the coming years.
And, I guess in that regard, you're not really, there's no threat of establishing a precedent, right? Because the likelihood of somebody coming in, between now and when you change the wholesale change to the TDR program. So, I'd like to continue it. I have to continue it. The clients are out of the country. Yeah. And I guess, I appreciate that we want to be thoughtful about it. And I don't, there's sort of no better opportunity, I think, for you as a board and me as an architect and, to make this kind of transfer where, it never even leaves an ownership change or
Yeah.
chain.
So just one other thought, if this were a rural and remote zone site, it would only be eligible for 1 TDR. And there are some 2-acre sites in rural and remote that get a TDR. It's mandatory. I mean, it's just an automatic thing there.
And I trust me, I
Has
bet
a similarity by what the land looks
Right.
like, not by what the zoning is.
I understand, and I vetted all that. I mean, I would not have encouraged or even allowed my clients to buy this property if it was only one.
Mhm.
Well, but for far less square footage, I mean, the TDRs that we retire from rural and remote are equate to 1,000 square foot of permissible development, not 5750.
I'm going to call the question. I think
You
we're going to
guys
see
have
you again on
stuff
the
to
26th.
Right.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Thank you all.
Thanks for coming, Rob.
Appreciate it.
All right, now a very patient next applicant.
Okay, we're going to keep moving because we are on a schedule and we're getting tired and everything else, but we're going to focus on what's
The award
next.
for the most patient citizens goes to.
Yeah, really. You were here through the airport conversation,
They've
right?
been well entertained.
I sent them away.
You sound well, good, yeah, thank you. Okay, this is for land use action resolution approving an amendment to the master plan for Castle Creek campus. Is that where I am?
Yep.
Wait a minute. To allow a mobile library.
And Greg, before we start, I need to declare that when this came back through the whole master plan, I recused myself at the time because my husband worked for Shaw Construction. He's no longer employed with them. It's been multiple years. I do not have to recuse myself from this issue.
Okay, let's start with introductions and then we'll go. And
I'll
let's
jump
do
in.
this.
So yeah, Suzanne Wolf for Community Development, Grace Nims and Josh Woolman with Country Day School. I could put up cool graphics for you, but they're all in your packet, so we'll just keep it simple and not
Great,
play with
thank you.
technology because
Expediency.
I'm not the best at it.
Thank you.
So if you're all familiar with the campus, obviously the campus is shared by Music Festival and School and Aspen Country Day School. Country Day uses it September through May, clears out so the Music Festival can take over. Obviously the campus has been substantially redeveloped since we did the master plan back in 2008, walked through the history and all of that. What Country Day is asking for now is a mobile library to supplement their facilities on the site. The lower school building, when you drive into the campus, is, if you kind of take a hard left, it's the first building that shows up on the left there. It's kind of tucked in. There's some of the, if you all remember from the review, some of you, there are practice rooms built into the hillside that's below the music school road and between there and the parking lot. There were some pictures in there to kind of show you where that is. The Airstream trailer that will serve as the mobile library would be tucked in to 5 of those parking spaces right next to the practice rooms. The practice rooms are only used by the music school in the summertime, so they're not used by Country Day during their tenure on the campus. So you had some pictures showing you where it is, what it is. Again, this is an amendment to the master plan because it's a facility that was not contemplated, I guess, at the time. So that's why we're here in front of you to kind of walk through, does this meet the requirements for an amendment? And without going through all of the detail in the memo, essentially this is within the activity envelope that was approved. At the time, there was a lot of discussion about how that activity envelope would be created, addressing all of the many constraints on the site, and we came up with an envelope that complied with avoided constraints or where things could be mitigated. So it's within that area that was designated previously. It's not a change to the use. This is obviously accessory to the school. They recognize that it can't even stay over the summer. So kind of like their school buses, it has to go away. And I think a lot of other stuff that has to get stashed away.
It's major.
But would be removed during the summer because the music festival needs those parking spaces. Country Day School doesn't. Their parking numbers, are nowhere near the capacity of the parking lots. So essentially the one issue that was raised, Joe Wells did submit a letter that was included in your packet, expressed concerns about visual impacts, and I of course have only seen it when the leaves were on the trees or looked at it closely. But I think in the end, the impact of an Airstream trailer may not be any different than 5 cars parked in those parking spots. You cannot see it from the road above. If you're on Castle Creek Road, there's a road and then the practice rooms built into the hillside.
So from Castle Creek Road, you would not be able to
You can't look down on it. You would not. When you look from above as you're going by, you can see the lower school building, and you see the parking spaces in front of the lower school building, but you don't even see the parking spaces in front of the practice rooms. There could be a place where you're driving down Castle Creek Road when there are no leaves on the trees in the wintertime, where you might, get a glimpse of this. But again, in my thinking, I'm not sure it's any different than if you had cars parked there, and we don't restrict how shiny your car is. So again, I appreciate Joe's concern to really think about the visual impact, but in the end, my take was I don't feel like there's any issue there with having this. So otherwise, we've had a lot of conversations with the chief building official. So just to know that, it's been talked through how this could be permitted. They've modified the Airstream to accommodate accessibility. They'll use an existing ramp and add on to it to be able to, from the practice rooms, use that so it's accessible. You saw all the really cute pictures, I think, in the application of what it will look like inside. And I think I'll stop there, that we've recommended approval of the amendment to the master plan to allow for this, subject to the resolution, and
Okay, thank you. I'm just looking, just to confirm, make sure I know what I'm looking at. It's outside would it be the easternmost practice rooms? Is it all the way down there on that downstream, the
Yes.
farthest downstream?
Yes.
Farthest downstream.
Right.
Well, and there's sort of three sets of, and it's not the farthest one, the middle one. So the picture here in your packet, Greg.
Right,
Sorry to
that one.
be
Yeah, I
be
know
low
that.
tech.
I know that
There
one.
is one more set of buildings downstream from this.
But this is the one. Right, okay, I get it. I
So
know where
those
we are.
practice rooms are also the preschool rooms?
We don't use those.
those are
during
Those are on the
school
other
year.
side of the
practice
parking lot.
rooms.
Yeah.
Got it.
So we'd be blocking those because we don't use those.
Yeah.
Right,
Yeah.
Steve?
So is there any possibility of using the practice rooms for the library instead of doing the van? Because it's right there, there'd be indoor space that maybe would be easier to heat during the winter time, or I'm not sure. Have you considered that as an option?
Yeah, and I'll just say quickly, first of all, thank you. This is a long day for you all, and Suzanne has been incredibly patient with us. I'll speak on behalf of Grace, who has put so much time and energy into this. And
Just
we're
gonna
very-
move your
oh,
mic
sorry.
over.
And we're very excited about it, obviously, because we think of it as a place where our youngest students can sit and read and have teachers pull them out of their classroom and really use this as a classroom, if you will. When I came here 10 years ago and the master plan had been approved, I was surprised that there was no library. We have worked hard to have books in classrooms and do our best, and every classroom on our campus, every facility is used. So the problem with the practice rooms is, well, it's twofold. One, anything that we do facilities-wise has to be approved by the music festival. As Country Day School entered this picture later and joined them. And actually, I think our first concern was with them. Would this be something that they would allow in terms of a facility piece? And that's why the temporary, as Suzanne mentioned, that we will move it before June 1. The practice rooms just don't allow us to have, well, one, they're not heated, and two, that's not something that the music school has allowed us to do. We have carved out a couple practice rooms on the upper campus. When we use those, especially during COVID, we use those for pull-out space, but they are not weathered and not accessible for us. So this was really a creative idea that a couple parents and staff members came to me a few years ago, and we thought we could put together what was amenable to both the music festival and hopefully to you, a creative way to have a place where kids could read and go and really turn it into what's a cool library idea on a campus that's doesn't allow for more space.
Patty?
Yeah, just real quick, in regards to the glare, possibility of glare from the airstream from Castle Creek Road, which I know is Joe's issue. Is there any possibility to mitigate that if it became an issue in the future, tarp it, something to mitigate? I mean, I would like us to say that in the future, if glare becomes an issue, you'll find a solution to mitigate the glare issue.
Right, there'd probably be.
Yeah, I'd like to just leave that as a possibility, because for me, it's very, very difficult to say no to a library at a school. Because I think this board are all big advocates of libraries and reading, especially in young children.
Well, thank you. In fairness, those are parking spaces, we could have a school bus. I think we've always been sensitive to our neighbors and to the community, and I think over the last 10 years for me, it's been a real priority to have Aspen Country Day School be part of the educational community here in the Valley. And I think we've proven that, I hope, and we want to be good neighbors, and I hope that you all would support that. And if Scott Hicks were here, I wish he were, because he has the most information and knowledge and history with the school. And, as a school, sure, the soul will not change, and reading is paramount to our program, obviously. And this allows for the youngest kids.
Right.
In a space that we felt creative, and we hope that you support.
What's the reading program we do at the schools here when we go to read at the child cares? Read to Me Day, or remember? The one yeah.
I read them kids every night.
I went in, I actually read.
You should.
I
One of
read to
them's reading to
Kelly's
me now.
daughter.
Well, we'd love for you to come.
We
You can
love
read to your
mystery
daughter,
readers.
and we have mystery readers. You're welcome.
Oh, great, yeah.
I think the site that we selected too it really is the most tucked away when you're on, Castle Creek Road. So my hope is that it really won't be an issue.
Did you have another question?
Well, one other thought. This is a mobile library. The kids could be at a field trip someplace in the area, and you could take the mobile library with you, and they could
When they go to
use it
Moab.
on another site on a field trip. For maybe where they go in and have their lunch or something, or to get out of the weather or whatever.
I've got a couple of concerns I want to bring up, because I know we're crunched for time, and I don't want to take up too much of your time or ours. As I happen to know that area pretty well, and the sun probably doesn't shine there, right? So in winter, that is a cold, cold place, which means you're going to be heating that the entire winter long. We have a climate action plan. We're concerned about energy use, energy efficiency. We're pushing for net zero. My guess is this thing really isn't particularly well insulated. It looks like it's heated electrically with heat pumps, perhaps, on the roof. But I'd like to know, what's the energy use in this thing? If it's an energy pig, it gets a lot less interesting to me, as much as I love libraries. And, I was going to say, my only condition when we started this was, will you have banned books? If you have a banned book section, I'll give you a thumbs up right there. But the thing that I've been pushing for, and that the kids of the schools came to us 4 years ago when I was chairing, I believe, was that they demanded that we declare a climate emergency. We have a climate action plan. So how does this fit into that? And how will this help inform the kids that are going to be using it about things of that nature? Maybe a learning opportunity. I was going to say, because it probably is heated with electrics, you could probably put a meter on the wall, so they'd know how much energy they were using on a daily basis and on through the winter. And maybe there's a teachable moment there, but that's important to me.
It would plug into one of the practice room buildings. And I think we're always up for any kind of educational opportunities. So one of the teachers that's been really involved in this project is also our lower school science teacher, and I could see her getting really into
Great,
that.
yeah.
And it would be great that would just be part of the curriculum.
Maybe
So-
if she were to, think about if it was on Mars, what would she do? I think that's pretty important. We have to look at everything through that lens.
Right.
Yeah.
I'm supportive of it. I think it's a great idea. I think those kids should have books up there at the Country Day School, and we should all be reading to them. So
And Teachable Moments is the name of my daughter's preschool, just so
there you
you know.
go. See,
So
There you
I
go.
thought of the same thing actually, Greg, and that's why I suggested, well, maybe be in the practice rooms that would be easier to heat. But I think the teachable moment thing is important, and maybe you have a portable solar collector. It's not gonna generate as much electricity as your
They're
takes
in
to
the
Right
heat,
about this
but
at
it'd
the
be a
location.
mechanism to teach the kids about the solar collector and that
Well,
this is helping to heat the
you get
the
an hour a
mobile
day in the
library.
winter, right? About an hour a day of sun. Oh, there it goes.
Yeah, it's a little easier at this time of year than in the
Yeah.
winter, but we
I wish I
we
stood
get
out
ours,
in
we get some
carpool.
sun.
Well, so,
Now.
so my question is there a energy efficient, surprisingly well insulated, wonderful option? Like, what would they do in Alaska?
I don't
Yes,
know
Steve.
enough about how they, have retrofitted it in terms of the
Right. if it's-
energy efficiency and
Probably
that
not
kind of
much,
thing.
yeah.
So it is something that I think we'd have to monitor over time and see what we can do to improve it.
Right, because the
So-
kiddies are gonna be chilly in there.
Books are a
If it's
great
not-
form of insulation.
Yeah,
Let's use them
if
as
the
windows
entire
and
walls are books, then you've got an extra 4 inches.
So what you do is what I did living in the garage in Fairbanks last winter, and we pitched a tent in the garage, and we were very warm in
Luckily, we
there.
don't live in.
So maybe
you
you
put a
get a
tent
big
around the whole
tent and
thing.
pitch it over the airstream just
I
as
think
an
the
extra layer.
recommendation is for the school year, and I would propose to you all that we could have kids and share with you what, what this teachable moment could be. I think
So this
that-
is for year one,
Yeah.
basically. We're talking about year one.
Is this a public hearing?
No.
So,
Oh,
so that's a great idea.
The
If
land
you
use
want
act.
to try it
If
for a
you would
year.
like to know more of what the plan is, obviously, I think we could handle that with staff. We can, I don't know enough
think
about your process, but
I'd be
it's
fine with that.
it's something I'm sure, again, you're asking to everyone, and we should all, I think.
Would
do
you
what we
consider
can.
reaching out to CORE and consulting them?
Absolutely,
Of
that would
course.
be
And,
great to have
and
them come to our
understanding what
campus.
the,
I think it's very much in line with, this being an educational institution, and we should do that.
Right.
And we can report as we need to, and in terms of the right process, but I think that's a terrific comment.
and if there's a screen on the wall, it's a screen that I would actually approve of. It would, it's one of those meters that shows them how much
Yeah.
coal they're burning,
Mhm.
or, wind energy or whatever, wherever it's coming from. So there's plenty of opportunity there that I think would help inform the kids, and I'd feel better approving it, knowing that maybe next year there'd be an even better
So it's a
option.
good addition. I
Yeah,
think
I like
just
that.
just like we worked hard to make, even to teach them the ADA component, the
Right.
snow removal piece in terms of
Right.
the physics of that.
And knowing how cold it's gonna be there, like it might not get above 25 degrees for a month or two.
Short book, Greg. Short book.
Short book.
Children are warm.
Those kids are gonna be wearing their.
They're resilient.
They're gonna be, well, if you don't heat them at all, then they just wear
Right.
their winter clothes, their
Yeah.
playground
That's
clothes.
often how they.
Okay.
Yeah.
I would like to make a motion.
Patty's ready to make a motion. I think I made my point, and I really appreciate your
that. Yeah, of
consideration.
course.
I think
Yeah.
that's a good point. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'd like to make a motion to approve the Castle Creek Campus Master Plan Amendment for the Aspen Country Day School Mobile Library.
Okay, I'll wait for a second for conversation.
I'll second it. And I remembered my main point that we didn't even talk about yet. This permit is for 180 days, and the school year is 270 days, approximately 9 months. Is that right, Suzanne?
We've talked
9
through
months.
our ability to give them a permit for 9 months.
For the whole school
Yes,
year?
yeah, so they
But
won't.
they have
That's
to
not
have
an
it out by a
issue
certain
anymore?
date because of
Right.
music school.
Yes.
And that has
Okay.
to be
Right.
anyway.
Okay.
We're out by June. June
You're all
1
good
is
for
when we
200,
lose
for the whole
campus.
school year?
September 1 to June 1.
Okay,
I
awesome.
would just quickly like to ask Patty if she would amend that to include something in our our approval that would talk about metrics for energy efficiency and teachable moments for climate action.
My
Is
daughter
that
has
clear?
a trademark on teachable moments, so you have to be careful.
I'll figure
there.
something out.
Okay, so we
Okay,
have-
I will amend my motion to have an inclusion
I don't feel the
into
need
the
to do that.
resolution as to
You don't wanna
issues
do that?
related
Oh, you can
to
vote no.
climate.
I'll second it if you
Well,
haven't.
I made this.
Oh, you already
I
seconded it?
just,
You
I
have to
just
second
would
it.
like
will
to take
second
this a
the
little bit.
We're gonna go back to,
Sorry.
we're gonna go back to conversation then.
A little conversation. I mean, we're amending a master plan. So I do think that we should be very clear and specific and
About the
relevant
language.
for the master plan. You know, if this, I mean, this isn't just like a condition for,
Thank you.
you know. I'm not sure I need to include that in the master plan. Personally, I think we have shared values with the school, but if we are going to include something, I think it needs to be really relevant to a master plan amendment and very clearly articulated.
Okay, I'm gonna
So
look to
how would
Suzanne
you
to
like
help us
to
with
do
that.
that? Because I did say it was to amend the master plan.
Well, what might be accomplishing Greg's goals is to require a discussion of energy use in their report that comes back to you guys. There's the report coming back after the first year, correct, Suzanne?
Nothing requires that right now. I mean, so we would be requiring them to bring something back to report.
Yeah, I don't want to suggest that then. I thought there was.
That's
something-
even more than just amending the master plan to me.
I mean, I guess I was envisioning it as, I think you can, yeah.
Could
I
we
wasn't
pledge to
envisioning a
come back?
condition so much as, I think, you know.
That it be in there, but not a condition. Okay,
and I think
I'm,
So do we-
I'll go along with
Do
that.
we
I
want
think
it
we've
in the
made our point.
resolution or not? Because I will rescind my amendment to the resolution, to the motion.
And bring back,
Just a motion to approve.
oh, so we're throwing it all out
I
altogether.
can put it sort of in our tickler to follow up after the
And we
first
can
year
pledge
of
to-
use.
we will pledge to come back.
That's what I was looking for.
And-
It's like,
right.
this is a commitment we all have to make.
And it's sort of a precedent that I think we as educators, as schools, as we all are looking to do different projects that come up that this was not in the plan 10 years ago. That we are on the same page as a community, for sure.
Right, great, okay.
So
I appreciate that.
Patty made a motion to amend, but we need to have our seconder,
So you unamended your amendment?
It might be cleanest.
I'm just gonna
Just not to second, let the motion die, put a new motion that's
Okay,
total
all in
cleanup.
favor of this motion?
No,
All
no,
opposed?
no. There's no second to my
Oh, it's not,
amendment.
because there's no second, thank you. I
So
didn't have to
right
follow.
now, we have a motion on the table to approve.
If you've made a new motion, yes.
I'm making a new motion to approve the master plan amendment for the Aspen Country Day School to allow for their mobile library.
I'll second.
Have a motion and a second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
Okay.
You guys are the
Thank
best.
you.
Thank
Thanks
you
for
all.
coming in.
Invite us out
Thanks
to
for doing the
read.
brain
Yes.
damage.
Yes, no, we would love
that,
that.
seriously.
No, really,
Will you call Cora?
as your
Talk to Cora and talk
community
about,
members, we would love that.
out and then hopefully.
Trying to find
you all
work
can
for 'em.
come read in our,
Yeah.
in our library, so.
Carefully becoming every week.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Going
Thank
to
you.
open discussion? Not that I'm hurrying, but right now I'm gonna be
Yeah.
starving.
I want to hurry this.
I do not have any open discussion before.
Got it. Anybody else have any open discussion?
Just to revisit the complaint that Steve raised, and we all received the letter on the gardening business on.
I haven't had a chance to read that because I was sorting through all the letters about the airport today.
I haven't
I
either.
just included John today. I sent it to John Ely, got it yesterday, but I just put John Peacock on it today, and he maybe hasn't had a chance to look at that.
Okay.
So maybe we could just have staff
I just
think
got it
about
today,
and
so
then
we'll,
we can discuss it in a future open discussion.
yeah, I think it would be best to hand that right now to code enforcement.
Yeah.
Okay,
Right.
thank you.
Thank you. I wasn't sure it even had to
Thanks.
come to
Thanks for
this
bringing that up.
body.
Okay.
I do have a quick open discussion, and this is going to be quick, but it will probably inspire future conversation. Yesterday in our meeting, there was a discussion about the city's plan to make Burlingame 3 available only to residents inside the urban growth boundary. And And it was presented, I know Kelly and Patty had a concern about that. And then on the radio this morning, there was a radio story talking about that. The impression I got listening to the radio story that this was a official line from the county or from the county commissioners. And I think we need to make it clear for the record that this is not an official county response to that motion that the city has made or the plan the city's made. And that we will look forward to conversing with the city when our joint meeting comes up in whenever that is.
It's next Tuesday.
But I just want to make it clear for the public and for the public record that that did not reflect the sentiments of the entire board or the county.
And I want to clarify, it's my understanding that it's their priority they're going to prioritize city, people who work within the city. So it didn't say they're going to exclude, and that priority will run with any future sales of the property. That was what was in the paper today, or yesterday.
Right. So I just wanted to clear that. There'll be plenty of opportunity in future to discuss that, but I think that we needed clarification.
Did you call the radio?
I did not call the radio.
Should you?
Okay. I mean, in open discussion items, I don't know why that would be,
construed as a vote
yeah,
of the board.
yeah, exactly.
Apparently,
The
they
way
apparently did.
Yeah, I think that it's just important. And so
I'm not going to follow up with the request.
we've said it,
from the
I've
press
said
right
it,
now
you've said it,
about
and we can discuss it in a future meeting.
Yeah, I'd like to hear your concerns about my concerns.
Not tonight. Okay, thank you.
I will make a motion to adjourn. Thank
Second,
you,
all in
thank you,
favor?
Chris. We couldn't do it without you.
Thank you. Emily, thank you.